You are listening to Novel Shadows Slave, a dark fantasy novel by Guilty 3 Volume 5 Part 2. Chapter 814. Special Company. Once they entered the confines of the port fortress, the human traffic lessened to a considerable degree. However, there were still plenty of people around, all moving with determined haste. Master Jet parked the PTV near a blocky low building and opened the hatch to exit. Breathing in the cold winter air, she closed her eyes for a moment and then let out a long sigh. After that, Soul Reaper glanced at him with a grin. Actually, you arrived just on time. The officer roster of our company is more or less full as of a few days ago, so we were about to hold our first briefing. It was supposed to start half an hour ago, but I postponed to come grab you from the train station. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh, Master Jet nodded. Everyone more or less only knows as much as you do, so I'll bring all of you up to speed in one go. Granted, the rest had more time to prepare, not to mention the fact that they have been with the government for years. Don't let those old dogs intimidate you, though. Sunny smiled. Do I look like someone who is easily intimidated? She glanced at him and laughed. You do, actually. That is one of your advantages as far as I'm concerned. Being underestimated is always a boon. She walked forward at a brisk pace and said without looking back, the paperwork can wait for later. We'll get you settled and processed after the briefing. Usually you would not have been allowed anywhere near the classified information without proper clearance and documentation, but these days proper procedure has taken a backseat to efficiency. Plus there are very few people who can resist my charm. Sunny hurried to keep up with Master Jet as they entered the low building. After cutting through several checkpoints without anyone daring to look directly at Soul Reaper, let alone say something about the apparent civilian she was dragging into the guts of the military bunker with her, he understood that her status and reputation truly trampled procedure, at least to a large extent. Not only mundane humans, but even Awakened treated her with fearful respect. Even an occasional master they walked past seemed to give her face. He hesitated, then asked with curiosity, "Can I ask what exactly is your official title in the First Army?" Master Jet glanced at him, then smiled. "Why, I am Nav Colonel Jet, Senior Officer of the 1st Awakened Irregular Company of the Northern Quadrant Corps of the Evacuation Army." Kind of a mouthful, huh? Sunny blinked a couple of times, then reached into his memory of the government force organization and hierarchy. He had studied the topic a bit before leaving the city. Wait, aren't companies supposed to be commanded by captains? Colonel is 3 or 4 ranks above that. It's just one step away from being a general. Soul Reaper nodded. Usually you would be right. However, titles and authority become messy when Awakened are involved. As a rule of thumb, Awakened are one rank above what they would have been as mundane soldiers. That's just for normal ones, though. As irregulars, we will exist somewhat outside the army hierarchy, so our status was bumped up to reflect that. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Outside the hierarchy? What? He hesitated, then said in a subdued tone, "I am not sure what irregulars mean." She flashed him a smile. "You will be in a few minutes." Together they entered an elevator that brought them deep underground. Master Jet led him through winding corridors of the military bunker and then pressed the palm of her hand against a complicated biometric lock to open a thick alloy door. Sunny found himself in a spacious chamber that housed a large round table. 5 individuals were already seated around it, quietly waiting for the start of the briefing. When Master Jet entered, they all stood up and saluted her. It was then that Sunny realized that all of them were ascended. 3 of them were men while the other 2 were women. The oldest master seemed to be nearing his 50s while the youngest was only slightly older than Soul Reaper. All of them wore serious expressions on their faces and looked at her with somber respect. She waved a hand. "That is, we are all ascended here. There's no need for ceremony." The masters hesitated for a few moments, then relaxed and sat down. Master Jet unbuttoned her navy blue trench coat, then threw it on the backrest of an empty chair. Sunny let out a heavy sigh, then made sure to look somewhere else. His cheek suddenly started to burn for no apparent reason. As it turned out, his new superior had dismissed her usual uniform in favor of a tight-fitting black bodysuit. In fact, all the masters present in the room were wearing one. It made sense. People like Sunny and them had no need of army-issued armor. They would all be using their memories in the field. A bodysuit like that could easily fit under any type of enchanted armor, so wearing it instead of a uniform was not only more convenient, but also practical. That didn't make it easy on Sunny, though. There were very few places he could rest his eyes on without potentially getting into trouble. It was pure torture. Master Jet sat down, prompting him to do the same. As much as Sunny was flustered by the black bodysuits, the rest of the Ascended were similarly confused by his civilian clothes and age. Finally, one of them glanced at Soul Reaper and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am, who is this young man? Is he your new adjutant?" She glanced at them, remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. Gods know this young man is Master Sunless, the latest and final additions to the command structure of the First Irregular Company. He is not only one of the youngest humans in history to reach the rank of an Ascended, but also has a kill count higher than most of you combined. So give him a warm welcome, I guess. Chapter 815 First Irregular Company. The 5 Ascended were surprised by such a colorful description, but quickly got over their shock. No one seemed to have doubts about Sunny's credentials, and for a simple reason: there were no weak masters. Every person who had chosen to challenge the second nightmare and survived was an elite by definition. So his rank was the only proof of competence he needed to be accepted by them. That was not to say that these government officers felt threatened by Sunny's accomplishments. All of them were experienced, battle-tested fighters, specialists. They had well-deserved confidence in their own capabilities. Master Jet looked at them and smiled. "Since we have already started, let's get introductions out of the way. Some of you may know each other while others are relatively new faces." She went down the line, introducing each of the Ascended that were going to serve as the backbone of the First Irregular Company. The oldest among them was a muscular man that seemed to be in his late 40s or early 50s. Of course, as an Ascended, he looked incredibly well for his age. Master Randall was mature and grizzled with gray hair and a full beard that perfectly suited his chiseled masculine face. The black bodysuit lay snug against his well-pronounced muscles. Everything about the man told that he was a seasoned, consummate soldier. His presence was solid and steady. Master Randall might have not fought side by side with the members of the first generation when the spell had appeared, but due to his age he most likely witnessed its descent as a child. His well of experience was of great benefit to the company. In fact, one would have expected him to be in charge instead of Soul Reaper. However, even if the man had any thoughts about that matter, he did not let them show. The gorgeous woman sitting next to him stood out among the group of masters due to her good-natured, friendly demeanor. Ascended Jessie looked almost like the opposite of Master Jet. She had straw blonde hair, a healthy tan, sparkling blue eyes, and radiated a strange feeling of warmth. Coincidentally, she was the closest to Soul Reaper in terms of age. No one would have called the beautiful blonde soft, though. Her tall, slender body brimmed with energy and barely suppressed strength. The relaxed attitude hit a sharp and cutting edge. This master seemed to be not only enthusiastic about life, but also about combat and the carnage of battle. She was a formidable warrior without a doubt. So were the others. The third woman among the officers of the company was called Ascended Winter. She was in her late 30s and seemed to be the most calm of the group. Her curly hair was dark brown and tied into a simple ponytail. Sunny didn't know what color her eyes were because, strangely, the woman wore a pair of polarized sunglasses even though they were all currently deep underground. She sat on her chair in a pose so relaxed that it almost seemed inappropriate for this important meeting. Her beautiful face was aloof and nonchalant. The sleeves of her bodysuit were rolled up, revealing toned forearms and a solid tattoo that turned one of them completely black. If not for the fact that Master Winter had stood up to salute Soul Reaper when they entered, Sunny would have thought that she was fast asleep. The man next to her seemed to have the same tattoo, hinting that they were or had been members of the same unit in the past. He was of the same age as his female colleague, with honest eyes and a gallant bearing. There was dark stubble on his handsome face and black circles under his eyes. Ascended Dale seemed like a steady, stalwart warrior. Sunny did not know for sure, but felt that the man's aspect had at least some relation to defense and protection. He sensed that if Master Dale decided to stand his ground, very few things in the world would have been able to move him. The last officer of the First Irregular Company was slightly older and stood in stark contrast to Master Dale. His cold eyes, inexpressive face, and chilling gaze all expressed one thing: Ascended Davis was a killer. He seemed like the most defense-oriented master of the bunch, but that quality was not without subtlety. On the contrary, it seemed to be shrewd, quiet, and absolutely deadly. Sunny suspected that Davis was what he himself had once wished to be, the kind of fighter who utilized cunning and stealth to destroy the enemy with one surgical strike, thus avoiding the trouble of having to withstand retaliation. Together with Sunny and Jet, the 5 masters were going to lead the First Irregular Company. Coincidentally, just like Soul Reaper, each of the 5 Ascended had a nickname. Masters Randall Jesse Winterdale and Davis were also known as Vandal Mustang Queen Knight and Pride. Sonny was the only person without one, which made him feel slightly jealous. "Well, I can always go by Mongrel." He blinked. "What? No, that's a terrible nickname, and an even worse idea. Who said that he even needed a nickname?" He was perfectly fine being called Sonny anyway. After the initial introductions were complete, Master Jet glanced at them again and said, "We will get to know each other's aspects and combat capabilities later. It is not too important for now anyway, since I expect all of you to act independently of the rest more often than not. Now let's get down to business. Today I will bring you up to speed about the projected composition of the first irregular company, our purpose, and guiding military doctrine." She pressed something on her communicator and a large projection appeared in the middle of the table. Sonny studied the large archipelago with a prominent landmass in the east. Master Jet lingered for a moment and then continued, "But to do that you will have to understand the general shape of the upcoming operation. As all of you already know, this is Antarctica." She gestured at the projection. "All Antarctica is divided into 3 parts. Chapter 816:3 Phases. Master Jet gestured to the projection. "All of Antarctica is divided into 3 parts. West Antarctica, East Antarctica, and the Antarctic Center." West Antarctica was mostly submerged in water and consisted of a scattering of islands, some of them small, some of them large. East Antarctica was one large landmass that was peppered by numerous lakes with a prominent mountain chain in the middle of it. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow landmass that rested between the two, occupied almost entirely by tall mountains. Soul Reaper continued, "West Antarctica is mostly devoid of human population, so it presents little interest to us. The Antarctic Center is an administrative and technological hub of the quadrant, while East Antarctica is the largest and most densely populated region of the continent." She paused for a moment and then added solemnly, "The first evacuation army is going to set sail in 2 weeks. We will reach Antarctica 2, maybe 3 weeks after that. By that time, the chain of nightmares would already be starting. Local garrisons are already experiencing an increased number of manifesting gates, but the number will explode by the end of March. After that, it will only keep growing." Master Jet stared at the projection for a bit and then said calmly, "No matter how many soldiers we send, we won't be able to contain the flood of nightmare creatures that enter through these gates. This is something that had never happened in history before. Even the great wars that the first generation fought pale in comparison to the chain of nightmares. Don't forget that almost all abominations back then were of the dormant rank. We at lucky." She sighed, then leaned back and crossed her arms. "According to our scientists and diviners, the mass of gates is going to be of the 2nd category and 3rd categories. That means awakened, fallen, and even corrupted nightmare creatures in numbers greater than anything we had seen. Of course, something even worse can happen, so we are not going to try and contain them." The faces of the masters slowly grew dim. Noticing it, Soul Reaper shook her head. "There are better ways to achieve our objective. Once the army makes landfall, it will split into 3 parts, with each part pursuing a distinct objective during the first phase of the operation. One of the objectives is to turn a small number of select cities into fortified evacuation centers that can withstand the siege of nightmare creatures for months or even years ahead." Master Jet pointed at several points on the map, then continued, "The second objective is to relocate all external human population to these centers, where they will wait for their turn to board the ships. Neither the relocation nor the wait are going to be a short process. Finally, the third objective is to establish and maintain the evacuation corridors for the relocating citizens. Once everyone is safely behind the established perimeter of siege strongholds, the first phase of the operation will be considered to be complete." Sonny tentatively raised a hand. "Nas?" He glanced at other masters with a dubious expression, then asked, "Why are we waiting for the disaster to strike before starting to evacuate people? Wouldn't it be easier to get at least some of them out right now?" Soul Reaper gave him a rueful smile. "That is because everyone was convinced that the event won't happen for at least a few more years. Our level of preparation is wholly inadequate, and there are no established means to start the evacuation prematurely. In short, the government was caught with its pants down. The deployment of the First Army is a messy and slapdash affair, which means that a lot more soldiers are going to die as the result. Make no mistake though, this is the best we can do considering the situation. Sunny sighed, then nodded in understanding. Master Jet glanced at him and continued, "After the first phase of the operation is complete, the second one will commence. By then, the second evacuation army should be already fully formed and arrive to reinforce the depleted first army. This phase is simple, which is not to say easy. We will pull back all our forces to the siege capitals and hold them for as long as it takes to evacuate every civilian. After that, the third phase will result in a complete exodus of humans from Antarctica and the consequent heavy continental bombardment. The southern quadrant will cease to exist." She took a poignant pause, then smiled darkly. "That is the gist of the operation in broad strokes. Now for details. As you must have already surmised from the name of our company, it is going to play a special role throughout all three phases of the evacuation. The first irregular company will not be tied to any existing battalion, regiment, or division. We will not be supporting or leading any of the grunt soldiers. Instead, we will act as elite irregulars." Soul Reaper leaned forward and looked at them with her icy blue eyes. "Each of you will be in charge of a cohort of some of the best awakened warriors in the government employ. The cohorts will act semi-independently and respond to any overwhelming obstacle that threatens to slow down the evacuation. Whenever the mundane soldiers or their awakened counterparts encounter a problem that they can't handle, we will be sent to resolve the situation through any means necessary." The room suddenly became very cold, and so did Master Jet's expression. "What it means is that we will be thrown into the most dire, bloody, and hopeless flashpoints of the entire operation on a consistent basis. Unlike regular soldiers, who will most likely have time to rest and recover between battles, we will be enduring a constant succession of rapid combat deployments until the evacuation is completed or until we all die. That is why the first irregular company was not only allocated 7 Ascended, but also why these Ascended are the absolute best we have. Each of you is an elite among elites. Make that count." She studied the faces of her subordinates and then raised an eyebrow. "Any questions?" Master Winter suddenly raised a hand, revealing that she was not in fact asleep. When she spoke, her voice was unexpectedly relaxed. "What's our logistics situation? Is there going to be food, or are we going to spend months chewing on monster meat? You know, like usual." Chapter 817: Captain Sunless. The briefing lasted for a while longer. The 7 Ascended of the first irregular company had a lot of things to discuss, and while a few nuances went over Sunny's head, he slowly gained a better understanding of the upcoming ordeal. That said, each of them had way too much to do before the naval convoy left for the southern quadrant, so wasting precious time on long conversations was not in anyone's interest. Eventually, the 5 masters left, leaving Sunny and Jet alone in the meeting room. There was a grim expression on his face. Sunny sighed, then glanced at his superior. "I am not going to lie, all of this seems a bit overwhelming." Soul Reaper smiled and shook her head dismissively. "Don't be too concerned. You already have the necessary experience and qualifications to make things work. It is not like the others are better prepared to deal with something of that scope. Above all, we will need the ability to swiftly learn and adapt. That is how we will survive this unprecedented mess of a disaster." He looked at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. Well, when Master Jet put it like that, it made sense to say that he was qualified to face the challenges of the Chain of Nightmares. The other irregulars might have been older and more experienced, but no one had ever lived through something like that. In the absence of relevant experience, adaptability was arguably more important. In that regard, his young age and flexible mindset could even be called an advantage. Plus, Sunny had always excelled at being able to adapt to anything. Soul Reaper stood up and beckoned as she headed for the exit. "Come on, let's get you settled." They moved to a different level of the bunker, where some sort of administrative center had been hastily established in recent weeks. The military admins were even busier than the soldiers above ground. An atmosphere of feverish, barely contained chaos hung in the air as hundreds of officers tried to juggle tens of thousands of issues as they prepared the army for departure. Maybe because of this haste, or maybe because of Master Jet's presence, the paperwork did not take long. To Sunny's astonishment, it took less than half an hour for him to officially become a government agent and an officer of the 1st Evacuation Army. He was issued the rank of a captain along with all the status and privileges of one. Sunny couldn't help but blink a couple of times. "Captain Sunless, damn, it has a nice ring to it." Without wasting any time, they moved to another level where Sunny was issued with a basic set of gear corresponding to his rank. Among other things, he also received the ubiquitous black bodysuit. His communicator was already of a high-grade government model, so it simply received an extensive software upgrade. As they waited for all the routine procedures to be performed, Sunny and Master Jet quietly discussed business. "So what exactly happens now?" She looked at him for a few moments. "Well, you will have to do a lot of things to get ready for Antarctica. Don't worry too much and take it one step at a time." Soul Reaper paused. "First things first. In the next few days you will have to make several important decisions. Don't rush and really think matters through before committing to a choice. However, don't wait too long either. The longer you take, the less time you'll have to accomplish other tasks." She gestured to his communicator. "All the necessary features and permissions have already been added to your comm. Your credentials should have been added into the system as well, so you can access the data through it." Sunny checked the new features added to the operating system of his communicator and nodded. "So what exactly are these decisions?" Master Jet smiled. "First of all, you are an officer of an elite combat unit now. The members of the first irregular company are entitled to receive a fair share of rare equipment and precious resources that the government has to offer. That said, each cohort is unique and has special demands. So make sure that you and your soldiers are outfitted with not only great tools but also ones that suit them best. A very generous amount of contribution points has been added to your personal balance." She gestured to one of the symbols on the screen of his communicator. "Your cohort will be provided with a basic set of assets, but on top of that you will be able to customize them or acquire additional equipment yourself. You can peruse what the logistics and supply has to offer through that interface, as well as claim whatever you choose. Of course, the inventory available to the first irregular company is much more robust and exclusive than what mundane units have access to." Soul Reaper sighed wistfully. "What you settle on is at your discretion. You can decide to upgrade your personal gear with powerful tools, memories, or even echoes. You can choose to equip your soldiers with better equipment instead. You can assign most points to comprehensively upgrade the technical assets provided to your cohort. Hell, you can even convert all the contribution points into credits and transfer them to your personal account. Not that I would advise doing something like that, of course." Sunny's eyes glistened. If there was one thing he loved, it was receiving free stuff. Even if most of the contribution points would go into strengthening his cohort, it was still a great opportunity to soothe his greed. He was sure that the government had a lot of amazing stuff in its coffers. The decision to enlist was already starting to look much more appealing. There was one problem, however. He gave Master Jet a curious look. "I can't really fine-tune gear and equipment to the needs of my cohort if I don't have a cohort, though." "But," Gia nodded. "Indeed. Actually, that is the second set of decisions." Chapter 818: Irregulars assemble. Master Jet pointed at another new symbol on the screen of his communicator. "The process is basically the same. You can shop for members of the cohort through your comm. Well, not really. Contribution points have nothing to do with the selection, of course. There is a pool of elite awakened fighters that have been transferred to this port. The first irregular company has priority right to recruit 42 of them, 6 per cohort. As the youngest captain, you get the first pick." Sunny stared at the screen deep in thought. So the first thing he had to do was to pick 6 awakened that would become his soldiers during the Antarctica campaign. He had no doubt that each of them was an elite warrior among the government forces, but being a good fighter was not enough. Creating a strong cohort was no small feat. Its members not only had to be able to pull their own weight, but also meet a long list of needs that a combat unit possessed. This was especially true for the 7 cohorts that were going to comprise the first irregular company, since each of them was expected to operate independently. In a sense, this approach was more familiar to him. Awakened serving a large force were able to specialize within the confines of their units. One cohort could do especially well in melee combat, but lack the means of dealing damage from range. Another cohort could specialize in attacking exclusively from distance. By working together, these different units were able to shore up each other's weaknesses and allow the soldiers to express their greatest strengths. An independent cohort was very different. Although it could possess a specialization, it had to be well-rounded and excel in various aspects by necessity. This is how most cohorts in the dream realm function and what Sunny was familiar with. In any case, choosing 6 awakened that could fulfill a multitude of roles while synergizing with each other was a daunting task. There was a lot of factors he would have to consider, and after that he had to assume command of these strangers and lead them into battle after battle. Their survival was his responsibility. Their deaths should any of his soldiers fall would be on his conscience too. Sunny let out a long sigh, then looked at Master Jet. Any advice? She lingered for a few moments, then nodded. No matter how good these elites are, you will still be the core element and the deadliest weapon of the cohort. Don't neglect variability, but choose those whose aspects complement yours. Sunny smiled. That won't be a problem. I might not excel in any one thing, but at the same time I am sort of a jack of all trades. While my aspect leans toward utility, I can do a bit of everything. That leaves me at a disadvantage in some situations, but it also means that I can work well with a great variety of awakened. Anyone can benefit from having me by their side, and vice versa. Master Jet thought for a few moments. Versatility is a strength in and of itself. Since you are not limited by a narrow focus, the best course of action would be to assemble a well-balanced group of fighters that can respond to any situation with a high level of effectiveness. That will actually make my job a bit easier, since I'll be able to send your cohort to solve a wider variety of problems. She lingered for a bit and then added, if there is one piece of advice I can give, it's to not neglect utility in favor of direct combat strength. Antarctica, no matter how prepared we think we are, it is going to test us in ways that no one expects. Things will go wrong and then go from bad to worse. Mobility, survival, mental resilience, all these things and plenty others might turn out to be much more important than we think. It is also going to be a long, cruel, and punishing campaign. Keep that in mind. Sunny sighed. Long, cruel, and punishing. That was basically the description of most of his experiences with the nightmare spell. That was nothing new. He stared at his communicator for a bit, then asked, what about after I've assembled the cohort? Most of these soldiers are probably older than me. They are also devoted government servants, while I am somewhat of a hired mercenary. I doubt that they will be happy to be under command of someone like me instead of one of the other distinguished masters. Soul Reaper shook her head. You are not exactly correct. Sure, you are younger than the other captains of our company. Some might see it as a weakness, but at the same time it's a sign of excellence and greater potential. After all, none of us managed to ascend before turning 20. I am considered somewhat of a prodigy, and you beat my record by 5 years. So I don't expect these soldiers to show reluctance to respect your command. She paused, then added in a serious tone, however, there is a great difference between being able to issue orders and being able to inspire confidence. There is no easy method to make your soldiers follow you, not simply obey you. You will have to find a way to win their loyalty on your own, Sunny. Master Jet smiled. However, I don't think that it will be too hard. Once we reach Antarctica, things will fall into place. Lead them to victory, keep them alive, and they'll learn to trust you. Sunny thought for a bit, then nodded. Actions spoke louder than words. He might face some resistance at the start, but battle would swiftly resolve everything. Either he would win his soldiers over, or all 7 of them would die. In any case, the problem was going to disappear. Soul Reaper briefly gripped his shoulder and then said, anyway, I don't think you should worry about these matters yet. You have plenty of other issues to solve. No matter how professional and prepared these guys are, forming a strong cohort takes more than simply assembling all its members together. You will all have to learn how to fight side by side and leverage your unique powers to form good synergy. Well, I don't have to tell you. You're not a novice. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I have some experience with that. She sighed. Do remember that you will only have 3, maybe 4 weeks left to prepare. That is not nearly enough time to deepen the cooperation level of the cohort, but do as much as you can. There will be proper training facilities aboard the ships, so don't stop working until we make landfall. Sunny looked at her with a serious expression. I will. Master Jet nodded, then waved a hand. Well, I bet you have enough to think about. I'll leave you to it then. Don't take too much time deciding on who you want to recruit. The sooner you settle that, the sooner you can start bringing your cohort to shape and spending those sweet contribution points. He smiled and looked as she turned around and disappeared into one of the corridors of the underground bunker. Then Sunny lowered his gaze and studied the screen of his communicator. He had a lot to think about indeed. Chapter 819 Alloy Beast. The room provided to Sunny was a far cry from the luxurious cabin he had enjoyed on the train. It was small, Spartan, and lacked windows due to being located deep underground. The designers of the military bunker did not even install a false one, so the walls lacked the lifelike projections of the outside. Not that Sunny cared about such things. In fact, he quite liked the solid nature of his temporary quarters. Perhaps things would have been different if he did not possess the ability to escape to the surface with the help of Shadow's step, but since he did, the fear of being buried under countless tons of stone and soil was not bothering him too much. The room reminded him of his hidden lair in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, which was a pleasant bonus. Sitting on a narrow bed, Sunny sighed and projected the screen of his communicator on the opposite wall. Leaning back, he then got lost in thought for a few minutes. In the next day or so, he would have to make a lot of important decisions. There were a lot of things to consider. While the task seemed daunting, he was rather excited to start. It's like playing a game only without checkpoints and real human lives at stake, including mine. So I guess nothing like a game actually. The first thing he did was acquaint himself with the default set of assets provided to his future cohort by the government. This generous and highly optimized array of premium gear and equipment included everything to cover the basic needs of his unit during their deployment in Antarctica, from therm-regulated outerwear to priceless spell-tech medical kits and beyond. The centerpiece of the set was without a doubt an advanced all-terrain personnel carrier that was going to serve as the mobile home of his cohort in the future. This heavily armored transport vehicle resembled an angular high-tech mix between a turtle and a rhinoceros. Of course, Sunny only knew what a rhinoceros was because he had looked up the extinct beast after learning that the APC was colloquially known as rhino. It was hard to believe that the massive thing was an actual animal and not a strange nightmare creature. Despite its prodigious size and thick armor, the Rhino armored personnel carrier was capable of moving with immense speed across various terrains. It could even climb mountains without too much problem, provided that the driver knew what they were doing. The advanced variant provided to the cohorts of the first irregular company was additionally modified with even more robust armor, inordinately powerful engines, enhanced internals, and a sophisticated command and communications suite. Of course, there was always room for improvement. In fact, the interface offered Sunny a lot of opportunities to enhance the APC much further. These additional augmentations were going to cost him a lot of contribution points, however. Still, he was inclined to believe that they would be worth it. The armored vehicle was not only going to be responsible for keeping his cohort mobile, it would also serve as the logistical core of their deployment. Its importance was already apparent due to the fact that the default set of assets provided by the government was based on its carrying capacity. The logistics and supply officers in charge of compiling this array of gear were not familiar with the covetous coffer, of course. Thanks to his loyal toothy chest, Sunny would be able to more or less double his cohort's storage space. That alone gave him a lot of flexibility as far as spending contribution points on additional equipment was concerned. The tech is important, however, it is also unreliable. Gates were known to mess with technology in various ways. The military vehicles certainly included several measures to minimize that effect, but it would still be prudent of him to beef this aspect up. After all, no one knew what would happen if dozens or even hundreds of gates came to exist in the area around the APC at the same time. That was something for Sunny to think about later, however. Now that he knew what he was dealing with, he had a clearer picture of what kind of awakened he wanted to recruit. Closing one interface and opening another, he rubbed his temples and sighed. That isn't going to be easy. Soon enough, hundreds of concise dossiers were in front of him, each containing the personnel file of one of the best awakened soldiers stationed in the port. Most of them were going to be assigned to other units, while 42 would become members of the elite 1st Irregular Company. 6 of them would be his own subordinates. For a while, Sunny was paralyzed by all the choice. Each dossier contained the description of the Awakened's aspect and abilities, their service record and psychological profile, as well as of additional skills and specializations that the soldier might have mastered, and other information. His task was to pick 6 warriors who would not only comprise a well-rounded cohort and complement his own powers, but also work well with each other, both in terms of combat ability and interpersonal compatibility. The former was already hard enough, but the latter gave him a headache. Luckily, very few people working for the government possessed contrarian and antisocial personalities. People who chose the life of service were predisposed to having a certain level of agreeableness by definition. Unlike Sunny, he was contrarian and antisocial enough to balance out their agreeableness all by himself. One thing that the files did not include, regretfully, was detailed information about the flaws of these elite soldiers. Not even the government servants were comfortable sharing something like that with their employer. Each file only mentioned how severe the flaw had been judged to be through passive observation and sometimes an approximate evaluation of its specific effects, which was a shame. A serious enough flaw could derail any battle plan. Just out of curiosity, Sonny looked up the dossiers of the other ascended captains, Vandal, Mustang, Queen Knight, and Pride as well. Their files were also there, although in a much more redacted version. Reading what little was left unredacted, he couldn't help but whistle. Impressive. Master Jet's personal file was even more obscure. Pretty much everything except for her name and rank was blacked out. His own dossier was rather short and mostly consisted of question marks. Either the government truly knew so little about him or simply chose not to show how well they were informed. Well, at least they got my height right. Sonny closed the file and shook his head. He could not allow himself to delay the task any further. He was in for a long and sleepless night. Chapter 820: Importance of Utilities. Sonny knew what he needed more or less. A couple of frontline fighters, a couple of range specialists, someone to provide utility. A healer ideally, although even among these elites there were too few. Fortunately, Sonny himself possessed a wide range of versatile abilities that could cover many needs of the cohort. He was able to fight up close or at range. He could scout or flank the enemies by using Shadow Step. He could use shadow manipulation to accomplish a multitude of tasks. Still, covering all the basics was not enough. The Antarctica campaign was promising to be long and grueling, maybe even unbearable. He had no doubt that they would face all kinds of nightmare creatures from land-bound to aerial to aquatic. Some of them were going to try and kill them with brutal force, some would employ more insidious means. To ensure the best chances of survival, the cohort had to be strong, balanced, and capable of accomplishing more than the sum of its parts would suggest. They had to be able to work together and respond to all kinds of threats. Even with several hundred candidates, he was not sure how possible it was to build something as formidable as his own cohort had been, both on the Forgotten Shore and the Chain Isles. First things first, although some would have been tempted to go for offensive powerhouses first, Sonny made a different opinion. He filtered the dossiers, allowing only those of Awakened with utility aspects to remain. Master Jet had been right. Although pure combat strength was immensely important, a war was often lost or won off the battlefield. As far as Sonny was concerned, utility was just as vital. His own experience confirmed it. Back on the Forgotten Shore, fighters like Nephi's and Castor had shone so bright that everyone paid them all the attention. People like Sonny and Cassie remained more or less unnoticed. However, they had contributed as much, if not more, to the cohort's survival. Yes, those with pure combat aspects played a larger role in direct confrontations with the nightmare creatures, but it was only because Sonny had scouted ahead that they had been able to avoid battling swarms of abominations that would have overwhelmed them in an instant. Cassie's uncanny intuition and affinity to revelation had saved them too many times to count. It had helped the cohort avoid lethal dangers that often could not be seen, let alone slain with a blade. Not paying enough attention to utility would have been a grave mistake. More than that, this choice would allow Sonny to hand-pick other members of the cohort to suit the ensuing situation. The first decision would widen and define the cohort's foundation, making the rest easier to make. He spent a lot of time reading through dozens of dossiers. There were all kinds of talented Awakened that possessed incredible abilities. Eventually, Sonny narrowed the selection to just 3 of the most interesting candidates. A mature and experienced Awakened caught his eye due to the ability to move and shape Earth as if it was a liquid and then swiftly turn it back to solid state. With his help, the cohort would be able to literally shape the battlefield to stack the odds in their favor. While that ability was too slow and weak to deal direct damage, Sonny could imagine building all types of funnels, defensive walls, and trenches with the man's hell. Hell, in certain situations, they would even be able to turn the ground into quicksand, trapping multiple abominations or at least reducing the mobility of the enemy. Their own mobility was also an issue. No matter how versatile the Rhino was, there would be situations without a doubt where its incredible all-terrain maneuverability would fail. The ability to create a road was going to come in extremely handy at that time. Another government elite seemed even more useful. This tall and athletic man was capable of creating stable short-distance spatial rifts. Basically, he could allow the fighters of the cohort to teleport around the battlefield with impunity. Sunny did not have to think long to understand how incredible this ability was. He had used Shadow's Step to vanquish his foes numerous times, and granting the same advantage to the whole cohort was an indescribably potent tool. Hell, he didn't even have to send people through this rift. Throwing his spell-tech grenade or a manifestation of his sorceress aspect ability would wreak havoc among the enemies just as well. The third candidate was a young woman with mousy hair and an unassuming face. Her ability seemed less potent than that of the two men, but could also be quite useful in the right situations. Just like Cassie, the young woman possessed an affinity to revelations, be it a much lesser one. While she couldn't compete with Song of the Fallen in the broadness of application, the narrow focus of her aspect was capable of producing more palpable results. The young woman was able to perceive weaknesses and vulnerabilities of living creatures as well as share visual perception among several people. She too could comprehensively enhance the cohort's battle effectiveness, although in a less direct way. Sunny spent a long time staring at the three dossiers. Which one should he choose? Each held incredible value in his eyes. He was even tempted to claim all three, but no. While Sunny was not blind to the importance of utility, he needed powerful fighters to make use of it. Without offensive strength, the cohort would be simply unable to act on the provided opportunities. Plus, his own aspect already leaned toward utility. Eventually, he dismissed the dossiers of the two men and left only the image of the meek young woman with mousy hair on the wall. Awakened Kim, the more Sunny stared at her portrait, the more he was sure of his choice. Yes, the first candidate could shape the battlefield to their advantage, but Sunny was able to achieve a bit of that himself with the help of shadow manifestation. Yes, the second candidate could provide an indescribable tactical flexibility to the cohorts. However, the short range and the stationary nature of the spatial rifts was not easy to exploit in the chaotic and unpredictable mayhem of combat. Awakened Kim, on the other hand, could provide a powerful boost to any offensive action. Her abilities synergized with the widest variety of aspects, including Sunny's own. More than that, unlike the other two soldiers, her powers scaled with the threat. Being able to create a wall of stone was useless if the enemy could turn stone to dust. Being able to attack an abomination from the flank would accomplish nothing if the abomination was of a high enough rank to become immune to awakened weapons. Being able to see the vulnerabilities of the enemy, however, would be a boon for the cohort, no matter how powerful of an enemy they face. In fact, the more dire their foe, the more important Awakened Kim's ability could become. There was also another much simpler reason why Sunny decided to choose the third candidate. The young woman could share visual perception between multiple people. Antarctica, meanwhile, enjoyed an uninterrupted night that lasted for several months. What it meant was that the first irregular company would be fighting in near complete darkness for at least 4 months after arriving into the southern quadrant. While this problem could be somewhat solved with technology, there was a better and more reliable solution. Sunny could see in the dark, and with Awakened Kim's help, his soldiers would share in this ability too. He looked at the dossier one last time and nodded. Good, this young woman was going to be the first cornerstone of his cohort. Chapter 821 : Offense Pillars. Now that Sunny knew what kind of logistical and combat support his cohort would be able to enjoy, thanks to him, Awakened Kim, and the heavily armored Rhino, he had a tentative understanding of what direction he had to follow. In the next several hours, he carefully studied hundreds of dossiers, slowly narrowing the list of potential candidates. By the time the night was drawing to a close, he was more or less ready to make the final selection. Of course, ideally, Sunny would have preferred to meet the recruits face to face and put them through a gauntlet to get to know their characters' styles and limits better. But in the current situation, being able to study their personnel files was already good enough. He had chosen several important traits that most, or better yet, each of the candidates had to possess. First of all, Sunny decided to favor sustainability and lasting battlefield presence over pure might and burst damage potential. Sure, many of the elite government soldiers possessed awesome aspect abilities that could deliver truly fearsome results in a short span of time. However, these Awakened also burned through essence with a frightening speed. The Antarctica campaign promised to be a marathon, or rather a marathon stacked on top of a marathon stacked on top of a marathon stacked on top of a marathon. Longevity was king. He vastly preferred fighting side by side with people who could maintain their peak battle state for long stretches of time, even if their immediate combat performance was not as impressive. Secondly, he deliberately paid more attention to fighters who implemented higher than usual amounts of finesse, calculation, and cunning in their approach to combat. Not only were such people better at conserving their energy, but they also suited his own inclinations very well. Additionally, fighters like these were bound to make better use of Awakened Kim's ability to recognize vulnerabilities of the enemy. The third and last trait he sought out was mental fortitude. No government elite was a slouch in terms of determination and resilience, but some stood out among all others. Most of them were those awakened who had gone through crushing defeats but were nevertheless able to pick themselves up and grow stronger for it. Sunny was more or less certain that he had endured more torment and hopelessness than even the other ascended captains of the first irregular company. As such, he had a better idea of how ruthless and punishing the long campaign in the southern quadrant could turn out to be. So even if it meant settling for someone with less power or talent, he was determined to pick the most dogged and tenacious of the awakened elites. In the end, 6 dossiers remained projected on the wall of his small room. Awakened Kim had been his first choice. This young woman was the cornerstone of the cohort due to her valuable aspect, which allowed her to reveal the weaknesses of the enemy and share visual perception among herself and her allies. Additionally, she was a certified technician who could look after the cohort's armored personnel carrier and perform field repairs if need be. His second choice was a charismatic man in his late 20s. Awakened Bell had a lean figure, athletic build, and blonde hair. His expression on the portrait attached to the dossier was laid back and slightly carefree. Bell was a talented swordsman who excelled in offense and agility. His aspect made him especially deadly. The young swordsman was able to turn his body intangible and phase through solid matter. Although he couldn't maintain the state for long, even a second was enough to avoid an enemy attack if used at the right moment. His second ability allowed him to infuse his weapon with unnatural sharpness and cut through most obstacles. Although both abilities devoured soul essence with terrible speed, Awakened Bell was incredibly proficient in using them in precise short bursts. He only needed a fraction of a second to dodge a strike or deliver a killing blow, so there was need to maintain them for more than that. As the result, he was able to last much longer on the battlefield than the description of his aspect would suggest. Bell was going to be one of the 2 pillars of Sunny's melee vanguard. The second pillar was a man named Dorn. Looking at his portrait, Sunny couldn't help but grimace. No, this is just ridiculous. Awakened Dorn was a giant of a man. He was easily taller than Effie and possessed robust musculature to boot. Just one look at him would have made most people feel small and feeble. The only consolation that Sunny could find was that this powerhouse would be fighting on his side. Dorn's weapon of choice was a hammer, and not a traditional war hammer which, despite its usual portrayal in popular media, was actually a relatively light and elegant weapon. No, Awakened Dorn preferred to fight with something that could only be described as an enchanted version of a sledgehammer. This heavy 2-handed implement of destruction was able to crush flesh, bone, stone, and steel with equal ease. All that would have made one think that the man was a straightforward and single-minded brawler with a penchant for solving problems through brute force, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Instead, the man possessed a serious, sedate attitude and deeply intelligent eyes. His aspect could be described in 3 words: push and pull. Awakened Dorn was able to manipulate gravity, or at least something that resembled gravity, to empower his strikes with crushing weight and throw his enemies off balance. By combining these 2 effects in a precise and calculated manner, he was able to make use of both to vastly elevate the potency of his attacks. No matter how strong and enduring Dorn's body was, no one would have been able to wildly swing his heavy weapon around for too long. That was why he preferred to conserve his stamina and kill the enemy with one crushing, deliberate, well-timed, and devious strike. In short, despite his ridiculous size, Awakened Dorn was a man after Sunny's own heart. Together, Bell and Dorn were going to be the core of the cohort's battle formation. However, there was another person whom Sunny intended to add to the melee vanguard. Chapter 822 Shadow Cohort. The third member of the melee vanguard was perhaps the second most important person in the cohort, after Sunny himself, of course. He had agonized over that choice a lot, but eventually settled on a handsome and chivalrous man named Quentin. Awakened Quentin preferred wearing full plate armor and wielding a sword and a shield. Unlike Bell and Dorn, he was not going to be serving as an offensive powerhouse. He was going to become the defensive bulwark of the melee vanguard, which was not to say that he wasn't a deadly fighter in his own right, of course. Quentin's aspect centered around restoration and corrosion. In battle, he was able to continuously repair his shield and his armor no matter what kind of damage they received. There were limits to this ability, of course, but as long as his memories weren't outright destroyed, they would eventually regain their original shape. He was also able to apply a corrosive property to his weapons. The corrosion was not very potent, but as long as enough of his attacks landed, the enemy was bound to eventually succumb under the weight of accumulating decay. This was a slow but insidious and impactful ability. However, it was the first one that made Awakened Quentin so valuable. That was because he was not limited to restoring only memories. Quentin's restoration was near universal and could repair various things including human flesh. He was a healer. Of course, as far as these rare specialists went, he wasn't the most powerful. His ability was comparatively slow and limited. Quentin could not even hope to compete with someone like Nephi's or Alia's in terms of speed and efficiency, and even among other healers whose dossiers were available to Sunny, his restorative power did not stand out. But after thinking about it for a long time, Sunny still decided to go with Quentin. He did not want to employ a more potent healer if that meant that a healer would not be able to fend for themselves in a furious fight. Even though his final choice was somewhat mediocre in terms of healing wounds, the chivalrous man was a more well-rounded and versatile combatant. Sunny was inspired to make that choice by his memories of Shim, the Firekeeper healer who had eventually inherited the leadership over Cassie's personal cohort. Despite his lack of a combat aspect, Shim always fought on the front line and supported his companions with his blade, his shield, and his steady presence. Plus, Quentin was also a trained combat medic who possessed deep knowledge of modern medicine. He could even use his ability to help repair the rhino should Kim be unable to do it through mundane means. Overall, Sunny was happy with his decision. With 4 members of the cohort already chosen, only 2 spots remained. Knowing that he would have the strength and the ability of his soldiers to attack the enemies from distance and fight against flying abominations, Sunny spent a lot of time searching for a suitable range specialist. In the end, his attention was drawn to the dossier of a woman named Samara. Awakened Samara was tall, beautiful, and aloof. She possessed a very interesting aspect, though Samara was capable of infusing material objects with soul essence as well as converting soul energy into kinetic energy or heat. What it meant was that she could turn soul essence into charged explosives. In a sense, Awakened Samara was the opposite of Master Jet. While Soul Reaper was able to deal soul damage with physical weapons, she could deal physical damage with soul essence. She was also very inventive in the applications of her aspect. Samara was probably the only Awakened Sunny knew of who actively utilized modern firearms. By infusing her ammunition with charged essence, she effectively made them analogous to enchanted weapons. Nightmare creatures of higher ranks were more or less immune to mundane armaments but susceptible to memories and even unarmed attacks of Awakened. In Samara's hands, however, any weapon turned into an Awakened weapon. What a fascinating ability! As an added bonus, she was also a capable spell tech engineer and technician. Since the APC the cohort would be using was chock full of advanced spell tech that was going to come in handy. The last member of the cohort Sunny had chosen was called Awakened Luster. Staring at the man's dossier, Sunny could help but narrow his eyes. What a weird name! He shook his head and then sighed. Well, maybe his mother had a poetic soul too. The young man was not a very distinguished fighter. That was comparatively, of course, since all the elite government soldiers were solid combatants. His talent and usefulness lay mainly in his unique aspect. Although Sunny had not wanted to recruit more utility specialists, he couldn't help but change his stance after reading what young Luster was capable of. This guy was nothing short of a soul healer or an essence battery in more crude terms. His first ability allowed him to enhance the regeneration rate of soul essence, both his own and that of his allies. His second ability allowed him to transfer his essence to others. Sunny did not even have to think to know how vital such an aspect was going to be in the coming months. Sure, by choosing Luster, he would be sacrificing the opportunity to recruit another battle powerhouse, but the trade-off was worth it in his opinion. In other circumstances, Sunny would have been reluctant to make this decision, but Luster's abilities synergized simply too well with that of Awakened Samara, not to mention serving as a force multiplier for every other member of the cohort. Additionally, the young man was apparently an ace pilot. With him in control of the rhinos, Sunny did not have to worry that the APC would fall off a cliff or get stuck in mud, or be turned into an alloy pancake by a random titan that happened to walk by. So the choice was clear. Awakened Luster would be the last member of his cohort. Sunny moved slightly and looked at the 6 dossiers one last time. Kim, Bell, Dorn, Quentin, Samara, Luster. These 6 people were going to be his soldiers. He lingered for a moment, then let out a small sigh and marked the dossiers with his personal identification code. Soon the bureaucracy of the 1st Evacuation Army would approve the recruitment request, and then he would finally face his new subordinates face to face. Chapter 823:6 Awakened Luster was in a strange mood. On one hand, his life and career were going better than ever. Not only had he managed to become a member of the Special Forces, he also received a chance to participate in the most exciting operation of the last several decades. His status, citizenship, rank, and even salary were now higher than he had ever hoped. It was hard to imagine that a guy like him managed to climb so far without being a legacy or even possessing a combat aspect. It was certainly better than working in a boring spelltech research facility, which he had been considering before joining the government army. Plus, he was surrounded by tons of pretty girls every day. There were thousands of them in the port fortress and even more in the greater encampment beyond. With his dashing uniform, reputation of a valiant elite, and irresistible personality, many of them paid Luster special attention. Overall, things were great. On the other hand, the world seemed to be falling apart. The exciting operation he was so enthused about could very well become his last. What a bummer! Sitting on a broken panel of a discarded prefab building, Luster watched the swarm activity in the camp below and sipped his coffee. That was another thing. Once they shipped to the southern quadrant, luxuries like coffee would probably become scarce. He would have to go back to synthetic substitutes, or even worse, drink something as disgusting as tea. The horror! Luster grimaced, then glanced at the plain-looking young woman sitting next to him. What do you think, Kimmy? Are we going to receive our assignments today? Awakened Kim hesitated for a bit, then said in an awkward tone, I don't know. Luster shook his head. Kimmy was the strangest person he had ever met. This timid girl was the only awakened he knew who somehow managed to not look hot. As far as he was concerned, that was a bizarre accomplishment. Every awakened was hot. That was just common knowledge. Everyone except for Kimmy. She single-handedly destroyed Luster's whole worldview. He just did not know what to make of that fact. Vel, who was perching on the same prefab panel, looked at them and flashed a smile. I think we will. Luster felt a rush of excitement. Oh, do you know something? The blonde daredevil leaned forward, then said in a hushed tone, I heard from my pal in logistics that Soul Reaper finalized the command structure of her unit yesterday. That means they'll start recruiting today. After that is done, the other elite units will be free to pick out the rest of us. Hell yeah. Luster grinned, remained silent for a bit, and then sighed wistfully. I know that the chances are slim, but wouldn't it be great to be picked by Soul Reaper's unit? Just imagine ascended jet. She's such a bob. Before he had the chance to finish his sentence, their communicators suddenly received a notification. The strange part of it was that all 3 lit up simultaneously. Kimmy was the first to read the message. Her eyes widened. Seeing her reaction, Luster felt his heart sinking. What is it? She lingered for a moment and then showed him the screen. First irregular company, we've been assigned to Soul Reaper's unit. It's actually her. Luster, Kimmy, and Bell left their observation spot and headed toward the training facility where they had been ordered to gather by the end of the hour. They were a strange trio. Sure, each was considered an elite, but in usual circumstances, a combat specialist like Bell would not have been keeping company with 2 younger support operators. Unless they were members of his cohort, of course, which neither Luster nor Kimmy were. The Antarctica campaign, however, had changed a lot of things. While troop movements in the waking world were happening on a massive scale, something similar but less noticeable was currently happening in the dream realm. The Awakened assigned to the 1st Evacuation Army were hastily relocating to larger and better protected citadels so that a sudden attack of nightmare creatures could not disrupt their deployment in Antarctica. Some were going to government citadels, while some were going to impregnable legacy strongholds like Bastion or Ravenheart. All across the dream realm, thousands of Awakened were participating in this quiet exodus. Luster, Kimmy, and Bell had just happened to reside in the same general area of the dream realm. The awakened serving the government banded together to brave the wilderness and reach Bastion, forming a large caravan that only grew bigger as it passed various citadels. Eventually, a couple hundred awakened all traveled together while their physical bodies were being relocated to various ports locked inside the sleeping pods. It was a weird thing. Luster had fallen asleep in one place but woke up thousands of kilometers south of it. In any case, in the month that it had taken him to reach Bastion on foot, he and the two other elite specialists traveling with the caravan had become somewhat close. They were not really friends, but at least knew each other. That could not be said about the other three awakened they met after reaching the Unforgettable building. Luster's face grew a little dim when he realized that two of them were dudes. The third one, however, while the tall, gorgeous redhead was a real bombshell, sure she seemed unapproachable and older than him by a good decade, but that only added to her charm. Belle lightly tapped the young man on the shoulder. "Get your head out of the gutter, fool." Luster blinked a couple of times, then looked at the swordsman with a sheepish smile. "Oh, sorry." Kimmy glanced at the two of them with confusion and said quietly, "I think I know her. That is awakened Samara. When I trained to receive the technician certificate, she taught the spell tech introduction class to us." She squirmed a little, then approached the tall woman and forced out a small smile. "Instructor Samara, it is so nice to see you again." The aloof beauty glanced at the meek young woman and nodded. "You can call me Sam. We are colleagues now." Kimmy froze for a moment. "Yes, I will, Instructor Samara. I mean Instructor Sam." She blushed a little and then gestured at his two companions. "These are awakened Belle and awakened Luster. We traveled to Bastion together." Samara looked at the two men, then said in an emotionless tone, "These are awakened Quentin and awakened Dorn. We just met." The six elites studied each other for some time. Eventually Belle scratched the back of his head and asked, "Does anyone know who our commanding officer is?" Chapter 824 : Mysterious Master. Nobody was sure who exactly the ascended in charge of their new cohort was. Nevertheless, after briefly getting acquainted, the six awakened couldn't help but wonder. Quentin, a handsome warrior with a gallant demeanor, seemed thoughtful. "Master Sunless, I don't think I have ever heard of him. There is no ascended of that name among those who had been with the government for a long time that I am sure of." He lingered for a moment, and he added with slight reluctance, "I did hear a few rumors, though." Luster looked at him with a lively smile. "Come on then, don't leave us hanging." Quentin sighed, clearly uncomfortable to be participating in something that could be amounted to gossip. Eventually, however, his curiosity won over decorum. "Well, it's not much. I just heard that Master Jet deliberately postponed the formation for the first irregular company to give this gentleman enough time to arrive, and that she personally recruited him." Luster blinked a couple of times. If Soul Reaper had gone out of her way to make sure that the guy joined her unit, then he had to be a beast. Belle confirmed his suspicion. "I actually heard that Ascended Sunless is a real monster, a demon of a fighter with a wild, bloodthirsty streak. Apparently, he killed 400 awakened abominations as a sleeper. Some even say that he hunted down an ancient fallen devil before awakening." A strange silence settled in the training gymnasium. Luster scoffed. "Yeah, right, that's impossible." Samara, who had remained mostly silent before that, suddenly spoke. "My information is different. From what I've been told, he is a distinguished explorer and academic researcher. His published works are supposed to be available in the government database. They are very extensive exploration reports about dangerous regions of the dream realm and the nightmare creatures populating them." That sounded more believable. Explorers of the dream realm might not have been the most renowned fighters, but they had to be capable to survive its wild expanse. It would make sense if Soul Reaper wanted to recruit a knowledgeable academic, since the other captains of the first irregular company already covered the combat prowess in spades. Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride were legends among the government soldiers. Their renown only paled in comparison to the dreaded Soul Reaper herself. Kimmy suddenly moved and said in a faltering voice, I heard that he is utterly mad. Some say that he actually comes from the Forgotten Shore, where he lived completely alone in the Dark City for a long time. They even say that Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan once said that he was the only person he was afraid to fight. I mean, it's ridiculous." Of course, her voice gradually grew quieter and then trailed off. After a short and somewhat awkward pause, the giant man Dorn spoke in a steady tone. "Those are all just rumors. I only know that Ascended Sunless is relatively young. However, we don't need to guess. There is a lot that we can assume just from who he chose as the members of his cohort." Luster craned his neck and looked at the intimidating strawman. "Like what?" Dorn shrugged. Well, for one, our composition is quite telling. We have 2 offensive fighters, a healer, a range specialist, and 2 support specialists. The cohort seems to be well-rounded, but it lacks means to fulfill several key roles. We don't have a reliable scout, and our defense is comparatively subpar. He paused for a moment and then added, that suggests that Ascended Sunless is a utility specialist with a scouting ability. Alternatively, he might be a defense-oriented fighter or simply a believer in an offense-centered military doctrine. He might also possess a powerful echo that can serve as a defensive bulwark. Dorn thought for a bit. What is especially interesting to me is that he deliberately chose Awaken with higher than usual mental resilience. He also neglected direct combat efficiency in favor of aspects that possessed sufficient longevity. The presence of Awakened luster only confirms the fact that our commanding officer puts a lot of value in sustainability. All of that tells me that he has a very mature outlook on combat that is in direct contradiction to his young age. Luster followed along, surprised that he had not come to these conclusions himself. The big guy is wicked smart. He cleared his throat, then said, well, Thay is a master. Everyone says that the second nightmare is the game changer. Who knows what kind of crap he experienced there. Stuff like that can make a person mature real fast. Well said. Luster nodded, pleased to receive a bit of praise, but then almost jumped. Wait, who said that? At some point a 7th person had somehow appeared in the gymnasium without being noticed by any of them. He was of small stature with flawless ivory skin, black hair, and unfathomable dark eyes. The guy was extremely young and looked like a porcelain doll. In fact, he was kind of cute in a strange, unsettling sort of way. Luster frowned. Who's that shorty? Then realizing who was in front of him, he froze. The new arrival smiled. Good morning, Awakened. I am Master Sunless. You can call me Captain Sunless or simply Captain. From today forward, I will be your commanding officer. He remained silent for a few moments. Then his pleasant smile slowly turned strangely ominous. Captain Sunless stared directly at the 6 of them and added, yes, I killed 400 Awakened abominations and hunted down a fallen devil as a sleeper. Yes, I am a distinguished explorer and researcher whose published works are well known in academic circles. And yes, I indeed come from the forgotten shore where I lived in the dark city completely alone and when slightly mad. The frightening smile grew a little wider. But all of that is in the past. I am utterly sane now. I am not deranged at all. You truly have nothing to worry about. Chapter 825. Under pressure. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur. Sunny had so much to do that there was no time to concentrate on any one thing for too long. The first evacuation army camp around him was in a similar state, becoming increasingly more hectic and busy as the date of the naval convoy's departure approached. Luckily, he was more than familiar with having to act fast while enduring immense pressure. The first thing Sunny did after introducing himself to the members of his cohort was briefly reiterate the key objectives of the upcoming campaign, as well as share several pieces of information about the hardships they would most likely have to endure and the intended role of the first irregular company that his soldiers had not been privy to before. After Sunny finished his briefing, the mood in the empty gymnasium turned somewhat grim. Not wishing to let the 6 Awakened stew in their apprehension, he immediately transitioned to the next stage of getting to know his subordinates. Summoning the cruel sight, Sunny smiled pleasantly and asked them to attack him one at a time. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by dueling each of the cohort members right off the bat. First of all, Sunny knew that he had to win their respect. No matter what Master Jet had said, these experienced soldiers were not going to put their trust in him easily. He was young, small, and a complete stranger. Although forging a real bond would take more time and effort, a simple demonstration of strength was a good start. Secondly, he needed to understand their powers and techniques better. A simple duel was the best way to do that. Sunny had an additional advantage in that regard, since his mastery of shadow dance allowed him to learn much faster and peer much deeper than almost anyone else. In the next 30 minutes or so, he ruthlessly demolished each of his subordinates without even breaking a sweat. Although all of them were very good at what they did, his power and skill were simply too domineering. The only ones who gave Sunny a bit of a problem were Dort and Samara. The former's aspect was very insidious when used with sufficient foresight. While Sunny was strong enough to shake off the force of the big man's aspect, even he had to improvise when subjected to it at exactly the worst and most inconvenient moment. Samara presented a different challenge. Although her preferred method of combat centered around infusing bullets with charged soul essence, she was perfectly capable of simply forming her essence into projectiles without a tangible medium. Even if these soul darts weren't as fast or far-reaching, fighting her meant being subjected to a constant barrage of explosive energy. It was a good thing that the gymnasium was built with Awakened in mind, otherwise the whole structure might have collapsed. In any case, neither of them managed to really slow Sunny down. Of course, he took care to exert just enough strength to defeat the members of the cohort in a decisive fashion, but not wound them. After the 6 duels were finished, he had a much better understanding of what his subordinates were capable of. Not only had Sunny been able to grasp the core tenets of their battle techniques, he was also very satisfied with adding 6 nuanced, polished styles to his mental library. Knowing what to expect from the 6 Awakened not only allowed him to form a tentative vision of how the cohort would perform in battle and how to command to achieve the best result, but also help him come up with an optimized training plan that would turn them into a semblance of a cohesive fighting force in a short amount of time. Sadly, 4 weeks was not nearly enough time to turn 7 relative strangers into a truly coordinated battle unit. The insight he had received due to Shadow Dance helped substantially accelerate the process, but the progress was still insufficient. Hopefully, they would reach at least the minimal threshold of mutual understanding by the time the naval convoy reached Antarctica. After coming up with the plan, Sunny did not linger before putting it in motion. To his amusement, the training facility assigned to the cohort happened to include 7 Dreamscape pods. These were different from the one he had back home, however. Instead of being connected to the public selection of arenas, it was integrated into a closed network operated by the government. It was also centered around battles with simulated nightmare creatures as opposed to personal duels. Sunny was even able to tune the battle scenarios to fit his goals and personal preferences to a certain extent. At first, he was very enthusiastic about this novel method of training, but then grew slightly disappointed with it. Dreamscape was simply incapable of simulating the true madness and dread of the nightmare creatures. The illusory monsters they fought were strong and threatening, but lacked the spark of life and the perverse intelligence that made the real deal so deadly. Illusions were simply incapable of pressuring the cohort enough, so Sunny found something else to really pressure his people: himself. After the first few days, he allocated significant time to battles where all 6 had to contain a single target, their captain. While Sunny looked much less frightening than a nightmare creature, his subordinates quickly learned that he was infinitely more terrible. After an especially intense clash, the 6 Awakened crawled out of the Dreamscape pods and wandered off to grab a bite and rest for a bit. Soon several of them gathered in the staff kitchen attached to the gymnasium. Luster was rubbing the shoulder he had bruised in one of the real-world training sessions as he groaned. Devil, he is a devil. Sunny, who sat comfortably in his luxurious memory chair on the other side of the building studying a topographical map of Antarctica, looked up from the screen of his communicator and grinned. That guy is closer to the truth than he thinks. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Samara glanced at Luster with disapproval and shook her head. Unexpectedly, Kim decided to support the young man. Actually, our captain, he might really not be a human. I think. The aloof beauty looked at her with confusion. Exposed to so much attention, Kim shifted uncomfortably. That all humans share common weaknesses. Temple, inner thigh, where the artery is close to the skin, and so on. But Captain Sunless, he does not. It's like his skull is indestructible and he doesn't bleed. Luster's eyes widened. See, I am telling you guys, he is a nightmare creature in disguise. We will all die before even reaching Antarctica. Samara stared at him for a few moments and then said nonchalantly, "You know that he's probably listening, right?" Luster flinched and almost fell off his chair. On the other side of the building, Sunny put a hand over his mouth to stifle a wicked laugh. Chapter 826: Shopping spree. While the intense and arduous training slowly taught the members of the cohort how to fight together, Sunny had several other time-sensitive tasks to complete. Keeping up with all these concurrent responsibilities really tested his mental capacity, but there was no other choice than to simply grit his teeth and do it. Probably the most important of the tasks facing him was to allocate his contribution points and acquire various assets to strengthen the cohort. However, that was not a straightforward issue. After several days of studying how his subordinates fought and getting acquainted with their memory arsenals, he was finally ready to make some decisions. To do so, he chose a moment when the 3 members of the melee vanguard, Beldorn and Quentin were busy in the Dreamscape pods and called his other 3 subordinates over. After all 3 of them were specialists in various support fields that had to do with the cohort's equipment. Kim was a technician, Samara was a capable spell tech engineer, while Luster was supposed to be an ace pilot. That wasn't really useful in this situation, but what was Sunny supposed to do? Leave the poor guy to sulk all alone in a corner? After consulting with Kim and Samara, he gained a lot of insight into what would be the best way to spend the contribution points. The Rhino might have seemed like a simple transport vehicle, but it was really so much more. Sunny did not know a lot about war and strategy, but he knew that mobility was one of the most important factors when determining the impact a combat unit could make. That was especially so for the cohorts of the first irregular company, which were supposed to be elite rapid response units that had to constantly travel between various flashpoints to provide support to the ground troops. So upgrading their APC was of paramount importance. The question was which aspects of the Rhino had to be upgraded the most. In the end, Sunny settled on several major upgrades. They were not what he had expected to pick before consulting with the pair of tech specialists. Instead of adding more armor to the Rhino's hull or incorporating a powerful cannon to its forward section, most of the improvements ended up being hidden from sight. The Rhino received a comprehensive overhaul that replaced its already formidable power reactor with a much more potent alternative, which in turn demanded the whole energy transmission system to be torn out and replaced with a more robust one. Among other things, this upgrade vastly improved the logistics of the cohort, since the new Spelltech reactor did not need mundane fuel and could be charged by Luster instead. The guy turned out to be useful for something. After all, the second major upgrade unexpectedly centered entirely around the command and communication suite situated in the rear of the vehicle. Sunny had not paid it much attention before, but after receiving input from Kim, he understood how important it was to get his hands on a better system. With all the gates opening in Antarctica, communicating with other units and the command HQ of the evacuation army was going to quickly turn into hell. Being able to maintain a stable connection was even more important for the irregulars, since the cohorts were meant to act semi-independently while being coordinated by Master Jet from a distance. Luckily, the upgraded reactor was capable of supplying a lot of juice to the communication suite, so Sunny could easily replace it with a much more advanced and powerful system that hopefully would have no problem punching through the mass of interference. The added external antennas, both the comically tall telescopic one and the more modest parabolic one, could be retracted and hidden beneath the armor at any moment. The third upgrade was the most esoteric and abstruse. It involved extremely advanced spell-tech applications which Sunny did not really understand, so he simply told Samara to choose the best option. It had to do with shielding and insulating the core systems of the APC from the detrimental effects that the nightmare gates produced. Everyone knew that gates messed with technology and electronics in weird ways, but very few people understood how and why. Considering the nature of the chain of nightmares, Sunny had to make sure that the Rhino would not simply stall and die in the middle of nowhere for no apparent reason. So even though it cost him a painful amount of contribution points, he chose to acquire the most expensive set of countermeasures available. Sunny did not shed a tear only because his subordinates were watching. Before letting the specialists go, he made another acquisition. Knowing what Samara was capable of with the right armament, he decided to enhance her combat performance by getting his hand on the most powerful mundane weapon available to the members of the first evacuation army. As the result, the cohort became entitled to receive an incredibly powerful, by the standards of mundane soldiers of course, mechanized rifle. The thing was made of incredibly tough alloy and included various dampening materials to make its internals more resistant to concussive damage. It was as tall as Samara herself and possessed a long, fearsome barrel. Sunny initially thought that the rifle was a railgun, but was corrected and found out that it was actually a different type of a mass driver known as a coil gun or Gauss rifle. He had heard all those words before, but had no idea what the difference was. Not that it mattered. All he needed to know was that the rifle was incredibly powerful and capable of propelling solid slugs forward with stunning speed. It could also fire them in 2 modes, subsonic and supersonic, which could be useful if the cohort ever wanted to remain discreet. Technically, the rifle was too heavy and powerful to be wielded by a human. It was meant to be utilized by a soldier encased in a full exoskeleton armor suit or even serve as a light weapon for the smaller humanoid war platforms. But as an awakened Samara was just strong enough to manage. After making this acquisition, Sunny let the three specialists go and rubbed his palms together. Then he went forward and spent his remaining contribution points on miscellaneous items and, more importantly, better memories for his soldiers. As a mad grin appeared on Sunny's face, his eyes shone with greedy light. Staring at his communicator, he couldn't help but laugh. Ungrateful brats, Daddy brought you gifts, hee hee. Chapter 827. Daunting task. Sunny spent a lot of time considering what was the best use of the contribution points allocated to him by the army as far as memories were concerned. He had no doubt that the cohort was going to encounter hordes of nightmare creatures in Antarctica. Hopefully he and his soldiers would survive, which also meant that they would receive a lot of memories and eventually even echoes throughout the campaign. Still, most of those abominations were going to be either dormant or awakened. How powerful of a memory could killing such a creature bring? Additionally, any boon received in battle was bound to be arbitrary. Even if it possessed considerable power, who was to say that this power was going to fit the members of the cohort well? So now was his best and only chance to get his hands on potent memories that perfectly suited his soldiers and himself. However, nothing was ever simple. Despite the fact that the government had been extremely generous outfitting 6 awakened, let alone a master, was not cheap. If Sunny had not spent the lion's share of contribution points on upgrading the Rhino, he might have been able to acquire a good amount of powerful tools. As it stood, he was desperately short on funds. This was why he had to make several painful decisions. Firstly, he gave up on getting something that he himself could use and chose to concentrate on the needs of his subordinates. That really leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Sunny let out a mournful sigh. There was just no denying it, his personal arsenal was already a bit too outstanding. He had to console himself by remembering that his 6 soldiers were, in a sense, an extension of this arsenal. They were meant to become his most powerful weapons, so empowering them was the same as empowering himself. Secondly, purchasing echoes were also out of the question. Although there were plenty to choose from, the cost was just too high. Sunny might have considered getting one if he could turn it into a shadow, but he already knew that he had to possess the corresponding shadow in his soul seed to transform an echo. So his main goal was to enhance the equipment of his soldiers in a meaningful way. Sadly, even that was mostly out of his reach now. That was if Sunny did not cheat, of course. But why wouldn't I? An ominous smile appeared on his face. Sunny was in a unique position to get most of what he wanted while spending a vastly smaller amount of contribution points than anyone else would have had to shell out. After all, he was an aspiring sorcerer. Purchasing dozens of powerful memories might have been out of his reach, but with some luck he would not need to. Requesting a powerful ascended sword for Bell would consume a considerable chunk of his remaining contribution points, for example. But purchasing a dormant weapon with a suitable enchantment would not. All he had to do was study its weave and then transplant the enchantment on the swordsman's current blade. In other words, Sunny planned to treat the memories he purchased as building blocks of powerful tools as opposed to tools themselves. That way he could get much more value from the contribution points in his possession. The only disadvantage of this approach was that it would immensely burden Sunny in the coming weeks. Nevertheless, he was willing to try. Even if not all of his attempts of transplanting weaves were going to succeed, he was confident that a sufficient amount would if he chose the right ingredients, of course. Sunny studied the vast list of available memories for a while, then sighed and left the gymnasium. He had to inspect the goods personally. Sometimes it was easy to forget that most awakened did not enjoy his ability to peer into the very essence of memories and receive a handy description of what each enchantment was supposed to do from the spell. That was something that consuming a drop of ichor that had fallen from Weaver's eye gifted him, and while there surely were aspects that allowed a select number of people to do something similar, most awakened simply had to rely on vague feeling and experimentation to unlock the full potential of their memories. It took some convincing to make happen, but eventually Sunny was allowed into the main armory of the enemy encampment. There he found several dozen of awakened busy with paperwork. There were no thousands of memories resting on the shelves waiting to be allocated to various units. The logistics of the whole system were a true nightmare since memories could only be transferred in person. As the result, each was assigned to an awakened supply officer who served as a walking arsenal and was supposed to personally deliver the chosen memory to the recipient when requested. Sunny would have looked like a complete fool if he demanded each of these officers to manifest their entire inventories for his perusal, not to mention that such a thing would take forever to complete. Luckily, he had narrowed his selection to a comparatively short list of memories that were both cheap and had great potential. Now he just had to take a look at them to make sure that the weaves were suitable and easy enough to copy. Sunny had a lot of goals ranging from comparatively simple to achieve to those that required a great effort on his part and could end in failure. For example, there was a dormant memory that came in the shape of a straight razor. Its only enchantment, according to the description in the government database, made it extremely sharp. Trying to hack and slash nightmare creatures with the tiny blade was a recipe for disaster, but what if he could imbue Belle's sword with the same unnatural sharpness? There was a cloak that had no other purpose than to make its wearer weigh less by a couple of kilograms. In and of itself, the enchantment was not too useful, but what if he applied it to Dorn's unwieldy sledgehammer? Better yet, what if he managed to transplant the feather of truth enchantment of the mantle of the underworld to it? Even though Sunny still had trouble working with complex weaves of ascended memories, he felt that he had a solid chance of success. What if he could purchase 6 cheap charms and enhance each of them with resistance to cold that the memory of ice provided? Thankfully, he could spend his contribution points to receive soul's shards required for these manipulations as well. Of course, the task was daunting and complicated. Not only did Sunny have to collect all the necessary ingredients, spend a lot of time and essence to create countless strings of essence, study the new weaves, and actually succeed in replicating them, he also had to take other factors into account. The difference between passive and active enchantments, the capacity of the memories being changed, the rate at which his awakened soldiers would have to expand their limited reserves of essence to maintain the more powerful effects, the synergy between them. All of these concerns were enough to drive a person mad, not to mention that he only had several weeks to achieve this ambitious goal while simultaneously overseeing the training of the cohort and performing other important tasks. He would probably improve his mason mastery of sorcery at least. Staring at the confused supply officers, Sunny rubbed his face and groaned. So much to do, damn, is being a captain always so stressful. Chapter 828. The call. Several days later, Sunny was sitting in the mess hall of the military bunker consuming a generous portion of food without too much enthusiasm. A couple of other captains of the 1st Irregular Company as well as Master Jet herself ate with a bit more appetite. Sunny did not look too good. There were dark circles under his eyes and his whole presence was subdued and listless, a telling sign that someone was running low on essence. At some point, Winter gave him a dubious look and asked, "What's up with you? You look like you're about to topple over." Sunny waved a hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm just tired because of all the stuff I have to do before we depart." Being an army officer is meta bees, as it turns out. Who could have thought? The woman stared at him for a few moments, then grinned. "Oh, right. I forgot that this is your first command posting. You have yet to discover the wonders of delegation." Master Randall shook his head. "There are many things that can't be delegated. Plus, you have to know what your subordinates can handle to assign them tasks." "I think that you are doing fine, kid." Sunny wanted to retort that he was not a kid, but thought better of it after glancing at the grizzled veteran. Vandal was almost old enough to be his grandfather. If anyone had the right to regard him as a junior, it was Master Randall. Winter shrugged. "That's true. I am actually impressed by the cohort you've managed to form. It is unexpectedly well-rounded, although I am surprised by several of the choices you made." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Really? Why?" She leaned back and looked at him. Well, Sunny assumed that she was looking at him. In truth, the laid-back beauty could have been staring at anything from behind her old-fashioned sunglasses. Don't get me wrong, each of us has tried to create a cohort that can remain effective in all kinds of situations. But we have our biases nevertheless, so every cohort except yours tends to lean toward a certain specialization. Take Pride, for example. That slippery bastard recruited all the stealthy creeps from the roster. Sunny stared at her without amusement. "You do know that I am a creep myself, right?" Then he froze for a moment. "Wait, that didn't come out right. What I meant to say was that I specialize in stealth as well." Winter snorted. "Really? You don't really look like a backstabber." Sunny crossed his arms and looked at her with a smirk. "Well, obviously. If I go around looking like a backstabber, people would be on guard against being stabbed in the back, wouldn't they? That just defeats the purpose." Master Randall let out a gruff chuckle. He makes a good point. Sunny nodded, then let out a heavy sigh. To tell you the truth, I did my fair share of backstabbing in the past, which really helped me survive. But mostly I tend to find myself in situations where I'm surrounded on all sides. Stealth is a powerful tool, but it can only get you so far. So a well-rounded cohort is the best choice in my opinion. Luckily my aspect is versatile enough to support all kinds of compositions. He lingered for a bit, then asked with curiosity, what do other cohorts specialize in? I've been too busy to keep up with what you guys are doing. Winter took a bite out of her sandwich, chewed it slowly and shrugged. The usual. Davis went with a stealthy approach. Venerable Vandal here is all about melee carnage, so is Mustang with the added emphasis on speed and finesse. I am more of a range superiority gal. Dale is a bit like you, but with a slant toward robust defense. As for our courageous leader, she looked at Master Jet and smiled. Actually, I have no idea. Her cohort is weird. Soul Reaper gave them a nonchalant glance. It's not that weird. I just picked people who can enhance my own battle performance in various ways. We are meant to wipe out the enemy by channeling our deadliest weapon, me, in the most efficient way. She remained silent for a few seconds. In any case, there are only several days left before we have to board the ships. Once we do, most of our decision power will be gone. Any additional preparations we'll be able to make at sea are going to be limited to specific direction. So now is your last chance to account for things you might have missed. The captains looked at each other with somber expressions. After a long pause, Sunny asked, any suggestions? Master Jet thought for a bit. You are not too familiar with how gates affect us, are you? He shrugged. I know the basics, I guess. Randall shook his head. That is really enough. For us government officers, a big part of our duty has to do with containing the nightmare gates, so we know them the best. You are a master, so you must have experienced the call at least once, correct? Sunny cautiously nodded. He had indeed experienced the strange pull that both gates and seeds exerted on Awakened. It felt like the nightmare was calling to him. The grizzled veteran continued with a scowl. Well, the call does not just affect the mind. It exerts a very substantial influence on reality as well. Namely, it can mess with your tether and the dream realm anger. Sunny scratched the back of his head. He knew about that strange anomaly, of course. He had just never encountered it himself. How severe is the interference? The older master lingered for a second. Not too severe, but it grows worse the closer you get to the gate. In the immediate area around it, the call arises both the tower and the anger. What it means is that if you decide to jump into the dream realm near an active gate, you will be pulled toward its seat instead of your citadel. Same goes for the awakened who fall asleep in the vicinity. He paused and then added, actually, we often make use of that property. If a gate manifests in a populated area and needs to be closed quickly, we can dispatch a cohort of challengers to the seed through the call. A sync might help out and bring them there immediately, or they can wait until the first wave of nightmare creatures is cleared and take a nap, although that is more dangerous since the challengers will have to search for each other and the seed in a potentially hostile region of the dream realm. Master Jet sighed. That is not important right now. Usually, it is not too difficult to avoid being displaced by the call. All awakened have to do is maintain a bit of distance between themselves and the gate. However, her expression darkened. With how many gates are expected to manifest during the chain of nightmares, who knows what the situation will be? We'll have to keep the potential danger in mind and manage the sleep schedule of our soldiers lest they are whisked away. I advise each of you to stock up on stimulants at least. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking. Eventually, he tiredly rubbed his face and said in a summer tone, I'll take that into account. Chapter 829 Battle Scars. On the second to last day before the departure of the first evacuation army, Sunny and his cohort had nothing much to do. The gymnasium they used had actually been dismantled the previous night, so it was impossible for them to continue training. Of course, Sunny could have come up with an inventive way to put his soldiers through more grief, but he eventually decided against it. Instead, he gathered them on the wall of the port fortress for an improvised picnic. Leaving the northern quadrant was a big occasion, especially considering that they were going to war. This was probably going to be their last chance to relax and enjoy themselves in complete safety, so it would have been a shame to miss it. The cohort enjoyed a lavish meal consisting of various tasty dishes Sunny had commandeered from the officers' mess hall. There were even beverages that were technically prohibited by army regulations even though they had very limited effect on awakened. The 7 of them watched as heavy containers were being loaded on the massive ships in wistful silence. Well, at least 6 of them did. Luster meanwhile was secretly ogling Samara. After a few moments of silence, the tall woman suddenly said in an even tone, "What are you staring at?" The young man flinched and awkwardly looked away. That's a wicked scar you have. How did you get Sam? Samara indeed had a prominent scar that stretched all the way from her shoulder to her forearm. Since the sleeves of her bodysuit were currently rolled up, a part of it was on display. She briefly glanced down at her arm, then shrugged. When I was around your age, there was a gate that opened on top of an unfinished city barrier. As one of the closest awakened to the site, I was among the first responders. We held the nightmare creatures off while the construction crews were evacuating. Anyway, there was an explosion, and I was thrown over the edge. Luckily, my arm got caught on some scaffolds. It hurt like hell, but at least I didn't fall all the way down to the ground and turned into a puddle. Luster blinked a couple of times, then grinned. That's nothing. I actually had my entire right arm bitten off once. A giant stone worm somehow tunneled under the citadel I was anchored in, and then emerged from underground, swallowing the gateway in one go. Those of us who survived had to fight it off, but then got stuck on the pieces of rubble surrounded by a swarm of smaller worms. He paled a little, smaller compared to the first one, of course. Each was at least 10 meters long actually. The only good thing about the bastards was that they could only move through soil, so we were safe as long as we remained on top of big chunks of stone. We did so for a couple of weeks, but when our food and water were gone, we had to make a run for it. I killed an entire worm myself, but not before the damn thing gobbled up my arm. Luster was fortunate that he had lost his limb in the dream realm. Although it must have caused a lot of damage to his physical body, he had not been crippled for life. The young man looked around and gave Belle a cocky smile. "What about you? What's the worst you've been hurt, huh?" The swordsman thought for a bit. "Well, I guess it was a few years back. I was stationed at a remote research outpost all the way out there in the wilderness. We had a gate open nearby and the entire facility ended up being overrun. I was pretty much the only one to survive, but the nightmare creatures were on my heels. I had no means to contact the HQ as well, and the nearest human settlement was 1,000 kilometers away." An amused smile appeared on his face. "It took me about a month to reach it on foot. The pursuing abominations were easy enough to deal with, but suffice it to say, by the end of it I was constantly coughing out chunks of my lungs. That was the worst I have been hurt. Luckily, a condescending healer lent a hand to help me recover." A disturbed silence settled over the cohort. A few moments later, Dorn suddenly snorted. "That reminds me of my solstice. The very first nightmare creature I stumbled upon managed to thoroughly crush both of my legs. I had to drag myself through the mud for 2 entire weeks of slow, painful crawling to get to the nearest citadel. That was many years ago, of course, but no abomination has managed to do such a number on me ever since." Since everyone seemed in the mood to boast about their battle scars, Quentin hesitated for a bit and then decided to share a story as well. "I was captured by a nightmare creature that looked like a giant spider once. It put me in an impenetrable cocoon and filled it with digestive fluid to turn me into an easily consumable slushy as spiders do. The problem was I was able to heal myself a little bit faster than the acid was dissolving me. Still, after several weeks of that, my patience grew really thin." Kim looked at him in horror. How did you escape?" The gallant man smiled. "Well, while the acid was slowly corroding my body, I was slowly corroding the cocoon. It gave out before I did, fortunately. However, I failed to avenge the other victims and kill the spider. It is still out there somewhere. I hope we'll meet again one day." Kim looked down and then sighed. "I was actually never hurt too badly. There was this one time when my entire cohort contracted a strange plague though. It was a really torturous disease and it quickly spread to the entire citadel. Many people died in agony. Eventually we found out that the plague was a manifestation of a bizarre terror. Once we did, a saint of the great clan song arrived and somehow managed to destroy it. I, as well as those who were still alive, were spared." Luster patted the young woman on the shoulder. "You did well, Kimmy." Then he looked at Sunny, hesitated for a few moments and cautiously asked, "Oh, what about you, Captain? Have you ever been hurt real bad?" Sunny scratched the back of his head. Let me think. I had my rib cage crushed once, I guess. I was also disemboweled, poisoned, burned, and drowned. One time I was even burned and drowned at the same time." Luster blinked. How could anyone be burned and drowned at the same time? Sunny gave him a lively smile. Easy, you just need to be drowned in molten metal. But the very worst physical wound I have ever received has to be getting beheaded, I guess. That one really stung. Honestly, I do not recommend getting decapitated if you can avoid it. It's really not worth it in most cases. The six awakened were staring at him with strange expressions. Sunny cleared his throat. What? It truly isn't just me, I should know. Chapter 830 : Departure. The next day, the exodus of the first evacuation army from the northern quadrant finally started. Sunny and the other captains observed the mass of humans, machinery, and cargo containers flowing into the seemingly bottomless cargo holds of the 40 metal leviathans from the tall walls of the port fortress. None of the six spoke, consumed by somber thoughts. Master Jet remained silent as well. Behind them, the large encampment that had been bustling with activity just a few days ago was completely dismantled and gone. In front of them was the endless gray expanse of the sea and an uncertain future. Even though only a quarter of the entire evacuation contingent was sailing south from this port today, the scope of it all was truly immense. Looking at the fearsome ships and the flood of soldiers boarding them, Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. It was easy to believe that nothing would be able to stop such a tremendous force. However, he knew better. After a while, Master Jet sighed. "All right, it's time for us to go. Regroup with your cohorts and proceed to your assigned ships. You know what to do if the convoy encounters a disaster on the way. Try your best to survive. Should the flagship go down and I with it follow the chain of command, Vandal is going to assume leadership over the company in my absence." Master Randall glanced darkly at her and grimaced. "Hopefully I won't need to." Even though the convoy was going to be guided by the emissaries of the House of Night, it was not a given that all ships would reach Antarctica. Naval navigation was always dangerous, and most of the awakened and ascended of the First Army were all but useless in aquatic combat, including Sunny. Glancing at his colleagues one last time, he stepped through the shadows and appeared near a crowded dock. It was not hard to find the members of his cohort, since most people gave them a bit of space out of respect. Walking up to them, he put on a confident mask and asked in a relaxed tone, "Are you ready?" Everyone nodded except for Luster, who suddenly seemed concerned. "Actually, I've never been on a ship. I won't get seasick, right?" Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then shrugged. "You are an awakened, are you not? Awakened are supposed to be resilient to such things. So we'll see, I guess." Luster's face dropped. He lingered for a few moments and sighed. "Somehow I feel like you don't like me very much, Captain." Sunny did not respond. However, Bell suddenly patted the young man on the shoulder. "Well, I for one am very happy that you're with us." Luster beamed. "Really?" The swordsman gave him a friendly smile and nodded. "Sure. People like you are very valuable to have around. I mean, one look at you and it's clear that you're going to die first, which therefore means that it won't be me." "I feel better already." The young man glowered at him and scoffed. "Don't joke like that. It's not funny." Bell blinked a couple of times. "I wasn't joking." Meanwhile, Sunny shook his head and turned away to hide his smile. "Enough talking, let's go." Together they entered the long pier and moved toward the distant ship. The mass of people parted to let them through and then closed behind them like water. It felt a little surreal. Soon the solid steel mass of the battleship obscured the sky. Feeling its thick shadow embrace him, Sunny suddenly felt a little calmer. He glanced at the gray waves below side and stepped on the wide link span connecting the pier to the massive vessel. A few seconds later, the dark maw of the cargo hold swallowed him and his people. Once aboard the ship, the cohort split to perform several tasks. Kim, Luster, and Samara went to check on the supply allocated to the cohort, including the modified Rhino, which had already been stored in a special cradle in one of the lesser cargo holds of the giant vessel for some time. Since they had had no access to it prior to today, there was a multitude of checks and diagnostics they had to run. Bell, Dorn, and Quentin followed one of the ship's logistical officers to secure the living quarters for the cohort and get the lay of the land, while Sunny wandered off to the upper deck. There he walked close to the edge and leaned on the tall handrail, looking down at the distant surface of the water. Images of the forgotten shore and the dark sea rose from the depths of his memory, making him shiver. As Sunny waited for the fleet to depart, his shadows explored the battleship. Even if he would not be too useful should a swarm of nightmare creatures or some colossal horror of the depths attack the convoy once in transit, he was still determined to memorize every nook and cranny of this giant steel coffin just in case. The prospect of handing his life into the hands of strangers did not appeal to Sunny, to say the least, but he did not have a lot of choice. For the next 2 to 3 weeks, the crew of the battleship and the night walkers in charge of the convoy were going to decide whether all of them lived or died. Sunny was suddenly very unhappy with the fact that he did not acquire any powerful swimming-related memories. Even if they could only give him an illusion of being safe, it would have been still better than nothing. Maybe I should make it a priority once we reach Antarctica. I doubt that this is the last time I have to traverse vast amounts of water. Come to think of it, isn't it strange that I, of all people, have neglected seafaring so much? After spending so much time trying to escape the dark sea, even a complete fool would have learned to respect water, but maybe that was the reason. On the forgotten shore, Sunny had grown very accustomed to equating depths to death. He had never considered the sea as anything else because of that. Slowly, the last stragglers of the first evacuation army boarded the metal leviathans. The gates of the cargo holds were closed, the hatches were fastened. Massive chains rattled as the anchors were raised. The whole battleship beneath him vibrated as its mighty reactors came to life. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the convoy started to move. 40 mountains of alloy and steel sailed forward, their bows cutting the waves like giant blades. Thousands of people moved in their metal bellows, breathing life into the iron beasts. Sunny looked as the port fortress slowly grew smaller and smaller. Soon the shore became veiled in a murky haze. The first evacuation army had left the northern quadrant. Chapter 831 Master Neve. After a while, nothing surrounded the convoy but the vast expanse of rolling waves. The 40 colossal vessels moved in a narrow formation, with the fearsome flagship serving as the arrowhead of the expeditionary fleet. Hundreds of formidable cannons were aimed in all directions, their fields of fire overlapping to create a lethal exclusionary zone around the procession. Nevertheless, Sunny was not reassured. He stared at the undulating surface below for some time, a dark expression never leaving his face. Despite the grandiose magnitude of their passage, the convoy moved with a surprising measure of quietness. If not for the sound of water being displaced by the mighty bows and splashing against the alloy armor, Sunny could have closed his eyes and imagined that there were no other ships around him. Wasn't it strange that he had felt much more comfortable aboard flying ships than these far more reliable seafaring vessels? He sighed, then activated his communicator and accessed the Maritime Safety Procedures Manual provided to each member of the First Army. In the past weeks, everyone had to study the sizable document and run a few exhausting drills to familiarize themselves with the strange rules of proper naval conduct. Sunny had a better memory than most, so he practically learned the manual by heart. While its general structure was rather easy to understand and explained what passengers of the ships had to do if a ship or fleet-wide alert was issued, there were a lot of strange and seemingly esoteric rules included as well. For example, the manual had passages like, if you start to experience recurring nightmares or experience persistent auditory hallucinations, report to the nearest Navy officer immediately, or in case of alert level being raised to condition black, cease all activity and motion, do not produce any sounds, disturbances, or vibrations, do not summon memories, and above all else do not actively circulate soul essence, and so on. There were several alert levels differentiated by their color. Condition black was among the highest and most dire, inferior only to condition red, which meant that the whole fleet had to prepare for an all-out battle. However, there were plenty of regulations that fell outside these established routines. Even though Sunny had no idea what most of these rules were supposed to prevent from happening, he felt a little bit calmer knowing them. Ships move between the quadrants all the time. Hell, there are even some that constantly travel between West Antarctica and South America. There's no reason to worry too much. He sighed, then shook his head dejectedly and decided to leave the upper deck. Whether Sunny liked it or not, he was going to have to spend the next several weeks at sea. Letting paranoia get the best of him would not do anyone any good. There was a lot for him to accomplish still, from checking up on the Rhino to finding out what kind of facilities would be available to the cohort during this dangerous cruise and implementing changes to the training plan. Not to mention the fact that he had to continue upgrading and augmenting the memories of his soldiers. As he walked toward the nearest hatch, Sunny suddenly spotted a lone figure standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast expanse of water as he himself had been just a minute ago. The man was tall and wore a midnight blue coat that moved slightly in the wind. Beneath it was a black bodysuit, much like the one Sunny was wearing, but also slightly different. It was made out of a strange material and looked much more like a wetsuit than a garment meant to be worn under armor. Although the stranger stood some distance away, Sunny could somehow feel his presence all the way near the hatch. It was subdued, deep, and mysterious, tantalizing even. Sunny had no doubt that he was looking at another master. He hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged and decided to approach the unfamiliar ascendant. As he did, the man turned around and glanced at Sunny with a wary gaze. He was around 30 years old, handsome, and with eyes of an unusual, beautiful indigo color. Strangely enough, his black hair also seemed to possess slight accents of dark blue, at least when exposed to direct sunlight. This close, the feeling of mystifying depth radiating from the stranger was more pronounced, as if most of him was hidden from sight. Sunny already had an idea of who he was looking at. He thought for a bit, and then simply said, "Good day. I am Ascended Sunless of the First Awakened Irregular Company." The man lingered for a moment, studying him. His indigo eyes seemed to be searching for something. Then, unexpectedly, a wide smile appeared on his handsome face. "Ah, I am Ascended Neve of the House of Night." He stared at Sunny with a strange expression for a few moments and then suddenly blurted out, "Are you crazy?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. Neve meanwhile laughed and waved his hand in the air a couple of times. Sorry, I didn't. It's just that my daughter is your biggest fan." "What?" Utterly flabbergasted, Sunny stared at the scion of the famed Great Clan Knight while trying his best to appear calm and composed. Eventually, he shifted slightly and forced out a question. "How old is your daughter, if I may ask?" Neve smiled. "She is 5. A Song of Light and Darkness is her favorite movie. She must have watched it 100 times, the censored version, of course. She just adores your character. You're her idol." "I really do apologize, Master Sunless. Please forgive my lack of decorum. I just got excited." The scion of the House of Night remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly produced a piece of synthetic paper and a pen from somewhere and offered them to Sunny. Sunny looked down with a deadpan expression and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what am I supposed to do with these?" Master Neve stared at him for a long, awkward moment. "That can I get an autograph? Please? You know, to earn some points with my daughter." Chapter 832. Heirs of the Storm. Sunny knew how to write, of course. That said, he certainly did not have a lot of experience writing by hand, let alone had his signature, simply because people at large, and especially those in the outskirts, almost never use paper and pens to relay information. Why would they if everything was usually stored digitally? However, he was in a better position than most. Out there in the dream realm, many long-abandoned traditions had found a new life, so Sunny managed to scribble down his name on the piece of synthetic paper with at least some semblance of finesse. Handing it back to Master Neve of Night, he smiled awkwardly. "Here, I hope your daughter likes it." The scion of the great clan received the piece of paper with gratitude and hid it in the pocket of his coat. "Thank you very much. I am away. Lots of this will go a long way. Next time I see her, she will probably already be 6 and terribly peeved that I've been gone for so long. Coming back with a present is bound to help." He looked at Sunny with genuine mirth. Then a knowing spark gleamed in his strange indigo eyes. Neve gestured at the ocean and asked, "You are not too comfortable on water, are you?" Sunny lingered for a moment, then scoffed. "You must have seen the movie yourself. Is it really a surprise that I have a complicated relationship with the sea?" The handsome master smiled. "Oh yes. I haven't thought about that, sorry. Still, at least you are familiar with it. Most people just don't understand." He did not have to say what exactly it was that people failed to understand. For a moment, the two men shared a strange feeling of closeness. Both had known the unfathomable dread of the depths, which was a rare thing these days. Sunny sighed, then studied the massive silhouettes of the iron ships for a few moments and asked, "So what are our chances of making it to Antarctica alive?" Neve laughed. "Well, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. Sure, anything can happen, but this convoy is as safe as we can make it." He pointed to the especially fearsome dreadnought that moved in front of the fleet. "There is a saint of the House of Night aboard the flagship. There are several Nightwalkers, such as I, spread around the other ships. There are also at least one cohort of experienced, awakened warriors of my clan on each vessel. We know what we are doing, so very few things can threaten the fleet. It will reach Antarctica, have no doubt." The scion of the great clan lingered for a moment, then added in a more somber tone, "We will have to make the journey many times, bringing the refugees away and returning with reinforcements for the government army. Each of the 4 fleets was made to be nearly indestructible. Still, that doesn't mean that our passengers can relax. Keep your wits about you, Master Sunless, and do remember the rules formulated in the safety manual. We put them there for a reason." Sunny looked at the handsome man and smiled. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I have already memorized the whole thing more or less. I may be lacking in many regards, but being unreasonably paranoid is not one of them." Neve smiled. "That is a truly remarkable trait to have. I wish more people were that unreasonable." Sunny chatted with the Nightwalker for a few more minutes before taking his leave. Master Neve had turned out to be unexpectedly friendly and pleasant to be around. He was not at all like the arrogant representatives of the other great legacy clans. By the end of their talk, Sunny felt a lot better about his current circumstances. He had also grown a bit fascinated with the House of Night. The third great clan had always been a mystery to him. Nightwalkers did not enjoy the patronage of a sovereign but wielded an irreplaceable power. That unique advantage had carved a place for them at the very top of human hierarchy. But what was that advantage exactly? After meeting a scion of the great clan Knight in person, Sunny all but confirmed his suspicion. The feeling Neve gave him was somewhat similar to what he had experienced twice before. One time in the shrine at the 4th level of the Ebony Tower, the other time in the Great Hall of the Night Temple. Both were dedicated to Storm God, the deity of depths, oceans, darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. The aspects of the goddess of the black skies were all eerily related to the role the House of Night played in human society, and Sunny did not think that it was a coincidence. His previous guess seemed to have been correct. It was all but certain now that the founder of the great clan, an enigmatic awakened of the first generation known as Nightwalker, had inherited the lineage of Storm God and somehow shared its power with the rest of the House of Night. So then all 6 divine lineages are accounted for? House of Night had inherited the lineage of Storm God. Immortal Flame had inherited the lineage of Sun God. Valor had inherited the lineage of War God. Song had most likely inherited the lineage of Beast God. That was clear from what he knew about Seishan, the adopted daughter of Kai Song. Sunny had been meant to inherit the lineage of Shadow God, but it was devoured by Blood Weave. That only left the most elusive of the 6 divinities, Heart God, and the most elusive of the sovereigns, Asterion. Of course, Sunny could be wrong. Kai Song may have been the heir of Heart God instead, while Asterion may have been the heir of Beast God or lacked a lineage entirely. But what were the chances? That is all great. But what the hell does it all mean? What were divine lineages exactly? Did they have any purpose except for bestowing their wielders with additional power? Were they just chance remnants of ancient bloodlines or something that had been left behind for a reason? More importantly, now that one of the 6 divine bloodlines had been hijacked by the forbidden lineage of a meddling demon, how would that affect things? Sunny had no idea. Shaking his head, he descended into the metal depths of the giant battleship and reunited with his shadows, which had been exploring the vessel all that time. One way or another, I will find out later. Right now, however, I should really go and take a look at the rhino. Sunny hastened his steps and scowled. After all the contribution points I sank into it, the damned thing better be good. Chapter 833 Rhino. The vehicle stable of the battleship took up a whole lesser cargo hold. Calling it lesser, of course, did not do the space justice. It was a vast metal hall filled with all types of heavy machinery and bustling human activity. Feeling the floor sway slightly beneath him, Sunny walked along various cradles, each holding a powerful engine of war, until he reached the one assigned to his cohort. There he finally saw the Rhino. Sunny remained motionless for a while, studying the formidable vehicle. The armored personnel carrier was angular and stocky, with heavy plates of composite alloy armor covering its solid frame. Its design was stout, sleek, and strangely predatory. The whole machine was almost the size of a train car, with 6 mighty wheels supporting its overbearing weight. Each massive wheel was as tall as a human and as tough as the alloy hull of the Rhino. A lot of engineering went into making the APC as mobile as possible. Not only were the wheels connected to an extremely robust suspension system, they were also attached to a set of short integrated limbs that could be extended from the frame of the vehicle to raise its profile and maneuverability. The APC also possessed powerful boosters that allowed it to sustain brief bursts of autonomous levitation, hop over short distances, or soften the blow of landing from height. It could even move across water as an amphibious vessel, not that Sunny had any plans to do so. The feature that gave the Rhino its peculiar name was a massive steel ledge that was raised slightly above its wide snout. This plow could be lowered down to the ground, turning the APC into a semblance of a heavy siege ram. With this sharp catcher lowered, the owlet beast looked like it was capable of tearing through walls, piles of debris, natural obstacles, and the flesh of the nightmare creatures with equal ease. Sunny studied it with a dark sense of glee. Well, all right. I have to admit it does look good. He lowered his eyes and looked at Kim and Samara, who were busy inspecting the vehicle. He walked over to his technicians and asked in a neutral tone, "So what's the status?" Samara glanced up from the screen of her communicator where a diagnostic program was displaying the results of a series of complicated tests. She offered him a small smile. "Everything seems to be in order, Captain. He is a real beast." Kim affectionately patted the surface of the APC, which had been painted in a gray camouflage pattern. "This is a superb machine. Rhino is really fast despite being burdened by heavy armor, highly maneuverable, and has exceedingly durable internals. With the expensive upgrades we procured, he had become nothing short of a beast indeed." Sunny blinked a couple of times, coming to terms with the fact that his personnel carrier was apparently a he. Kim meanwhile shifted from foot to foot and said in a tentative tone, "Oh, would you like to take a look inside, Captain?" Sunny looked at her nonchalantly and shrugged. "Sure. Of course I want to take a look inside. What kind of question is that?" He entered the Rhino through an open hatch, climbed a set of steep steps, and found himself in the interior of the massive vehicle. Everything there was Spartan, highly utilitarian, and designed with maximum durability in mind. It was clear that he was inside a military machine, and yet Sunny couldn't help but feel that he was surrounded by pure luxury. Maybe it was because he knew how much all this seemingly unassuming equipment cost. The front of the Rhino was dedicated to a slightly raised pilot's cabin where Luster was currently studying various control panels and switches with an excited expression. There was enough space in there for a couple of additional seats as well. The reinforced windshield was long and narrow but offered almost a panoramic view of the surroundings. Of course, there were plenty of monitors displaying the feeds from various external cameras and sensors as well. The middle of the vehicle was dedicated to a modest living space. There was a small lounge area where the crew could rest and spend time together, a compact galley, and a partition hygiene compartment. 6 sleeping nooks were situated on the opposing walls. Sunny could already imagine the competition for who would get the bottom bunks. Of course, each of these bunks could actually function as a dedicated sleeping pod should the need arise. Behind the lounge area was a cargo hold that also served as the armory and integrated a high-tech engineering workstation. The engineering compartment itself was situated below the floor and ran the whole length of the vehicle. Finally, the very back of the Rhino was taken by the command and communication suite. There was a large holographic table, a powerful console connected to the antennae array of the APC, and a set of monitors that received the same input as the ones in the pilot's cabin. Most importantly, behind all that was an alcove where Sunny's own bed was situated, complete with a privacy partition and a dedicated storage space. The mattress was the very best the first evacuation army could offer. He grinned, imagining how pleasant it would be to sleep on that thing. "This is actually better than what I have back home." Such an addition was not simply to please the officers. As an ascended, Sunny possessed an ability that his soldiers lack. He did not have to travel to the dream realm every time he fell asleep. What it actually meant was that his soldiers were going to be utterly defenseless while they slept. Even if a swarm of nightmare creatures attacked the Rhino, they would not wake up. He was the only one who could guard the cohort no matter what happened. His staggered sleeping schedule was supposed to help with this problem to a degree, but Sunny had no illusions about how often he would get the opportunity to properly rest, which meant that the rare occasions when he did get a chance to take a nap had to be as comfortable and efficient as possible. Sunny walked around the Rhino for a bit, trying to suppress a satisfied grin as he studied the layout. Eventually, he approached his personal alcove and sat down on the soft bed. There he glanced at his shadows and smiled. "Not bad, huh?" The shadows stared at him silently. A few moments later, the happy one energetically raised both hands, showing him 2 thumbs. Sunny nodded. "Yes, indeed. I like it too." Chapter 834 Cohesion. Over the next few days, Sunny slowly grew somewhat accustomed to life aboard a giant floating metal coffin. What helped Sunny the most was the fact that he was simply too busy to entertain frivolous thoughts. His schedule was packed to the limit. There was so much he had to do. Most of his days were still dedicated to trying to improve the level of cooperation between the members of the cohort. Now that they had left the northern quadrant, there was no spacious gymnasium for them to practice in. The dreamscape pods were a thing of the past now too. Of course, there were some facilities available on the giant battleship as well as the whole upper deck, but none of it was sufficient to put 6 elite awakened fighters through the paces. Still, there was a lot they could do to learn how to work well together. From low-intensity training to mental exercises and games, anything that could give the members of the cohort a glimpse into how their comrades thought and acted was a step in the right direction. Sunny's insights that he had gained thanks to Shadow Dance helped a lot as well. Slowly but surely his soldiers were clicking together and learning how to fight side by side. Bell's swift and mercurial nature, Doran's solid and calculated approach, Quentin's stalwart persistence, Samara's steadiness and deadly aim, Kin's mastery of sight and quiet competence, Luster's spirit and inexhaustible bravado, guided by Sunny, all of it was slowly melting together. The cohort had not reached the point where they could move as a single organism yet, but at least they were already able to reinforce each other's strengths while simultaneously covering each other's weaknesses. Sunny had gained a deeper understanding of their powers as well. For example, Bell's ability to sharpen his sword was actually more complicated than he had thought. As it turned out, the actual effects surrounded the blade with an incredibly thin, invisible displacement field instead of actually making the edge sharper. Kimmy could not only share visual perception between several people but also mix and match it as the situation demanded. She could see the weaknesses of the enemy, but simply channeling her point of view to a fighter in the middle of furious battle would have been too disorienting. Instead, she was able to transfer only the vision of the vulnerabilities, almost like a composite overlay that lighted the chosen spots up. Luster could speed up the soul essence recovery both for himself and his allies. Strangely enough, the better he knew a person, the more distance he could maintain between himself and the target while channeling the beneficial effect. If there was one flaw to his ability, it was that it did not seem to work on Sunny. As it turned out, Shadow Essence did not react to Luster's presence at all, which was a big disappointment considering that Sunny had stripped himself of Serpent's support in order to protect Rain. Damnation, why did I even recruit this fool? Despite being upset, Sunny had to reluctantly admit that this was not a big issue. Luster's unique and useful ability would not have had a great effect on him anyway. The Unawakened was not able to dramatically affect the much more potent essence of a master, let alone of an abnormal one who possessed 4 cores. When Sunny was not training his cohort, he was busy modifying their memories. The process was long, arduous, and complicated, but he was steadily making progress. He had imbued Bell's sword with the potent but passive sharpening effect of the enchanted straight razor. He had somehow managed to transfer the Feather of Truth enchantment of the mantle of the underworld to Dorn's sledgehammer. The latter was an especially incredible achievement considering that the weave of the onyx armor was one of the most intricate and complicated he had ever seen. Even more impressive were the 6 charms that he had presented to the members of the cohort. Each carried an altered version of the single enchantment of the Memory of Ice, which was supposed to raise the resistance to cold. While the effect was much weaker than that of his personal charm, that was exactly what made this accomplishment so important. It was the first time Sunny succeeded in not only copying an enchantment but also modifying it. While the Memory of Ice was more powerful, it was an ascended charm that devoured a lot of essence to sustain its effect. The version Sunny imbued into the 6 weaker charms was more modest but also much less demanding. His awakened soldiers were going to be able to keep it active more or less permanently unless their reserves were completely drained. If there was one thing that he had failed to do, it was turning Samara's destructive rifle into a memory. Sunny had really wanted to, but no matter how hard he tried, the high-tech weapon was just too intricate, complicated, and contained too many moving parts. There was a limit to what Sunny could achieve. The more complex the structure of the object was, the larger its size and mass, the harder it was to integrate the rudimentary weave into it. Perhaps if he knew more, he would have known how to overcome this limitation. But as things stood, Sunny had to abandon this particular ambition. Oh well, his dreams of turning the rhino into a memory were utterly shattered. It had already been a week after the departure from the northern quadrant. Sunny was currently in his private cabin, sitting on the bed as he stared dejectedly at the heavy rifle. The battleship vibrated subtly around him, but its corridors were enveloped in silence. This far into the night, most members of the First Army were fast asleep. Sunny himself had not slept in a long while. Of course, as an Ascended, he could easily last a week without sleep. The problem was that it was already his 2nd week. Or was it 3rd? With a sigh, he put the heavy rifle aside and threw the unused soul shards into the maw of the covetous coffer. To hell with it, I need some rest. He yawned and put his head on a soft pillow. Suddenly, all the exhaustion of the past weeks descended upon him, making his thoughts slow and sluggish. A few moments later, Sonny was already asleep, and after what felt like a minute, he was rudely awoken by a loud and persistent sound. Irritated, he turned on his other side and tried to dive back into the rejuvenating darkness. Bastards, quiet down, but no matter how hard Sonny tried to continue to sleep, he couldn't. After a while, he sat up and listened to the noise with a resentful expression on his face. He could clearly hear several voices. By the sound of it, they all belonged to young women, and these women were. Sonny gritted his teeth. Senna? Who the hell sings in the middle of the night? People are trying to sleep here, damn it. Chapter 835. Siren's song. Sonny sat silently on his bed for a while, irritated by the fact that someone had disturbed his sleep. With singing no less. Slowly, however, his expression softened. Well, at least they have good voices, yeah. The young women sang beautifully. Their voices flowed and resonated with each other, creating harmonies that made him feel tingly. The song was neither sad nor happy. Instead, it made Sonny feel a deep, poignant longing. A wistful sigh escaped from his lips. Maybe I should go introduce myself. Since these beauties were having a party, surely they wouldn't mind some company. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then frowned. Slowly, he looked down and studied his shadows, which were silently trembling. His face darkened. There was just this one problem: how the hell was he able to hear the singing so clearly? His cabin was separated from other neighboring compartments by thick alloy bulkheads. The entrance hatch was securely fastened, isolating him from the rest of the battleship. No sound should have been able to penetrate inside so easily. Suddenly, an old memory surfaced from the depths of his mind. For some reason, Sonny remembered how the members of the cohort had sealed their eyes with wax before traversing the dark river below the hollow mountains. Odysseus's frown turned into a deep scowl. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then summoned the undying chain. As the lustreless, bleak steel of the slender armor weaved itself from light and encased his body, his thoughts seemed to have turned a little clearer. The chains of longing enchantment provided the wearer with a high amount of protection against mind attacks. However, contrary to his expectation, the beautiful singing was not affected at all. Sonny could still hear it clearly. He still felt moved by the alluring voices. Wait, what language are they singing in? Strangely, Sonny found himself unable to understand the words of the melodious song. Even stranger, he had somehow failed to notice that fact earlier. The words of the unknown language seemed to seep straight into his mind unobstructed. They echoed and resonated with each other, they're making him feel a bit weird. However, their influence was not invasive or harmful. Instead, it was rather pleasant. Sonny blinked. I'm hearing voices. Then he tilted his head a little. Does hearing voices constitute an auditory hallucination? Wasn't there a rule concerning exactly these circumstances in the safety manual? Raggy was supposed to immediately inform the nearest Navy officer in case something like that happened. Sonny sighed, then stood up. No matter how much his heart desired to meet the beautiful singers, there was no way he was going to follow the call of their soothing song. There was already someone who was aggravatingly adept at tugging on his heartstrings. His heart was all but overcrowded. Sonny left the cabin and went to find an officer to report his hallucinations to. After a few steps, his foot suddenly made a splash as if it landed into a shallow puddle. Looking down, Sonny saw a thin layer of clear water covering the floor of the passage ahead of him. His scowl deepened. It was still night, so the passageways of the colossal battleship were mostly empty. Of course, activity never ceased on a vessel of this size. The crews slept in shifts to make sure that a complete complement of sailors and specialists always tended to its internal systems and manned posts. One such post was right ahead behind a corner. There was not a soul around, and the thin layer of water made Sonny feel uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he sent one of his shadows to take a look. To his relief, the security checkpoint seemed in perfect order. A junior officer in a blue uniform was standing near the wall, studying the panel mounted on it, or maybe simply staring at the wall in boredom. Does he not see all that water? Or was the water a hallucination as well? Sonny gritted his teeth, then walked forward and approached the security checkpoint. Excuse me. The officer turned around and looked at him without any particular expression. Nas? The man was seemingly in his early 30s with pale skin and dark slicked back hair. There was nothing particularly memorable about him except for how still his face seemed to be. Sunny sighed and then said awkwardly, "That the safety manual says to inform the nearest officer if I hear voices." "Well, I do. Hear on." So the impassive man suddenly became more lively. A strange gleam appeared in his eyes. "Oh, what do you hear?" Sunny rubbed his face. "Sit. I hear beautiful singing." The officer stared at him for a few moments, then nodded. "I see. In that case, please follow me to the upper deck." Sunny shifted his weight to take a step forward, but then lingered for a moment and leaned slightly to the side instead. Glancing behind the naval officer, he took a short glance at the man's shadow. The shadow appeared exactly how it was supposed to appear. It swayed slightly on the surface of the water, staring at Sunny as shadows often did. Nevertheless, he felt very disturbed for some reason. His intuition was not exactly ringing an alarm, but it had become strangely alert. Sunny looked back to the officer. "Why the upper deck?" The man smiled. "Please follow me to the upper deck. Something is wrong." Sunny frowned, trying to understand what was making him uncomfortable. Was it the Navy officer's unblinking stare? Unblinking, yes. The man wearing the uniform of a junior officer had not blinked once since they started talking. Sunny stared at him for a few moments and then took a tentative step back. "I'd rather not." The polite smile slowly disappeared from the officer's pale face. His dark eyes turned a little hollow. "Ugh." As Sunny backed away under the man's glossy stare, his communicator suddenly vibrated and let out a sharp sound. The Navy officer did not seem to react to it at all. Sunny had echoed Mrs. Sun immediately. Crap! In the next moment, the lights in the passageway blinked in a specific pattern and simultaneously went out, submerging it in utter darkness. The battleship vibrated intensely for a split second and then went still as its reactors were shut down. Absolute silence enveloped the mighty vessel. Condition Black had gone into effect. Chapter 836. Black water. As the lights went out and the reactors of the colossal vessel grew quiet, Sunny froze. His shadow sense extended outward as he sensed other people doing the same. Condition Black meant that the fleet was on the cusp of dire danger. After the alert was issued, every member of the First Army aboard the 40 ships had to cease all activity. They weren't supposed to make any noises or movements. They were not even allowed to agitate their essence in any way. The problem was the strange Navy officer was still mere meters away from Sunny. He too stood motionlessly in the darkness. His head was lowered so Sunny could not see the man's face. He could only hear his breathing. It sounded wet. "Don't do it. Don't." Suddenly the man's shoulders twitched. Frozen a few steps away, Sunny gritted his teeth. "Curse head off." The officer swayed slightly and then took a step forward. The water covering the floor parted, allowing him to move without making any sound. The air grew colder. A resentful expression appeared on Sunny's face. "Don't move. Don't make noise. Don't circulate essence. Don't summon memories." What was he supposed to do? Break the regulations of Condition Black and risk putting the fleet under threat, or remain still and allow the officer or whatever it was pretending to be one approach him? Sunny could not summon any weapons or use his stronger aspect abilities. Simply backing away was against the rules. Damnation! The man meanwhile took another step. Now only a couple of meters separated them. Sunny tensed. To hell with this. The moment the bastard tried to make a sudden movement, he would learn not to mess with a master. High alert or not, Sunny was not going to let the creepy thing touch him. The singing voices suddenly grew louder. He even thought that he started to understand the meaning of some of the words of their beautiful song. The man took another step towards Sunny and suddenly disappeared. For a few moments he was surrounded by nothing but darkness, and then the water quietly splashed right behind him. What? His shadows did not see anything before Sunny could turn around. Something flew through the passageway and collided with an invisible object behind him, producing a blinding flash of light. He was thrown off his feet and landed on the wet floor in a roll. Almost at the same time, the rising voices abruptly disappeared and the battleship trembled as its reactors came back online. The lamps in the corridor ignited, drowning it in light. Jumping back to his feet as the cruel sight was manifesting itself into reality in his hand, Sunny looked ahead and saw a familiar figure pressing something dark and slithering into the metal bulkhead. Master Neve had lost his midnight blue coat somewhere and was now wearing only his black wetsuit. There was a strange bone knife in his hand. Impaled on that knife was a before Sunny could make sense of what the creature looked like. It suddenly lost its shape and turned into a formless mass of black water, which then fell to the floor and formed a puddle. Neve's indigo eyes shone with dark light as he turned his head. "Master Sunless, are you all right?" Sunny cautiously nodded. What the hell was that thing?" The scion of the great clan knight opened his mouth, but before he could answer, the battleship around them shuddered and a muffled thunder sounded somewhere in the distance. The main railgun was firing. Neve shook his head. "No time right now. Shack on your cohort with that." The hands of man seemed to disappear. A moment later, the lamps illuminating the passageway blinked and changed their color to ominous red. Condition red. All out battle. Sunny flinched and then hurriedly used his communicator to send his soldiers an order to gather near the rhino. Before he joined them, however, he hesitated for a moment and then stepped through the shadows, appearing in a secluded spot of the upper deck. It took him a moment to comprehend what was going on. The night was suddenly obliterated by hundreds of bright flashes as hundreds of cannons roared, discharging an endless rain of steel and tungsten rounds into the ocean. A large section of it had changed color at some point, becoming absolutely black. Although the force of the wind had not increased, the black waves seemed taller and more violent than those rolling far away. They reached toward the ships like fingers of an unknown monster. In an especially blinding flash, the main cannon of the flagship of the naval convoy fired, causing countless tons of the black water to be displaced and rise high into the sky like a colossal pillar. A second later, the thunderous roar of its discharge reached Sunny and made him grimace. The scope of the heavy bombardment was truly mind-boggling. However, it did not seem to do much except for slowing down the churning black water a little. As Sunny watched, he noticed human figures diving into the waves from the tall decks of the ships. They were the cohorts of Awakened that the House of Night had stationed on 40 ships. Although the flagship was situated at a considerable distance from where Sunny stood, he still noticed a lonely figure jumping into the ocean from its towering bow. For some reason, that diver in particular demanded attention. A moment before the figure hit the waves, it shimmered slightly. Then something massive and ferocious dove under the water. A giant black fin cut the waves before disappearing into the depths. The Saint Guardian of the convoy had joined the battle. Sunny stood among the thunderous roars of the firing cannons and stared at the rolling black waves, awed and dismayed. Slowly, a grim expression appeared on his face. "There is no place for me in a battle like this. None at all. What could an ant like him do when it seemed like the heaven itself went to war against the ocean?" His eyes gleamed in the darkness. "Not yet, at least." With that thought, he swallowed the bitter feeling of powerlessness and disappeared into the shadows, leaving to join his soldiers. Tonight, all they could do was stick together and hope to live until the morning. Chapter 837: Naval Engagement. The vehicle stable of the battleship was quiet and tense. Hundreds of people were moving with somber haste as they secured various tools and pieces of machinery. Thankfully, most of the vehicles were safely fastened in their cradles. As Sunny stepped out of the shadows, he had to make way for a lumbering loader that thundered past, carrying a half-disassembled bulk of a massive engine. All around them, the colossal vessel was trembling as its cannons continued to fire without stop. Muffled sounds of heavy ordnance sliding into the feeding mechanisms spread through the deck. From time to time, an especially loud noise announced that a powerful torpedo or a salvo of ballistic missiles were launched from their nests. Sunny was not the only person who felt a grim sense of powerlessness as the titanic battle continued to unfold in this nameless pit of the deep, dark ocean. While the crews of the battleships and the Awakened serving the House of Night were locked in a furious fight with whatever ancient horror it was that had attacked the convoy, the 100,000 soldiers of the First Army had nothing to do but wait and beg the dead gods for salvation. He was better off than most, at least. Sunny had left one of his shadows on the upper deck to observe the battle. Even though it could only see the turbulent surface of the seething water and not the true confrontation that was taking place deep beneath, there was some relief in knowing what was going on. The rest did not enjoy such a privilege. They could only infer what was happening beyond the metal confines of the vehicle stable by paying attention to the sounds and vibrations spreading through the ship. Occasionally, a loud and startling bang would roll through the massive compartment, indicating that something had collided against the hull of the vessel from the outside. Full of dark thoughts, Sunny walked toward the cradle holding the rhino. Many people threw furtive glances at the passing master, hoping to find comfort and reassurance in his authority. Noticing that he made an effort to hide his unease and project an image of absolute confidence, it seemed to have worked, calming the people down a little. Poor fools! What can I do that they can't? Reaching the rhino, Sunny saw 4 Awakened standing near it with reserved expressions on their faces. Dorn, Quentin, Kim Luster, he frowned. "Where are Belle and Samara? Quentin straightened a little when he saw his superior approaching. "They are in the dream realm, Captain. We have already secured their bodies in the sleeping pods inside the Rhino." Sunny sighed. Well, it was not outside the expectations. In fact, Sunny had lucked out considering that only 2 of his subordinates had happened to be asleep when the battle started. At least everyone is alive. Sunny had almost expected to find Luster missing. The Dolph was exactly the kind of guy to be lured to his death by a vision of young beauties singing sweet songs. He stared at the young man who shifted uncomfortably under his gaze and then turned to the Rhino. The armored APC was theoretically seaworthy, so it was going to be their last hope in case the battleship went down. Getting the massive machine out of the vehicle stable was a tall task, of course. In fact, Sunny doubted that it was possible at all. He glanced at the sealed blast doors of the giant compartment, then at the solid alloy bulkheads. Would he be able to tear through the hull of the ship should the need arise? After thinking for a few moments, Sunny judged that he stood a good chance of breaching the heavy armor of the colossal vessel provided that he used his most powerful memories and had enough time. However, there was a big difference between creating an opening that a person could squeeze through and one that a vehicle the size of the Rhino could. Things would have been different if Nephize was here with her flames and the shadows resonating with each other and augmenting Sunny. He could have ripped through the thick armor plates with ease. Better yet, Changing Star could have simply melted a giant hole through the side of the battleship. But she wasn't here. There was also the massive black water outside. Why was he even entertaining these thoughts? Sunny sighed and shook his head. "Yeah, comfortable. This will probably take a while." His soldiers obeyed, sitting down on crates or leaning against the side of the Rhino. However, none of the 4 looked particularly at ease. Luster lingered for a moment and then asked in a cautious tone, Captain, sorry, but what exactly is going on?" Sunny shrugged. "Something big and scary is trying to take a bite out of the convoy. What else?" "Don't worry too much. House of Night probably has things under control. I personally saw their saint joining the battle." Despite the precarious situation, Luster's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. "Really? Wow, I hope I can see a saint fight one day." Sunny's face turned bleak as he threw a dark glance at the young man. "Be careful what you wish for, fool. If you are ever close enough to see saints fight, then something has definitely gone horribly wrong. Believe me, I should know." Luster opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment something collided against the hull of the ship again, making him flinch and lose his train of thought. Despite the fact that these loud bangs had been occasionally resounding across the vehicle's stable for some time now, each was still extremely jarring. People trapped in the vast compartment could not treat them with indifference, no matter how much they might have wished to. Still, slowly but surely, they were growing accustomed to the startling noise of the collisions. This last one, though, Sunny scowled. The last one was different. He slowly turned around and stared at a certain spot on the opposite wall of the stable. Was Sunny imagining it, or did the bulkhead look a little deformed? Before he could finish the thought, something collided against the ship once again, and the alloy wall visibly bent inward. Chapter 838 Bang crap. As hundreds of petrified people watched in fear, one of the sections of the giant compartment's outer wall bent slightly. An ugly deformity appeared on it, and as the echo of the loud and jarring bang died down, they heard the sound of water rushing into the narrow gaps between the different layers of the battleship's armored hull. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. His fingers twitched, and then he turned his head slightly. "On your feet, soldiers!" Dorn, Quentin, Kim, and Luster rose ready for battle. However, there was a subtle sense of hesitation hiding behind their masks of professionalism and composure. As elites of the government forces, they knew how to fight against nightmare creatures, other awakened, and horrors of all kinds. But how were they supposed to fight the ocean? A moment later, something crashed into the side of the ship with a thunderous bang, once again making the indentation in the bulkhead of the vehicle's stable grow more pronounced. People that were closest to it shuddered and backed away. Some turned around and ran. Soon the space around the damaged section of the wall became completely empty. Everyone in the large compartment had moved as far away from it as they could, pressing against the opposite wall and staring at the massive deformity. A second passed in utter silence, then another, then one more. All that could be heard was the sound of rushing water. Someone cursed in a stifled bang as several people yelped. The wall bent inward even more, its misshapen portion growing in size and reaching slightly deeper into the vehicle's stable. A loud, deep groan of contorting metal rolled through the air, reverberating in their very bones. Captain Kim paled as he stared at the deformed bulkhead. Sunny felt her aspect ability brushing against his mind, and then his perception of the world changed. Everything was largely the same, but the damaged wall became tinted by several subdued colors. It was as if a mad painter had vandalized it with an unsteady brush. Most of the wall remained metal gray, but closer to the massive dent, the armored alloy turned anxious orange and pale red. A small patch of the red was vibrant and vivid instead. Sunny gritted his bang bang bang. 3 consecutive strikes crashed into the outer hull, exacerbating the damage and making the wall bend even more. People screamed and tried to get even further away from it, but there was simply nowhere for them to go. Some eyed the exit from the vehicle stable, while some stared at the contorted bulkhead frozen still. Somehow it still held. The metal groaned once more, but endured. Nothing happened for a dozen seconds. Then another blow crashed into the damaged section of the hull, and the wall bent a little more. As it did, a thin crack appeared right where the alloy had been painted vibrant red. A single drop of black water seeped through the crack and rolled down. Hundreds of people watched the drop with horror written on their faces. Before the next strike tore the hull open, however, a tide of shadows suddenly rose and rushed toward the deformed wall as a wave. Converging on the damaged section, the wave splattered across its surface and then somehow solidified, turning into an improvised brace. Sunny grunted, feeling the strain of keeping such a heavy mass of shadows tangible. It was well within his limit, though plugging the leak was the only thing he had to do. The problem was that the crushing blows against the dented bulkhead did not stop coming. One after another they impacted against it, sending tremors running through the entire vehicle stable. Sunny had to keep exerting opposite pressure to keep the wall intact. It was as if he was trying to brace a castle gate as a heavy ram was pounding on it from the other side. Keeping shadows tangible was hard, but forcing them to continuously press forward with that much force was even harder. Clenching his fists, Sunny looked at his subordinates and said in a strained voice, "Dorn, help me push the brace against the bulkhead. Quentin, try to use your aspect to repair the cracks. Luster, keep Dorn and Quentin supplied with essence. Transfer your own to them if one or both come close to running out." Then he turned to the rest of the humans gathered in the vehicle stable and barked, "What are you staring at? Make yourself useful, fools. Those of you who are awakened with useful aspects, help if you can. Those of you who are mundane, there are literally tons of equipment and handy machinery in this damned compartment. Even a complete idiot can find a way to reinforce the hull with all that gear, so get to work." The people stared at him for a split second. Then Dorn and Quentin dashed toward the shadow brace. This prompted the others to start moving as well. Another bang rolled through the spacious compartment, but no one paid it any attention. Now that Sunny broke the veil of fear that had paralyzed the members of the First Army, everyone got busy making sure that the bulkheads held. With the mass of shadows reinforcing the most damaged section, it was not too hard for them to make sure that several smaller dents that soon appeared elsewhere never broke the immediate traces. The people in the vehicle stable survived. Now all that remained was to wait and see if they would be able to continue staying alive in the coming hours. They did. After what felt like an eternity of intense and terrifying struggle, the battle outside finally started showing signs of slowing down. Sunny, who was slowly growing concerned about his reserves of essence, let out a sigh of relief. Through his shadow on the upper deck, he could see that the fleet had escaped from the vast blotch of black water that marred the surface of the ocean. The cannons were slowly ceasing their bombardment, and the crews of the battleships had already started evaluating the damage. A giant shape rose from the depths and broke the surface of the water as it jumped into the air. Sunny saw a glimpse of a creature that resembled a monstrous killer whale, with its black and white hide torn and showing many signs of an intense confrontation against an unknown and ferocious enemy. Then it shimmered and turned into a tiny silhouette of a human, who then tiredly climbed onto the deck of the flagship and disappeared. More human figures emerged from the water and returned aboard the ships of the convoy. Master Neve was among them. The handsome man climbed onto the deck not too far away from where Sunny's shadow was hiding and sat down with an exhausted expression. Drops of water were falling from his black hair. His wetsuit appeared more ragged than it had been when they first met, but the scion of the House of Night did not seem to bear any serious wounds. Soon his indigo eyes shined as they reflected the first rays of sunshine that broke through the eastern horizon. A new day had come. The fearsome battle was over. Chapter 839: Unholy Blood. In the end, none of the 40 colossal ships had been lost. Some received moderate damage to their hulls, but the high compartmentalization and the rugged engineering of the war vessels prevented them from going down. As the fleet escaped the vast blot of black water, it continued moving south without ever slowing down. In fact, the reactors were sent into a controlled overload to enhance the speed of the convoy even further and quickly increase the distance between it and the latent danger. As the battered ships cut the waves, thousands of crewmates were assigned to repair brigades that started patching up the torn sections of the hulls. None of them paid any attention to the fact that the fleet was still in transit, hinting that this precarious type of work was not new to them. The rows of cannons were checked and reloaded. New missiles and torpedoes were slotted into the empty nests. The wounded were moved to infirmaries and the dead were given burials at sea. Despite the frightening scope of the battle, not too many humans had lost their lives. Things could have been different if the Awakened of the House of Night had not acted so swiftly. A few days later, Sunny was resting in the officer's lounge of the scarred battleship as he chatted with Master Neve. Since there were no other ascended station on the vessel, the two sometimes kept each other company. So anyway, the giant just whacked the creepy skull with his hammer. Boom, let me tell you, at that moment I was glad that my pants were already wet. I don't know if that thing died or not, but it did not bother us after that. The scion of the great clan looked at him with an amused expression. The dark sea of the Forgotten sure has to be a great titan then, at least. Sunny shrugged. That is what I think as well, but who can say for sure? That whole place is weird. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, do you think that it is connected to the black water? What is that thing anyway? Neve's expression dimmed a little. Well, no one really knows. We have stumbled on the black water many times, both in the real world and in the dream realm. It is one of the more prominent hazards in the storm sea. Some think that it is a type of nightmare creature, some think that it is a powerful terror that had been torn into numerous pieces thousands of years ago. Some even think that is the blood of an ancient long-dead titan. He shook his head and sighed. In any case, everyone agrees that it is best to avoid it. The black water is not really sentient, so hiding from it is not too hard. It's just that this convoy is too damn large. There are too many souls, too many awakened. Their scent attracted it as well as all the abominations that dwell within it. Luckily, most of them were not too powerful this time. The handsome master thought for a bit. I don't think that the black water is the same as the dark sea of the Forgotten Shore though. They seem similar on the surface, but that sea of yours is much more vast and powerful. It is a miracle that you and your friends managed to seal it as mere sleepers. Sunny glanced at Neve with a somber expression. It was not a miracle. Countless thousands of young men and women had died on the Forgotten Shore across 2 decades to uncover the secrets that eventually allowed us to seal the Dark Sea. Many of them would have been pillars of humanity by now if they had survived. We just finished what they had started. The First Lord and his cohort, the members of the Dream Arm, even Gunlog and his lieutenants. If not for their contributions, Nephi's and Sunny would have never been able to lay siege to the Crimson Spire and conquer it. The scion of the House of Night sighed. Most problems can be solved if you throw enough bodies at them. Hopefully, the Antarctica campaign will be different. It had to be, considering that no amount of bodies would have been enough to bury a problem of that magnitude. Sunny grimaced. How long before we reach it anyway? Neve shifted slightly and smiled. Conditions are good. If all goes well, a week at most. Then he leaned forward and added, oh, by the way, I just received the news. The government is going to be announcing the voluntary mobilization in the next couple of days. The second evacuation army will already be starting to form by the time you guys make landfall. Sunny gave him a dubious look. That's great. I doubt that it will arrive to reinforce us anytime soon though. Things like that take a lot of time, not to mention that the best and the brightest that the government has to offer are already aboard these ships. With the legacy clans remaining on the sidelines, the reinforcements are not going to change much. The Nightwalker shrugged. I wouldn't be so sure that the legacy clans won't join on the fun. Sunny frowned. I've been told that neither Song nor Valor are interested in participating in the campaign. And while you guys are helping out, the House of Night is not going to send its land troops either. Neve lingered for a moment. My clan is most useful at sea. As for the other two, indeed, they have only sent token forces to the First Army. They are acting reluctant for now. He shook his head. However, don't let their act fool you. The legacies are definitely going to join the fight. They might not come in the first wave or even the second, but they will come. Sunny looked at him unconvinced. What makes you say that? The handsome master simply smiled. Have you ever met a legacy that could resist joining a glorious fight? He leaned back and let out a laugh, especially when there are countless treasures, advancements, and spoils of all kinds to be made in the fight. Sunny's expression darkened. Legacies were known to pursue power and opportunity indeed. If the two remaining great clans did really join the Antarctica campaign, the army would be relieved of a large part of its burden. However, with what he knew about the conflict between song and valor, would they be joining the struggle against the chain of nightmares to help humanity, or would they be joining it simply because Antarctica could become the most convenient battlefield for their own private war? Chapter 840: Mobilization. As the naval convoy moved closer and closer to Antarctica, Sunny had to accelerate his attempts to weave new and better enchantments into the memories of his soldiers. Although his rudimentary knowledge of sorcery was not nearly enough to create something truly powerful, he did manage to comprehensively upgrade the cohort's arsenal. Even if the modifications he had made were mostly modest, they were all targeted and suited the tasks facing the first irregular company. While Sunny failed to make the memories considerably stronger, he succeeded in tailoring them to the situation and, more importantly, to their users. This was already enough. Now many of the memories that his subordinates wielded looked rather peculiar to his eyes. If he were to touch them and peer deep inside, he would see strange weaves that combine the usual strings of ethereal light with the lightless threads made of shadow essence. The sight reminded Sunny of himself and Nephi's. And speaking of changing star, a few days before the fleet reached Antarctica, the world was shaken by an emergency announcement transmitted by the government. Of course, the propaganda machine managed to present the approaching cataclysm in an easily digestible and inspiring light. It was almost as if the chain of nightmares was going to be a glorious stage for heroism, valiance, and human triumph instead of a bloody, unmitigated disaster. However, no matter how hard the government tried, people weren't that easy to fool. Although nothing much changed for the soldiers of the first evacuation army, Sunny was sure that a wave of panic was spreading through the rest of the world. The population centers of the southern quadrant were, of course, hit the worst. He could not even imagine what the people living there were going through, but other continents had to be consumed by fear as well. If something like that could happen in Antarctica, then it could happen anywhere else. The infrastructure was bound to come under terrible strain when hundreds of millions of refugees from the besieged continent arrived, if they could even be saved. What if the evacuation failed? How did people living in South America feel knowing that they would soon be cut off from the rest of humanity? No one was left unaffected by the shocking news. Nephi's and the rest of the cohort had to have seen the announcement as well. Knowing that the next few weeks were going to be extremely turbulent, Sunny retreated into his cabin, spent some time establishing a new tether, and then closed his eyes. It took him several minutes of intense concentration to grasp the elusive sensation of the dream realm anchor. Then he circulated his essence in a swift, complicated pattern and disappeared. The cabin was suddenly silent and empty. All that remained was a slight eerie feeling of coldness that permeated the air. The ivory tower did not change much in the many months since Sunny last visited his current citadel, at least on the outside. Well, what did he expect? The Great Pagoda remained the same for thousands of years, so why would it suddenly change now? The Firekeepers might have made it their home, but they were hardly capable of reshaping the ancient structure. The island itself, however, looked a bit different. To his surprise, Sunny noticed a large garden surrounded by a neat and tidy wooden fence. Inside, various vegetables were growing in the soil. There were also several other structures here and there, all built of wood. Some seemed like they were meant for training, some resembled simple barns. They all looked rather harmonious. That's probably Kaor's and Shakti's handiwork. The two members of Cassie's former cohort had used to be artisans in the Bright Castle. One was an awakened carpenter, the other Kaido's disciple, with an aspect related to plants. The Avriella looked much more inhabited now. More than that, a familiar ship rested on the surface of the lake. Despite thousands of years that had passed since its former captain disappeared, the flying vessel remained much the same. Sunny sighed. He had been rather taken by the Rhino, but now looking at the graceful lines of the ancient ship's hull, he couldn't help but feel that the armored APC was rather small and shabby. Whatever, it has better plumbing anyway. That's what really matters. Somewhat vindicated, Sunny allowed himself to enjoy the peace and tranquility of the beautiful island for a few moments and then headed toward the tower. As he did, a thundering voice boomed behind him. Sunny, he slowed down and then cautiously turned around. Effie was traversing the green meadow with long strides. Her eyes were burning with intense emotion. A second before the huntress reached him, a swift shadow flew across the grass and Kai suddenly landed on the ground. The archer seemed concerned. Sunny, Effie growled, interrupting him. What the hell, Sunny? Antarctica, that was your big secret? You up and left to go to war? without telling us? Sunny stared at them for a few moments and then cleared his throat. Actually, it's Captain Sunless to you citizens. Please maintain some decorum. Effie's eye twitched. Before the huntress did something that one or both of them would regret, Sunny raised his arms. All right, yeah, I am currently in the southern quadrant. It wasn't my secret to tell, okay? The government is very particular about classified information, you know. He lingered for a moment and then added, besides, it's not like you can't join me. The Second Army would be very glad to get its hands on two renowned masters. The life of service is not for the faint of heart, of course, but the benefits are to die for. The huntress stared at him in stunned silence. Finally, she palmed her face and said, Doofus, no, sorry, Captain Doofus, are you really giving us the recruitment speech? Sunny looked her up and down and grinned. Well, not really. However, I do think that the uniform will suit you very much. Chapter 841. Prudent decision. For a few moments there was an awkward silence between the three of them. Eventually, Sunny sighed. Listen, it is what it is. I have my own reasons to join the campaign in the southern quadrant. Both of you are smart enough to realize that the picture painted by the government is far removed from the truth. The truth is that Antarctica is going to be a disaster and no one, not even masters like us, can guarantee their survival. So you have to decide for yourself. He looked at Effie and Kyan with a heavy expression and added, if you decide to join the Second Army, do it for a good reason. Do it for yourself, your desires, your principles. Point is, whatever you do, definitely don't do it for me. Chances are that we won't meet even if you ship to Antarctica. It's a big place, you know? His friends stared at him with unreadable expressions. A few moments later, Kai shook his head with a subtle smile. Thank you very much for caring, Sunny. But you don't have to remind us, really. We both have good heads on our shoulders. We are more than qualified to make prudent decisions. Effie nodded. Exactly, if anyone should be giving sage advice here, it's us. We're older than you, and also it's pointless anyway because we have already enlisted. Sunny blinked. You what? The huntress grinned and patted him on the shoulder. What did you think, that we would miss our chance to fight an apocalyptic horde of nightmare creatures? Dream on, buddy. Both Kai and I were among the first ones to submit our applications to the recruitment bureau. He stared at her for a second, then rubbed his temples. Wait, you did? What? Effie and Kai glanced at each other and shrugged. The archer was the first one to respond. Because there are hundreds of millions of people that need help. Is this not reason enough? The huntress shook her head. Because I am a warrior. When an enemy invades your home, you don't hide. You go to war and kick the enemy's butt. We humans need to protect what's ours. If we can't even do that much, then we won't be humans for much longer. We'll just be food. Sunny studied their faces, then scratched the back of his head. Well, alright. I guess that makes sense. Welcome aboard then. With your power and abilities, the Second Army is probably salivating over your applications right now. Chances are you guys are going to outrank me very soon. Prudent decisions, huh? Doubtful. As they walked toward the ivory tower, he shared some details about the operation with them, including the disposition of human forces, the intended phases of the campaign, and his own role as a captain of the first irregular company. As he did, both Effie and Kai grew a little pensive. Yeah, I'm not sure that the government can actually pull it off. Even if we maintain control over the evacuation centers, repelling the siege of the nightmare creatures for months won't be easy. It would be a miracle if we hold out for a year. But can the fleets even evacuate everyone in a year? Sunny hesitated for a moment, then tentatively nodded. That is the plan. The ships, they are massive. The naval convoy I'm currently at is carrying 100,000 soldiers, but that is only because most of the space is taken by the war machine's supplies and all the logistical stuff needed to support a massive army. On its way back, the same convoy can carry millions upon millions of refugees. There are more convoys than that one too. So a year is not an unrealistic goal. Actually, it's more than most projections suggest. His face grew darker. However, that is only if the convoys don't meet obstacles of their own. So, who can say? I doubt that these projections will survive coinciding against reality. Kai sighed. It seems that the Second Army won't be ready to deploy anytime soon. By the time we arrive at her, the situation may be entirely out of control. Many things can go wrong in a few months. Sunny shared the same sentiment. For what it's worth, I don't expect the worst to happen before you guys have the chance to experience it personally. The chain of nightmares is going to be ramping up as time goes on as well, so you'll have plenty of opportunities to live through the truly terrible parts. They entered the ivory tower where Hope had once been imprisoned. As always, Sunny felt a subtle shiver run through his body and soul when he saw the great hall where he had faced the ineffable demon. Now Hope's former prison cell served as the heart of the human citadel. The 7 broken chains lay on the ground, forming the wide borders of the circle that served as the gateway. Myriads of runes glowed softly on their surface. The fire keepers made their home on the upper levels of the great pagoda, so the first level was mostly empty. Only a couple of them were here busy with chores. Noticing Sunny, they greeted him with excited smiles. Weirdos, Sunny waved at them, then turned to Effie and Kai. By the way, where's Nephi's? Has she arrived? Getting Changing Star to the Ivory Tower was a complicated process. She had to travel to the sanctuary of Noctis first, which demanded cooperation from the saint that had replaced Sky Tide as the person in charge of the Chained Isles. After that, the fire keepers had to fly their ship all the way from the Ebony Tower to the surface, pick her up and return into the depths of the sky below. However, it had not escaped his notice that a flying ship had somehow ended up on the Ivory Island itself. Had the fire keepers found a way to brave the crushing? Kai nodded. She reached the tower a couple of days ago. It didn't take as long as we thought. With Noctis' help, Cassie had studied the flying ship extensively in the nightmare. I don't know how exactly, but she managed to repair its enchantment circuits enough to move directly between here and the Isles. The process is a bit precarious, but the travel time between here and the sanctuary was cut by several weeks. Sunny lingered for a moment and then sighed. Well, where can I find her? Effie gave him a long look and gestured back to the gates that they had walked through. She's there by the lake. Do you want to say hi? Sunny took a deep breath. Yes, something like that. Chapter 842. Cola Lessons of the Past. Leaving the Great Pagoda, Sunny glanced warily at the bones of Severax, the ivory dragon whom Kai had slain in the nightmare, and slowly headed for the lake. Its surface was calm and clear as always. Sunlight reflected from the tranquil waters, making it seem like a pool of shimmering silver. Despite the beauty of the heavenly lake, Sunny couldn't help but feel a hint of unease as he approached it. The memory of the furious naval battle was still fresh in his mind, so no body of water felt safe. On the shore, an intricate bench cut from white stone stood, inviting people to rest and enjoy the idyllic view. Currently, it was occupied by a familiar figure. Nephi sat with her legs crossed, staring at the sparkling water with a distant look. When Sunny's shadow fell on her, she lingered for a moment and then looked up. Sunny! He remained silent for a while, then sat on the bench and studied the beautiful lake as well. How's life treating you? Being at the great class to be with experience. Nephi's frowned. It's fine. Feels a bit strange to be addressed as sister by Morgan of Valor, I guess. She seems to enjoy my discomfort. Considering who Morgan's other sibling was, she probably put a different meaning into the word sister, one that entirely lacked affection most likely. For a moment, Sunny was darkly amused. Never thought I would pity the Princess of War one day, but having both Mordred and Nephi's as siblings, damn, her luck must be even worse than mine. If that's even possible. Changing Star let out a heavy sigh and turned slightly to face him. You should have told me, Sunny. He smiled. What about Antarctica? Oh, that was classified information. I thought that Cassie would have informed you anyway. She had to have known, right? She studied him for a few moments, then shook her head. If she did, she kept the knowledge to herself. Cassie has changed a lot since the Forgotten Shore. She carries a lot of secrets. Sunny raised an eyebrow. I guess there's trouble in paradise. I was under the impression that she's utterly loyal to you, like a lost puppy, you know. It's surprising to hear. Changing Star did not respond immediately. After a while, she said, Cassie has her own thoughts and her own desires. She is powerful too, no less than the rest of us. Brushing her agency aside would be a mistake. Sunny laughed. Of all the people in the world, I would be the last one to underestimate Cassie, don't you think? Nephi simply looked at the lake. Are you safe? He lingered for a bit, then shrugged. Is anyone safe? I am surrounded by thousands of soldiers, awakened masters, and even a few saints. Plus, I'm me. Antarctica is no worse than the Forgotten Shore or the Kingdom of Hope. In fact, if anyone is in danger, it's you. Are you safe? Her face grew dark. Nephi's gritted her teeth for a moment and then said with unusual intensity, You don't understand, do you? This is not the first expedition of that kind. Humanity has tried to resist the spell before. The last one took the lives of both my grandfather and my mother. They were powerful too. They were exceptional and ahead of their time too. What makes you think that you'll do better than them? Sunny shook his head. Many things have changed in the past 2 decades. Back then humanity had much less awakened. There were barely any masters around. No saint had even emerged yet, at least officially. Our tech, spell tech, and strategies were much more primitive. We had no experience dealing with something like that. Yes, North America was a disaster, but we learned our lesson there. This campaign, it will be different. It will be better. I will survive it and grow stronger as a result. Nephi's looked at him with a challenge. So, he smiled. I do. I say if I die or not. It all depends on me, does it not? Sunny sighed and glanced at the radiant lake. The nightmare creatures don't scare me. The chain of nightmares doesn't scare me either. If there's one thing that does, however, it's the great clans and their ambitions. Will they really come to Antarctica to start a war of their own? A troubled expression appeared on Changing Star's face. She hesitated before giving him an answer. I don't know. Maybe. It is a perfect opportunity. His own face grew ugly. Why are they doing it now? This is insanity. Our civilization is already on its last leg. Nephi's lingered for a while, then sighed. There has to be a logic to their actions, but what is it? I am not sure. All of it is very strange. We are missing something, I think. A key piece of information that can explain everything. The sovereigns, they never do anything without a reason. Sunny scoffed. Is there something you are sure of? She looked at him and said in a serious tone, there is one thing. Changing Star remained silent for a moment, distant flames dancing in her cold gray eyes. When the great clans do come to Antarctica, all of us better be ready. Several days later, Sunny ascended to the upper deck of the colossal battleship and walked over to its bow. The guards stationed here and there on the deck let him pass freely, both because of the 3 stars on the shoulder insignia of his black bodysuit and his close relationship with Neve of House Knight, their direct superior. Stopping in the shadow of a massive cannon turret, Sunny endured the cold winds that pelted him with drops of icy water and looked ahead. In front of him were the towering hulls of other metal leviathans of the naval convoy, which cut the waves as they sailed toward a distant horizon. And out there on the horizon a dark line slowly appeared, finally putting an end to the vast expanse of undulating water. Antarctica. After several tumultuous weeks at sea, the fleet had reached its destination. Chapter 843: Falcon Scott. Perched precariously on a broken mountain road, the Rhino stood still as the members of the cohort cautiously climbed higher. Beldorn and Luster were hiding 100 steps ahead just below the crest of the tall hill, while Sunny and Kim were currently on the roof of the armored vehicle. I see them! Samara was tensely studying the screen of her military communicator, which was receiving the video feed from a compact spy drone that she had sent ahead. On it was a small valley. The image was grainy and noisy, sometimes breaking out entirely because of the interference of the nightmare gate exerted on it. Flooding the valley, a swarm of nightmare creatures could be seen. There are hundreds of them. Most are awakened, but there are several fallen abominations as well. The gate guardian has already emerged. It seems to be a devil. Sunny nodded. Correct. There are 274 abominations. Of them, 242 are awakened while 32 are fallen. The guardian is indeed a fallen devil. One of his shadows had snuck much closer to the swarm of nightmare creatures. It wasn't suffering from any interference as well. Sunny, however, maintaining a calm facade, he shivered inwardly. The gate was whispering into his ears, calling to him on a level much deeper than thought or emotion. He had experienced the call before, but now that he was a master, it became so much stronger and harder to resist. Sunny had experienced this change almost instantly after the first evacuation army made landfall in Antarctica. While the other 3 convoys were sent to East Antarctica, the largest and most populated region of the southern quadrant, the one he had traveled with was meant to deliver troops to the Antarctic Center. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow mountainous landmass that served as the administrative and industrial center of the continent. As such, it harbored many priority targets that had to be evacuated at all costs. The first several days after the arrival of the army was pure chaos. The large city they entered, Falcon Scott, was in a state of utter havoc. Millions of people had just learned that their entire lives would be uprooted or maybe even lost, while the local government forces had done their best to maintain order and prepare the civilians for evacuation. That did not amount to much in the end. The situation had been only made worse by all the gates that were opening near and within the city. As one of the southern quadrant awakened had put it used to be that one gate open every few weeks. Then it was one every week. Then several a week. Then one every day. By the time the evacuation army arrived, the situation was swiftly growing even worse. With so many gates around, every awakened master and saint felt their call some more than others. It wasn't easy for Sunny to adjust to this new subtly maddening reality. He wouldn't be surprised if the prolonged exposure to the call drove many people insane. But they had not reached that point yet, even if the world seemed to have lost its mind. After spending several days in the panic chaos consuming Falcon Scott, a large chunk of the Army Corps stayed behind to start converting it into an impregnable fortress. The northernmost city of the Antarctic Center was going to serve as its largest evacuation center, so it had to be converted into a full-fledged siege capital in the coming months. Most of the government forces, however, moved out and started their long march out. Their job was to reach other population centers, establish safe evacuation corridors, and start moving civilians through them to the handful of siege capitals. The first irregular company left with the field army and split up to assist its various divisions. And now, just a day later, Sunny's cohort was going to fight its first battle. The division they were escorting was already engaged in a low-intensity confrontation against a mass of nightmare creatures that had emerged from half a dozen gates at the lower altitudes. To wipe the abominations faster, they needed to flank them, but the most suitable road skirted the mountain slopes and was itself blocked by the seventh gate. Deploying soldiers to fight on such rough terrain was problematic, so the irregulars were sent instead. Standing on the roof of the Rhino, Sunny sighed. "We are in luck." Both Samara and Kim turned and stared at him with inscrutable expressions. After a few moments of dead silence, the latter said in a timid voice, "I am sorry, sir, but how can facing 300 nightmare creatures and a fallen devil be called luck?" He shrugged. "That is what I call a low-threat gate. Do you have a guess why?" Samara frowned. "Because there's no tyrant?" Sunny nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Sure, there are a lot of abominations, but without a tyrant or a terror to control them, they're just a herd. Things would have been much worse if all these creatures could coordinate their attack. Plus, we're smarter. That means that we can stack the odds in our favor." She lingered for a moment. "I think the odds are already in our favor. We have higher ground and the wind is blowing in the right direction. The nightmare creatures have not caught our scent yet, which means that the element of surprise is on our side." Sunny shook his head. "Don't be fooled. They already know that we're here. Abominations have other ways of sensing human flesh and souls. In fact, they would not have stayed put near the gate unless they were up to something in the first place. They would have spread around and tried to find something to tear apart and devour." Kian shivered. "Then what are they waiting for?" He glanced at her with an amused expression. "Isn't it obvious? They're waiting for us to walk into the trap. That fallen devil is much smarter than it looks." Sunny's expression hardened. "Which is why it has to die first." Samara studied the screen of her communicator for a few moments and sighed. "I can probably make the shot from this distance, but we don't have a direct line of fire. The crest of the hill that hides us from sight also protects the enemy from ranged attacks." Sunny's smile turned into a dark grin. "That is true as far as your rifle goes." A swarm of scarlet sparks shimmered into existence around his hand, and then a black bow appeared in it, radiating a feeling of devastating strength. Its string was bright red, and there was a small brand of the same color on one of its limbs in the shape of an anvil pierced by a straight sword. But arrows, unlike bullets, do not have to fly in a straight line. Chapter 844 Opening Act. Sunny studied the swarm of abominations that flooded the small valley. These ones didn't seem as dangerous as the primal hunters he had once fought in front of Rain's school. The creatures had bestial bodies with 4 bony limbs that ended in sharp claws and long slithering tails. Ridges of jagged spikes rose from their spines, and their maws were full of sharp fangs. Most disturbingly, all except for the fallen ones seemed to have had their eyes violently torn out. Now only darkness nestles in the empty gaping holes of their eye sockets. The abominations did not move as if they were blind, though. There was a strange predatory precision to their subdued motions. The devil was different from the eyeless beasts, though. It resembled them outwardly, but possessed a more humanoid body. The creature stood on its hind legs while his front limbs resembled human hands. Its eyes were closed and even seemed sewn shut. Something constantly moved behind the eyelids, giving Sunny the creeps. The powerful abomination towered above its ilk, reaching almost 3 meters in height. 274 nightmare creatures was a lot. Most cohorts of Awakened would not have even considered attacking that many abominations and quietly retreated instead. I need to be careful about this. Sunny thought for a few long moments and then spoke. Samara, move forward and assume a position higher up the slope where you'll be able to shoot over the crest of the road. Vanguard, prepare to advance and secure the crest. Kimi, work your magic. His words reached the melee fighters of the cohort without any problem. Of course, he could have used the usual technological solutions to ensure good communication, but with how unstable tech was near Nightmare Gates, it was always good to have a backup. For that reason, Luster was currently in possession of an extremely ordinary, very unassuming rock, which nevertheless was somehow able to speak with their captain's voice. One of Sunny's shadows was following the vanguard as well, so he had no trouble hearing their responses. As the cohort's range specialist hoisted the heavy rifle on her shoulder and jumped down off the rhino, the melee vanguard crept forward. Quentin served as the center of the formation with Belle and Dorn flanking him. Luster stayed behind to cover their backs and prevent any monsters from escaping toward the rhino. He was confidently wielding a beautifully etched halberd in his hands, which both gave him some range and allowed the young man to support the three fighters from the back should the need arise. Its versatility also gave him a lot of options on how to engage the enemy. During the past week, Sunny had done all he could to raise the battle effectiveness of the cohort and enhance the memories of his soldiers. The weapons received most of his attention, but he also augmented their armors by transplanting the tenacious enchantment of the Patient Avenger into their weaves. With its help, the survivability of the cohort had reached a new level. The Patient Avenger itself had been entrusted to Quentin. Sunny also transferred the Blood Blossom to Belle with much reluctance, of course. With his current strength, the augmentation granted by the morbid charm could not benefit him in any substantial way. It was a different story for the awakened swordsman, however, so the decision sadly made too much sense. Each member of the cohort was additionally protected by a charm that gave them slight resistance to cold, which is why they were able to all but ignore the slowly falling snow and the chilling wind that blew through the mountains. Standing near Sunny on the roof of the rhino, Kim, who was wielding a round buckler, a sharp rapier, and had a snub-nosed automatic carbine slung around her back, concentrated and unleashed her ability. First, she borrowed Sunny's sight. This also allowed her to see what his shadows saw, even though receiving so many different perspectives put an immense strain on her mind. Then she used her dormant ability to concentrate on the fallen devil and find its weaknesses. Finally, she shared her own perception back to Sunny, allowing him to see where to strike as well. The shadows did not see color, so to him the body of the towering abomination became painted in different shades of gray. The lighter areas were the most resilient, while those that were darker were less protected. Strangely enough, a small spot at the very center of the devil's forehead was almost entirely black. That was where Sunny aimed. As he wrapped two shadows around his body and strained his muscles, the black bow bent. Despite possessing an enchantment called Unbending, because of it, Morgan's warbow required a giant strength to draw, but was also capable of sending arrows very far and translated devastating force to them. Luckily, Sunny was incredibly strong even for a master. A ghostly shade appeared on the string of the bow and then turned into a black arrow with dark fletching, an arrowhead that seemed to have been crafted from a long sharp piece of obsidian. The shadow arrows were swift, flew without producing any sound, and had an unnatural ability to find cracks in the enemy's armor. Sunny closed his eyes and moved the bow higher, aiming at an abomination that was more than a kilometer away and was only seen by his shadow. Was not an easy task, but he had not trained with Kai for nothing. He held his breath and then corrected his aim by a couple millimeters when the wind suddenly picked up. Lastly, Sunny poured his essence into the bow, instantly emptying one of his 4 cores. The Death Dealer enchantment was a gluttonous one as far as essence was concerned, but it was worth it. A moment later, Sunny relaxed his fingers, allowing the string to slide off them on its own. The black arrow noiselessly disappeared into the skies so fast that it was hard to see it at all. It arched above the crest of the road, soared high, and then fell down. A black streak flashed in the air, piercing the center of the Gate Guardian's forehead with stunning ease and exiting from the back of its head a split second later. The devil's eyes suddenly opened, revealing Sunny never learned what had been hiding behind the creature's eyelids, because a moment after his shadow arrow disappeared into the ground, the creature's entire skull suddenly deformed and violently exploded. Every bone in its upper body was shattered by the residual force of the impact. The misshapen headless corpse was thrown back with so much momentum that it killed several nightmare creatures that just happened to stand in the way. Just like that, the fallen devil who guarded the nightmare gate was gone. All members of his cohort froze for a moment, astonished by the ghastly sight. The nightmare creatures seemed to have been stunned by the sudden and gruesome death of their leader as well. Standing on top of the rhino, Sunny lowered his bow and smiled with vicious glee. Not a bad start. A second later, the small valley exploded with movements as hundreds of abominations lunged in the direction from which the black arrow had arrived. Chapter 845. Ranged specialists, you have slain a fallen devil, defiled witness. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. A swarm of fearsome nightmare creatures flowed up the slope of the small mountain valley, rushing toward the crest of the road where a handful of awakened warriors were preparing to make their stand. The eyeless abominations were moving with ferocious determination, covering many meters with each stride as viscous saliva streamed from their terrifying maws. To their right was the slope of the mountain, while to their left was a canyon that grew deeper and deeper as the road climbed up. Standing at the top of the hill, Quentin Beldorn and Luster studied the approaching avalanche of monsters with grim apprehension. Lowering the enchanted sledgehammer off his shoulder, the striker of the melee vanguard glanced at his comrades and spoke in a reserved tone. "What do you think?" Bell readied his sword and smiled. "This is going to be fun. If we survive, I won't have to be embarrassed about sleeping through the last one anymore." Quentin silently shook his head while Luster, who stood behind the three, closed his eyes for a moment. "Crazy bastard," the swordsman simply laughed. At that moment, they heard a subtle electric whine and then a loud crack of a highly compressed sonic boom. A moment later, the head of a hulking abomination that towered above the rest of the swarm exploded into bloody chunks. The massive carcass toppled over like a marionette that had its strings cut, instantly turning into a lifeless heap of twitching meat. Standing on the roof of the rhino, Sunny drew his bow and let an arrow fly. "Keep aiming for their foreheads, Samara. Take down as many fallen as you can before the enemy reaches the 200 meters mark, then switch to explosive ammunition and concentrate on the front rows of the awakened abominations. We must break their momentum." Hidden between large rocks higher up the slope, the deadly sharpshooter recharged her coil gun as she poured a steady flow of essence into an armor-piercing tungsten slug. "Understood." A heartbeat later, the rifle whined again and another abomination fell to the ground. At the same time, a black arrow pierced the head of an especially frightening creature. This time the effect was not as drastic, but the eyeless horror was killed just the same. Drawing the unbending warbow once more, Sunny briefly frowned. Too slow. They had barely 24 seconds left before the swarm reached the melee vanguard. That was not nearly enough to kill all the remaining fallen abominations, and then there were the 240 awakened ones left as well. Sunny and Samara would just have to do their best. Standing by his side, Kim nervously grasped the grip of her carbine and checked its magazine, which was loaded with bullets that seemed to glow slightly in the dim twilight. Each had been charged by Samara prior to the battle. Sadly, the supply of this powerful rounds was limited. The bullets slowly lost their charge as time went by, so the cohort could not hoard them. Black arrows rained from the sky, reaping one life after another. Head after head exploded, turning the cracked asphalt on the mountain road slick with blood. A fearsome nightmare creatures fell almost every second as the number of the fallen abominations slowly dwindled. At some point, Samara shifted her aim to the mass of the rabid eyeless beasts. Her eyes shone with ethereal light as a different kind of bullet escaped from the thick barrel of the Gauss rifle with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, a powerful explosion tore through the front row of the rushing swarm. A dozen abominations were instantly ripped apart. Chunks of mangled flesh flew into the air in a cloud of bloody haze. Sharp shards of broken bones pelted the surrounding creatures like shrapnel, wounding and maiming them. Almost instantly after, the disfigured corpses fell to the ground. The sound of another thunderous explosion rolled over the mountains, and then another. Two more bloody rifts appeared in the mass of the frenzied abominations. Now that Samara didn't have to aim, her rate of fire increased. However, so did her consumption of soul essence. "That's enough. Conserve your essence and switch back to priority targets." Sunny felled another fallen creature and drew the black bow again. However, this time a different arrow appeared on its string. Instead of wood and metal, it seemed to be made of pure lightning. Just a couple of seconds before the first nightmare creatures reached the crest of the hill, a furious bolt of lightning fell from above. Augmented by the Death Dealer enchantment and two of Sunny's shadows, the strike of thunder instantly turned the abomination it hit into a cloud of swiftly dissipating ash. Then powerful currents of electricity arced to the nearest beasts, spreading through the swarm in a destructive chain reaction. Because the monsters were so close to each other, the lightning spread far and wide. It grew weaker with each jump, but still the damage it dealt was devastating. Sunny failed to count how many abominations he had killed, but it had to be several dozens at least. Even more were burned and wounded to various degrees. But he wasn't done yet. A moment after the lightning chain through the swarm, the shadows cast by large rocks suddenly surged forward and shot into the air, turning into long, vicious spikes. The nightmare creatures that had tried to leave the road and climb higher were either pierced or blocked by them, turning the slope of the mountain into a macabre forest of impaled bodies. With the deadly spikes blocking the slope and the deep canyon on the other side, the swarm had no other choice than to attack along the narrow line of the road. Funneled that way, and with their momentum broken, the abominations that had jumped over the corpses of their slain kin failed to overwhelm the melee vanguard of the cohort in one fell swoop. As Quentin stepped forward and received the first attack on his shield, the true battle started. Chapter 846 : Melee Vanguard. In early April, Antarctica was enveloped by eternal twilight. The sun seemed to have frozen in place as it plunged behind the horizon, painting a persistent line of vibrant scarlet in the cold purple sky. Stuck between night and day, the southern quadrant was slowly slipping into the embrace of pure darkness that would last for many months. The behavior of the moon was strange and erratic as well. It remained in the sky for several weeks, then disappeared without a trace for long stretches of time. The radiant tapestry of Aurora Australis sometimes appeared to keep it company. Sunny had heard that the southern lights were breathtakingly beautiful, but he was yet to witness them himself. In any case, he did not care about heavenly miracles right now. All he cared about was whether his soldiers would be able to see the enemy clearly. Even though the long night had not descended yet, it was already hard enough to discern important details in the dim twilight. For that reason, Kim was currently channeling his vision to the rest of the cohort. The difference it made could be easily seen. Unencumbered by the absence of bright light and without the need to rely on luminescent memories, the melee vanguard moved as confidently as they would have in the middle of the day. Quentin stepped forward and leaned into his shield, meeting the charging abomination without giving any ground. His sword flashed forward, dealing a deep wound to the beast. Already the edges of the cut started to rot, and the damage was even worse inside since the blade bit deep. The combat healer flung the convulsing body of the nightmare creature aside and slashed at another one without any hint of hesitation. To his right, Dorn brought his heavy sledgehammer down, turning the head of a snarling abomination into bloody pulp. To his right, Bel's sword shimmered through the air, decapitating another. The road was narrow enough to prevent the swarm from surrounding them, and the slope of the mountain had turned into a killing field because of the bloodthirsty shadow spikes. The enemy could not flank the vanguard, so all the abominations could do was charge forward and up half a dozen at a time. As the pressure of the mass of nightmare creatures mounted, the three fighters turned into an impregnable bastion. Quentin drew most attention and withstood an attack after attack, which granted Bell and Dorn a modicum of freedom. They used it well, visiting unabashed slaughter upon the tide of eyeless beasts. The swordsman danced between them, phasing through his enemies and slicing their bodies apart as if they were made from paper. Dorn fought in a more reserved fashion, but his devastating and inescapable attacks were even more fearsome. Luster thrust his halberd forward from time to time, finishing off wounded enemies or preventing them from breaking through the walls of steel created by Quentin, Bell, and Dorn. Streams of foul blood were soon running down the surface of the mountain road. However, not everything went well for the cohort. Despite the unshakable ferocity and deadly skill of the melee vanguard, there were just too many nightmare creatures for them to fight. Each of the abominations was powerful and deadly as well. Already a few heavy hits landed on Quentin's armor, sending a net of thin cracks running through the polished breastplate. The healer easily managed to restore its integrity, but how long would he be able to keep up this lethal dance? Bell and Dorn were better off than him, but not by much. For now, one managed to avoid being torn apart due to his elusive aspect, while the other used his strength and calculating mind to avoid danger. Worse still, there were also the fallen abominations to think about. Just then, the first of the lumbering monstrosities finally reached the crest of the hill, ruthlessly throwing several of the lesser creatures into the canyon to clear a path for itself. The fallen lunged forward, opening its maw to bite down on Quentin's shield and maybe take the healer's entire arm off with it. Before it could, however, a black arrow silently slid into its throat. The abomination twitched and fell down, sliding forward on the asphalt as a river of blood poured out of its mouth. Sunny was already drawing his bow again. Higher up the slope, Samara was calmly sending slug after slug into the attacking swarm. Kim was standing still, concentrating on providing all 6 members of the cohort with a clear view of the battlefield, as well as letting them know where to strike to deal as much damage as possible. Hell, we might actually make it. Sunny had several trump cards saved up in case things went south, but he was reluctant to use them unless necessary. This clash was an important step for the cohort. Up until now, they had only trained together. Being christened by Blood in an actual battle would not only show how capable his soldiers were, but also truly bring them together. Sadly, just as he thought that, the situation suddenly and dreadfully changed. As the whole swarm of the eyeless abominations got close to the crest of the hill, the creatures froze for a split second. And then the long, jagged spikes growing from their spines suddenly grew hazy, producing a strange vibration that covered the surrounded area like a dome. Sunny heard a high-pitched ringing that burrowed into his ears like a hot needle, and then the entire world suddenly spun. Persis, he swayed, almost falling off the rhino's roof. Suddenly, Sunny couldn't tell where was up and where was down, where was left and where was right. Everything around him turned blurry, disorienting, and impossible to tell apart. Through the shadows, he felt Quentin missing his step and being thrown back by a charging abomination. Dorn swung his sledgehammer to cover the falling healer, but missed and was pulled off balance by the inertia of his mighty strike. Bell phased back and staggered, almost tumbling to the ground. Sonic attack? Sunny gritted his teeth and dove through the shadows, disappearing from sight and emerging between the fighters of the melee vanguard. A moment later, a flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hands, kicking a nearby beast hard enough to crush its ribs and send the revolting creature flying away. Sunny brought the flute to his lips and blew into it softly. A moment later, a cone of absolute silence enveloped the crest of the hill. Instantly, the world stopped spinning and he could see clearly again. As Quinting, Dorn, and Bell picked themselves up and readied their weapons with a visible relief, Sunny smiled darkly and stared at the approaching monsters. The cruel sight was already weaving itself into existence, surrounded by swirling fog. Taking a step forward, Sunny gripped the shaft of the Sommer spear and grinned. Deny. Chapter 847. Slaughter. The swarm had lost its leader. The momentum of its charge had been crushed. The secret weapon of the eyeless abominations had been rendered useless, and most importantly of all, scores of them had already lost their lives. But the nightmare creatures still presented a mortal danger to the cohort. There were still enough of them to bury Sunny and his soldiers under a mountain of flesh, claws, and fangs. More than a dozen fallen abominations remained as well, rushing forward to devour the 7 humans. An ugly smile appeared on Sunny's face. Come get us then. As the blade of the cruel sight shone with incandescent light, he sliced through the body of a lunging beast and issued a quick command. Vanguard, follow me. He put the shaft of the Sommer spear in the way of a snarling maw, shifted his weight to throw the enemy to the ground, and struck another abomination with the butt of his weapon. Kim moved forward to the crest of the hill. Samara, get closer and keep pressuring the fallen. As he spun and unleashed a diagonal cut, beheading a disoriented monster, a new memory was already weaving itself into existence. A thin iron chain was soon wrapped around his neck. On it hung a small statuette in the form of a beautiful young woman that held a spear in one hand and a human heart in another. Blood was pouring from a gaping wound on her bared chest. The dying wish seemed to come alive as his essence flowed into it. Death wish enchantment. Description: those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled friends to be, inspired foes to seek the wielder out. The power of the memory grows the more enemies they give the gift of death, and can be consumed to heal the wielder's wounds. Death charge 0/1000. Now that Sunny was at the front of the cohort's battle formation, both his soldiers and the nightmare creatures could see him clearly. Well, he wasn't sure if the eyeless abominations could see anything, but they definitely perceived him in some mysterious way. The effect of the transcendent charm could be felt instantly. Behind him, the 4 fighters of the melee vanguard were suddenly reinvigorated. Their movements grew faster, sharper, and more focused. The enemies, on the other hand, became even more frenzied. They lunged at Sunny like rabid beasts consumed by blind hatred, hunger, and madness. With all this fury mostly concentrated on him and him alone, Quentin, Bell, Dorn, and Luster gained some space to breathe, which was a good thing, but Crap, this was the first time Sunny used this particular memory and he was already starting to regret it a little. The pressure of the mad onslaught that the affected nightmare creatures unleashed upon him was no joke. Gritting his teeth, he spun and danced, slaughtering one abomination after another. Guided by him, the vanguard slowly pushed into the swarm, taking a few tentative steps forward. Sunny served as the tip of their formation, turning into a bloody hurricane of radiant silver and bleak steel. Despite his superior strength and speed, another fighter would have been quickly overpowered by the sheer mass and ferocity of the countless nightmare creatures, then brought down to the ground and either crushed or torn apart. Luckily, Sunny was just too slippery and elusive to be surrounded and piled upon. As three shadows wrapped themselves around his body, his agility and swiftness reached superhuman heights. More importantly, when even that wasn't enough, he easily stepped through the shadows to avoid being swarmed by the onslaught of frenzied beasts. Empowered by his incredibly high divine affinity, he undying chain effortlessly withstood stray blows that managed to get past his defenses from time to time. The cruel sight sang, harvesting life after life like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Behind him, the melee vanguard fought with murderous resolve and swiftly improving cohesion. Not only were they able to provide Sunny with much-needed support and block the enemies from attacking him from the back, each also killed one abomination after another. Belle's sword sliced through bodies as if not meeting any resistance. Dorn's sledgehammer crushed them like a devastating wrecking ball. Quentin's attacks were not as spectacular, but each abomination wounded by him soon stumbled, convulsed, or simply fell down and died. Even Luster was doing his part, either thrusting his halberd forward like a spear or using its hook to throw the eyeless beasts off balance and make it easier for others to slay them. Samara had abandoned her sniper nest and moved closer to the crest of the hill to dive into the dome of silence created by Sunny. Her new position was not as advantageous, but she still managed to land most of her shots. Although not all of them were able to hit the weak spot on the forehead of the fallen abominations, even those that had not dealt the powerful creatures serious wounds. A few eyeless beasts had managed to slip through the defensive line of the melee vanguard back when the swarm first unleashed its sonic attack. They were already hurtling in her direction with nothing slowing them down. As they did, a hail of bullets suddenly struck the abominations from the side, tearing into their bodies. Kim, who was running up the road, aimed her carbine without ever slowing down and unleashed a rain of charged rounds on the nightmare creatures barreling down on Samara. Reaching the last one, she let go of the weapon and allowed it to hang freely from its sling. The young woman sidestepped the lunge of the rabid monstrosity, then delivered a powerful uppercut with her buckler. As its edge connected with the beast's jaw and jerked the eyeless head up, a slender rapier shot forward, piercing the abomination's neck. A moment later, the beast was dead. Not too long after that, Kim reached the crest, fell on one knee, and took up her carbine once again. Now that the melee vanguard advanced slightly down the road, she had a clear line of fire at the swarm. Firing it in short bursts, the young woman joined the mayhem. Suffocating under the constant flood of frenzied monsters, Sunny grinned. Dorn, don't try to kill every abomination, just push them off the cliff when you can. The fall is unlikely to kill them, but we can easily clean up the stragglers later. Luster, disengage and help Samara regain some essence. The rest continue doing what you're doing. Slaughter them all. The members of the cohort obliged, echoing his last command with battle cries of their own. Slaughter them all. Slaughter, and so they did. Chapter 848. Persistent threat. In the end, the cohort eradicated the swarm of the eyeless nightmare creatures. It was not easy, and there were moments when each of them brushed with death. But eventually the 7 humans observed the vast killing field with tired expressions, exhausted but alive. Hundreds of cut, crushed, and torn bodies littered the broken asphalt of the mountain road. Blood flowed down the hill, pooling into crimson puddles at its base. The carcasses of the fallen abominations towered above the corpses of their lesser ilk like mounds of rotten meat. Looking at the ghastly sight, Sunny felt very happy that the army supplied them with actual food. Right now, he was very reluctant to go back to the familiar diet of only eating monster meat. With a sigh, he turned away and glanced at his ragged band of soldiers. Despite the fact that their battle was over, time was still of the essence. Luster, go inform the army command that the road is secure, then bring the rhino to the crest and park it on the slope. The rest of you rest while you can. Oh, and also good work. The members of the cohort looked at each other, lively smiles appearing on their tired faces. We did do all right, didn't we? With that, they walked away from the mass of mangled bodies and sprawled on the ground, steam rising from their blood-covered armors into the cold air. Soon the rhino arrived, its headlights painting a much more morbid picture of the recent battleground. The soldiers rested and recovered their essence. Since no one was seriously injured, Quentin was in no hurry to tend to the wounded. No one stood guard as well, since Sonny's shadows could fulfill that role better than any human. Everything seemed to be peaceful and safe. However, he was not fooled. Down in the valley, the ugly rift in the fabric of reality was still pulsing with eerie darkness, silently calling to Sonny. The gate was still open. Although they had defeated the initial wave of nightmare creatures that had emerged from it, more could arrive at any moment. The first wave was usually the most dangerous, but not always. It ordinarily consisted of the abominations that had been close to the seed of nightmare when it bloomed, but as long as the gate remained open, more monsters could wander through it into the real world. In fact, Sonny suspected that nightmare creatures experienced a call that was very similar to the one that Awakened felt. It drew them from the reaches of the dream realm toward the blooming seed. Those that had been near it arrived first, but many more could eventually come. That was why, if a gate could not be closed, it had to be contained and constantly monitored by the government forces, at least near or within the population centers. With time, the number of such containment zones grew, stretching the ability of the government to secure them. So the cohort was not entirely safe. He stared at the eerie rift for some time, feeling the call slowly eating away at his sanity. Then Sonny shook his head, walked over to the rhino, and sat down in its shadow. He was tired as well. It was time to sort out the results of the battle. Summoning the runes, he thoughtfully studied them. Name: Sunless. True name: Lost from Light. Rank: Ascended. Class: Devil. Shadow Cores: 4/7. Shadow Fragments: 1246/4000. Curses: despite the scope and ferocity of the recent battle, he had only received 30 or so shadow fragments from it. 4 for killing the gate guardian, the rest for slaying the fallen abominations. Since Sonny was ascended now, he gained nothing from slaying nightmare creatures of the dormant and awakened ranks. Becoming a tyrant was not going to be easy. Whatever. He continued to read the runes with a sour expression. Memories: Silver Bell Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Extraordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Mantle of the Underworld, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Covetous Coffer, Undying Chain, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Shadow Lantern, Bone Singer, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Dying Wish, Evil Eye. Sonny had learned to weave names into the memories he created after coming back from the nightmare. Shadow Chair was the exquisite wooden chair he had borrowed from Noctis. Sadly, no other item Sonny had tried to bring back to the real world survived. Everything had simply ceased to exist once he returned to his bitter disappointment. However, the artificial memory remained. The overpriced saddle was the stupidly expensive saddle he had commissioned for Nightmare. The evil eye was the new memory he had just received for killing the devil named Defiled Witness. There were also a few awakened memories he had gained, but they seemed only good enough to be fed to his shadows. I'll deal with them later. He turned his attention back to the runes. Echoes, Shadows, Marble Saint, Nightmare Soul Serpent. Attributes: Fated Flame of Divinity, Master of Shadows, Blood Weave, Bone Weave. Aspect: Shadow Slave. Aspect rank: Divine. Aspect abilities: Shadow Control, Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation. Aspect legacy: Shadow Dance. Flaw: Clear Conscience. Dream Anchor, Tower of Hope. The name of the soul serpent was dim and lifeless. Sonny could not dismiss or summon the shadow back after gifting it to Rain, at least not from a distance. He still felt a subtle connection to it though. He knew that serpent was alive and well. That's something at least. They are both alright. With a sight, Sonny concentrated on his new memory, the evil eye. After reading the description, he learned that it was capable of enhancing one's vision, making a person capable of discerning more details and seeing things clearly from a greater distance. The effect had to be rather powerful since it came from a fallen devil, but he had to decide what to do with it. Sonny could either use it himself, feed it to one of his shadows, or give it to one of his soldiers. Samara and Kim were the best candidates. The awakened sharpshooter would be able to pick off targets from much further away, which was an obvious benefit. The timid seer, however, Sonny was very curious to find out how the augmentation of the evil eye would affect her ability to see the vulnerabilities of his enemies. After thinking about it for a bit, he turned his head and said, "Hey Kimmy, come here for a second." Chapter 849 Pincer Maneuver. The evil eye seemed to suit Kim's aspect very well. Of course, the cohort was only going to really learn how much it had been improved during their next battle, which without a doubt would follow very soon. But not yet. Sitting on the ground and watching snowflakes dance in the dim sky, Sunny rested and evaluated the performance of his soldiers, and his own, in the clash against the swarm of eyeless beasts. Overall, he was satisfied with the result. Why wouldn't he be, considering that the enemy had been destroyed while none of his subordinates had suffered a serious injury? Everyone had performed well. Belle, Dorn, and Quentin had shown their value as elite combat specialists. Samara had confidently surpassed his already high expectations. Kim had been instrumental to their overall effectiveness and provided adequate support. While Lester's contribution had not seemed that spectacular, his presence actually made all the difference. The young man had also done well enough for himself as a second-line fighter. However, things weren't that simple. A subtle frown appeared on Sunny's face. How troublesome. The relative ease of their victory had been predicated on several factors. Firstly, and most importantly, control over the terrain and the proper use of its advantages. Secondly, the immediate elimination of the fallen commander of the swarm. Without the defiled witness, none of the nightmare creatures had possessed fearsome, unnatural powers. The vile abilities that devils and abominations of higher classes possessed added an element of unpredictability to every battle. It was that instability that made any kind of strategy and planning unreliable. This time, Sunny had been able to remove the threat and maintain tactical superiority. But what about the next? He doubted that every future battle would be as orderly. Lastly, the cohort had not held back and unleashed its full power to destroy the swarm. Sunny had avoided using his trump cards, but his reserves of essence were now depleted by more than a half. His soldiers were in an even worse situation. It was going to take a couple of days for them to recover, maybe less if Lester was involved. Sunny did not regret going all out, since it allowed him to create a benchmark of what the cohort was capable of. However, he had a nagging suspicion that they would not be allowed the luxury of carelessly burning through their essence in the future. Who knew when the next combat engagement would come? There was no guarantee that the cohort would receive the time they needed to recharge. Conserving essence is going to be a priority. I feel it in my bones. His expression darkened. The more his soldiers were constrained in how to express their powers, the more risks they would have to endure. Turning his head slightly, Sunny threw a calculating glance at Lester. The young man suddenly shivered and looked back. Captain, why are you staring at me?" Sunny gave him a reassuring smile, which only made Lester appear more nervous for some reason. "Oh, just thinking about the future. But since we are talking, take him and go collect us some soul shards. Don't bother with the fallen abominations though. Their hides are too tough, so it would be a waste of time to dress them. The army would take care of this." As the officer in charge of the cohort, Sunny was privy to the information about how saturated the soul cores of his subordinates were, not to mention that he could make a rough estimate himself simply by taking a look. Actually, they did not need too many shards. Dorn and Samara had long reached full saturation, while Belle and Quentin were extremely close to it. Only Lester and Kim lagged behind a bit due to their age. The cohort was going to reach its full potential sooner rather than later. As Lester and Kim left, chaperoned by one of his shadows just in case, Sunny leaned on the hull of the Rhino and closed his eyes. After spending years in the deadly and unpredictable expanse of the dream realm, he knew not to miss the rare and precious opportunities to rest. For a while, the small mountain valley was calm and silent. Not too far away behind the rugged slopes, the bleakness of the twilight sky was being torn apart by orange flashes of heavy artillery fire. The echoes of thunderous explosions reached the valley from time to time, but the mayhem itself remained somewhere in the distance, where the main body of the army division was engaged in a bloody battle against the small horde of nightmare creatures. Soon, however, a low rumbling drew closer and subtle vibrations spread through the surface of the broken road. Opening one eye, Sunny looked down where a long column of army vehicles was plining up the slope. At its front, a squad of war platforms marched, their wide metal feet sending cracks through the asphalt with each step. A few of the smaller ones were holding rifles, not unlike the coil gun wielded by Samara. Of course, in their giant hands, the massive rifles looked small and lightweight, like modest sidearms at most. The battalion whose path the cohort had been ordered to secure finally arrived. They were going to follow the road and flank the horde of abominations, finishing the pincer maneuver. This probably meant that Sunny and his soldiers were done with their short respite. Soon the towering war platforms reached the crest of the hill where Rhino was parked, lingered there for a moment, and continued down into the valley. The army vehicles and members of the mechanized infantry arrived next, accompanied by a good number of awakened. One of them stopped near the spot where the cohort was resting and glanced at the carnage below. His face paled. The man remained silent for a while, then glanced at Belle, who was relaxing on a boulder nearby. "You guys killed all these abominations by yourself?" The swordsman simply smiled. "Sure did." The awakened stared at him incredulously. "But there are hundreds of them." Belle blinked a couple of times, then shrugged. "Tuh, we're irregulars." The soldier opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Belle meanwhile thought for a bit and added, Don't be too impressed. Our captain probably killed half of them. We just stayed back and tried to make ourselves useful." The awakened soldier was clearly impressed. He looked at the swordsman with begrudging respect, remained silent for a few moments, and asked, "Who is your captain?" Belle suddenly laughed. "Our captain? He is the devil himself." Chapter 850. Surrounded at that moment, Samara appeared from the hatch of the Rhino and called out to Sunny, "Captain, we are being hailed on the comms." He sighed, then opened his eyes and reluctantly stood up. As the awakened soldier stared at the pale young man with wide eyes, he smiled pleasantly and then disappeared without a trace, prompting the man to flinch and take a step back. Back inside the APC, Sunny emerged from the shadows, walked over to the communication suite, and sat down behind a terminal. At the press of a button, Master Jet's face appeared on the screen. Soul Reaper seemed to be standing in front of a pile of mangled corpses, illuminated by an angry orange glow. Dancing flames reflected in her icy blue eyes, making it seem as if they were glowing. Set against that backdrop, her smile looked rather sinister. "Hey Sunny, I heard that your cohort won its first battle. I guess congratulations are in order?" He nodded and studied the carcasses of nightmare creatures behind her. "Yeah, you seem to have achieved the victory as well. What's the situation like with the other divisions?" The field army had separated into 7 divisions after reaching the Antarctic Center, or was it brigades? Sunny was still a bit confused about the hierarchy of army units. In any case, one of them had stayed behind in Falcon Scout while the other 6 had deployed south and were currently on the move. Each consisted of 10 to 15,000 soldiers and was accompanied by 700 awakened or so. Master Jet shrugged. "It's not too bad yet. The irregulars are doing their job as well. For now, everything seems to be going according to plan. What about you? How did your cohort perform?" Sunny sighed. "Not bad. We mapped up the opposition easily enough. However, we wasted a lot of essence. If the intensity of the conflict picks up, I'm not sure if I can employ the same strategy again." She nodded. "It will definitely pick up, so good thinking." At that moment, something thundered from the dynamics and the image on the screen became noisy for a few moments. Soul Reaper lowered her communicator and looked somewhere to the side with a resentful expression. She pursed her lips, then said in a neutral tone, "Anyway, I have to go. Follow the flanking battalion for now and help them deal with the horde that's blocking your division from advancing south. Don't exert yourself and your soldiers though. Take it easy and conserve your essence." Sunny smiled. "Will do." Master Jet glanced at him briefly and nodded. "Good luck, Sunny." He sighed. "Good luck to you too." However, the signal had already cut, turning the screen black. All that remained was his pale reflection. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head and headed toward the exit hatch of the Rhino. Nothing much had changed outside. The sky was still cold, dim, and illuminated by the distant cannonade of human artillery. In the valley below, the army engineers were setting up autonomous observation posts around the active gate and laying explosive charges around it. While humanity could not close every gate, it had learned to diminish their threat in various ways over the years. Encasing them in cement or burying the rift under tons of soil were just a couple of methods to slow down the emerging nightmare creatures at least a little. Another group of support personnel was already cleaning up the road and harvesting the soul shards. Sunny could have made a point about securing his share of the spoils, but it was too much hassle. The results would be tallied and converted to an appropriate amount of contribution points anyway. Plus, Luster and Kim were already back with their trophies. Stepping out of the APC, Sunny looked at his soldiers gather up. As the cohort assembled around him, he pointed to the glimmering crystals. "Those with unsaturated cores, share the soul shard among yourself and absorb them. We have 10 minutes to get ready to move out. Our next task is to support the assault on the flank of the bunch of abominations making a ruckus on the other side of the mountain. Only dormant abilities and passive enchantments this time, so don't get too rowdy. Once the threat is eliminated, we can get some sleep. Understood. There were no questions. 10 minutes later, the Rhino joined the column of the army vehicles and rolled forward in the direction where the flashes of light and the sounds of explosions were coming from. The flanking battalion passed the small valley, climbed high up the slope of the mountain, then crested a narrow pass and came in view of a massive battle below. Around 2,000 nightmare creatures were pressing down on the defensive line of a well-organized human force. The soldiers were not in a hurry to attack and concentrated on keeping the abominations away from themselves. The barrage of explosive shells, squall of slugs unleashed by the towering war platforms, and countless soldiers of the mechanized infantry and several hundred awakened were doing a good job of containing the raging horde. Looking at the chaotic battlefield from above, Sunny grimaced. At this distance, the 6 nightmare gates that had disgorged the horde were already whispering into his ears. This is going to get old really fast, isn't it? The Army Command soon sent them a packet of information marking down priority targets in the massive abominations and transferring other important data. As the battalion formed to start the assault on the flank of the enemy force, Sunny studied it all and then pointed at an especially ugly monstrosity. That will be our target. We must take this gate guardian down. You guys help me clear the path to the big bastard, then stay back. Sure, Master Jet had told him to take it easy, but Sunny was not going to miss a chance to earn a few shadow fragments. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust, making the members of the cohort shift uncomfortably. Soon the preparations were done and a flanking force attacked. At the same time, the main body of the division changed its routine, initiating a charge of their own. Pressed between the two, the horde of nightmare creatures stood no chance. Of course, the battalion attacking from the slope of the mountain, and the irregulars accompanying it, got it much worse than the rest of the human force. Nevertheless, the resistance of the abominations was quickly crushed and they were ruthlessly eradicated. Sunny managed to take down another gate guardian as well. As the exhausted soldiers celebrated the decisive victory, he scowled deeply and then looked south. The whispers assaulting his mind were growing stronger and stronger. A moment later, the ground shook and the fabric of reality seemed to split open in the distance. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. 1, 2, 3. As he watched with a weary expression, several new nightmare gates suddenly tore a path into the waking world. Then even more. The shocked soldiers rushed to get back into formations while countless abominations were appearing from the rifts, flooding the air with their frenzied howls and shrieks. Worse still, one of the gates opened directly behind the army, putting it into an encirclement. Standing on top of the corpse of the massive guardian, Sunny sighed and shook his head dejectedly. This is going to be a long day. Well, of course it would be. Since they were in Antarctica, this day was going to last for another few weeks and then turn into a night that would last for many months. He had a feeling that this endless night would feel even longer. Chapter 851: No Holds Barred. 7 New Gates. A flood of nightmare creatures. Thousands of tired soldiers who had hoped for a well-deserved reprieve after the long and furious battle, only to have that hope snuffed out in an instant. Sunny could feel the resolve of humans surrounding him falter, but in the end they quickly collected themselves. The officers barked orders, the soldiers hurriedly gathered in proper formations, the lumbering mobile war platforms were positioned to open fire on the new threat. Truth be told, the new development was well within the division's ability to handle. Luckily, none of the gates showed signs of reaching Category 3, so they did not pose more threat than the previous 6. The human force had barely suffered any casualties, if any at all, in the recent battle, and they had a theoretical chance of repeating that success. If there was one problem, though, it was that the division, just like Sunny and his soldiers, had overexerted itself in the previous engagement. Logistical vehicles hastily moved forward to give the fighters an opportunity to reload their empty magazines and recharge their armor suits. Artillery needed new batches of explosive shells, infantry needed energy cells and ammunition, MWP companies needed to cool down to avoid a forced shutdown. All that demanded time, which caused humans to blunder the immensely important opening act of the second offensive. Additionally, they had lost the precious terrain advantage and strategic control due to the fact that one of the gates opened behind them. That just meant that the warriors of the awakened detachment had to pick up the slack and buy their mundane comrades a chance to regroup and properly enter the battle. That included Sunny and his soldiers too. Damnation. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, studying the approaching flood of nightmare creatures as his mind went into an overdrive. He had no doubt that hundreds of awakened accompanying the division would be able to stall and destroy the threat eventually. However, this time the human force was not going to achieve victory with minimal losses. Many people were going to die. Was it time to unleash his trump cards already? This is just day one. For heaven's sake, he had come to Antarctica in search of greater strength. Saving the lives of his fellow soldiers sounded very much like something that a man of conviction would do. However, Sunny was not convinced. Why should he go above and beyond to help these people to even the odds? It was not like they were going to suffer a crushing defeat. Victory was all but guaranteed, with only its cost remaining in doubt. Showing his aces, on the other hand, was a bit risky. Sunny would have felt more comfortable if he and his cohort were acting alone, but here in the middle of a massive battlefield, the thought left a bad taste in his mouth. He was tempted to bide his time. There was a grim feeling slowly rising in his heart, though. Indeed, it was the very start of a campaign that promised to be long and arduous. If Sunny did not go all out and his division lost a bunch more soldiers as a result, the losses would not be anywhere near substantial in the grand scheme of things. However, what would happen if a bunch of soldiers died tomorrow too, and then the day after that, and the day after that? Pretty soon there would be no one left to fight by his side, and that was a big problem. Suddenly, a simple and chilling realization struck his mind. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. The thing he had come to understand was so straightforward that it bordered on obvious. Antarctica was not a place where one could hold back. Even though the chain of nightmares was far away from reaching its full magnitude, everyone had to exert themselves to the absolute limit already or face eventual and inevitable destruction. In fact, even that might not be enough. Sunny gritted his teeth. He had known that this cataclysm was going to be a dreadful trial, of course, but now it became starkly clear that even Sunny had underestimated the true scope of the disaster. Theoretical understanding was very different from actual knowledge. Standing on top of the corpse of a mighty gate guardian, he sighed and then glanced at his soldiers. That gate over there seems to be bringing our old eyeless friends to the real world. Since we already know how to handle them, it will be our next target. As one of the very few masters in the division and a captain of the first irregular company to boot, Sunny had a larger responsibility than most. It was a given that his cohort would have to lead the charge on one of the 7 gates. However, he couldn't be in several places at the same time. The gate that had opened behind the human formation, the one that posed the most threat and prevented the division from presenting a united front, thus constraining every soldier on the battlefield, was too far away from his position, and so the irregulars had no hope of reaching it in time. Someone else would have to handle it. Move out Samara, change position to get a clear line of fire on the designated gate. Kimmy, stay close to Luster and assist him in covering the vanguard's back. Stay alive. Kill them all without wasting any more time. The cohort rushed forward to meet the onslaught of frenzied abominations. Hundreds of awakened joined them, creating a buffer between the nightmare creatures and a line of mundane soldiers, buying time for the division to form an effective response. A dozen seconds after they left, however, something moved in the shadow of the massive carcass. Suddenly, a terrifying black steed emerged from it, carrying a fearsome dark rider. The rider observed the battlefield with cold indifference and then sent her destrier into a gallop. Their eyes burned with infernal red flames. Nightmare and Saint were heading away from the approaching abominations, toward the hastily assembled battle formation of human soldiers. Chapter 852. The return of the Lord. A soldier named Ash was not having a great day. Early into the battle, his powerful exoskeleton armor suit sustained damage to one of its knee joints. Although he could still fight and shoot his rifle, not to mention more than willing to face the abominations despite having his mobility severely reduced, the command judged that the risk was not worth it. As a result, he had to abandon his fellow infantrymen and retreat to the supply train of the division, where a team of techs tried to repair his suit as fast as possible. Sadly, they weren't fast enough. Who knew that a bunch of new gates would open with one of them appearing almost on top of the scarcely defended supply train? While the techs and other non-combatants desperately tried to retreat closer to the main formation, Ash and a small number of soldiers that happened to be nearby had no choice but to face the advancing nightmare creatures alone. They unleashed a torrent of bullets at the monsters, but there were just too many of them. Even when he emptied his shoulder-mounted launcher to send a hail of miniature rockets into the mass of rabid abominations, the surprisingly potent explosive load his missiles carried failed to make any difference. He had managed to slaughter a number of dormant bastards with that salvo, but those of them that were awakened, you needed an awakened to kill another awakened. All mundane soldiers knew that more or less. Slowly Ash's blood turned cold in his veins. Bad, bad, bad. An officer's shout reached his ears through the communication system of the armor suit, barely legible because of all the distortion produced by the massive gates. Attack bayonets, attach bayonets. That was the order that every soldier dreaded. Ash resolutely pressed a button on the side of his rifle. A moment later, a powerful alloy blade slid from underneath its barrel, turning the weapon into an improvised spear. Come then, wretches, despite his bravado, and felt more and more like he was not going to live to see the next day, or whatever it was that counted as a day in the damned southern quadrant. The odds just seemed too slim. The awakened abominations were bad enough, but he at least had a theoretical chance to take down one or two with the help of his powered armor. But there were also fallen ones. Most terrifyingly of all, a creature that resembled a giant ancient rotting carcass of a monstrous deer had just emerged from the gates, sending the other ghastly beasts into a frenzy. It had to be a devil at least, or maybe even a tyrant. Ash shuddered and readied himself. Well, so be it. We need to give the supply guys time to run. These bastards are going to learn what humans are capable of. Hell, who knows, maybe reinforcements will arrive in time. In the next moment, the nightmare creatures closed in on the thin line of soldiers, making ranged fire useless. Ash caught a lunging dormant beast on the tip of his bayonet and grunted, feeling his powered armor suit being pushed back. Strong, the mini busters on the back of the heavy exoskeleton ignited, pushing him forward. Ash sliced through the flesh of the revolting creature, then tried to land a blow on another snarling abomination. Sadly, at that moment, the damaged joint of his armor finally gave out, throwing him off balance. The bayonet slid off the hide of the awakened monster without leaving even a scratch on it. Ash helplessly toppled to the ground before he could move. Sharp fangs closed on his shoulder, easily crushing the tempered alloy of his armor and the complicated internals of the powered suit. A terrible pain tore through his side. I'm going to die. He looked up and stared at the ugly snout of the monster that was going to kill him, his eyes wide. And then the monster's head exploded into bloody chunks. Ash blinked as a visage out of a nightmare flashed past him. It was a black horse carrying a human rider that wore an intricate onyx armor. At least the rider looked like a human. Or a demon, perhaps. It was the black steed's hoof that had crushed the nightmare creature's head. Without ever slowing down, the demonic knight continued forward, killing numerous abominations in passing. Suddenly, the pressure on the mundane soldiers reduced. The dark rider and his spurs, nightmarish steed flew through the mass of rabid creatures, slaughtering one after another. The sword the knight wielded, a strange weapon. The sword she held was made out of black stone and broken. Its edge, however, was still sharp. As Ash struggled to stand up, the demonic knight tore through the onslaught of nightmare creatures, getting closer and closer to the monstrous deer. At some point, the rider gracefully jumped off the black steed's back, soaring high into the air and landing right in front of the charging guardian. Ash didn't see what happened next because the figure of the infernal knight became hidden behind the mass of nightmare creatures. All he perceived was a chilling, absolutely inhuman shriek that suddenly rolled across the battlefield, so loud that the auditory systems of his exosuit failed to filter the deafening wail out. Gods, finally he managed to raise himself from the ground. The battle was still not over. In fact, it was only starting. Even though Ash would have to struggle to do anything with only one functioning leg and a torn shoulder that reduced the range of motion of his right arm, he was determined to do his part. Raising his rifle once again, he glanced forward and saw the dreadful black horse rampaging among the nightmare creatures. There was no sign of its demonic rider, but judging by the erratic movements of the giant deer-like monstrosity, the onyx knight was fighting it. Who is crazy enough to attack that horror alone? But the mysterious warrior did not just attack the terrifying gate guardian. Ash froze for a moment. Wait, did he know she did that? Demon, actually? The rotting body of the ghastly deer suddenly swayed and then toppled. Another shriek pierced Ash's ears, and then the mass of nightmare creatures seemed to lose most of its coordination. The gate guardian was dead. Ash couldn't believe his luck, and as if fortune truly smiled on him today, not too long after the fearsome abomination fell, reinforcements arrived from behind, forging an impregnable defense line to stop the enemy's advance. Ash fired the last of his bullets, then stumbled away and retreated. This time he was sent to the field hospital instead of a repair vehicle to have his body tended to instead of his powered suit. There wincing as his torn shoulder was hastily mended together. Ash frowned. Wait, that armor, that demonic aura, the cold indifference and dark charisma. His eyes suddenly widened. The battle still raged on, but Ash was utterly preoccupied by something else. Was I saved by Mongrel? Chapter 853 Bone Singer. This time Sunny chose to dove into the melee from the very first moment of the battle. His bow was a fearsome tool to slay powerful targets from a distance, but now that the situation had come to a full-fledged frontal assault, restraining the horde of lesser nightmare creatures was more important. After all, they were only less than when compared to utterly terrifying abominations. Each was still a deadly threat, plus using the Death Dealer enchantment again was out of question. Not to mention that the value of the Dying Wish was vastly increased considering that he was leading a good 100 of Awakened instead of a single cohort right now. Any ally who could see Sunny clash with the monsters would feel inspired to fight with renewed zeal and resolve. On the other hand, he was also facing an entire horde of nightmare creatures instead of a single swarm. That meant that the Dying Wish would make him the target of hundreds of frenzied abominations. Its power had also increased due to the fact that he had already killed dozens of enemies affected by the Death Wish enchantment in the previous 2 battles. Oh well, he would just have to manage somehow. Sunny had already decided to go all out, but now for the first time in a long time he suddenly felt a dire lack of powerful tools at his disposal. He had always prided himself on how formidable and versatile his arsenal of memories was, but it seemed to have fallen behind the kinds of threats Sunny was facing these days. He didn't even have anything to arm Saint with. To his shame, her broken stone sword was deadlier than any melee weapon he possessed except for the cruel sight. As a part of an ascended demon, the stone blade carried the power of an ascended weapon as well. Sadly, unlike Taciturn Shadow herself, the sword had not shown any sign of being able to repair itself. Sunny was clad in the undying chain, wielded the cruel sight, and harnessed the power of the Dying Wish. He was also augmented by 2 of his shadows. Saint only had the broken oath, which she could not use recklessly while riding Nightmare. The Black Courser and his rider were empowered by 1 shadow each. Other than that, there was not much Sunny could employ to change the odds in his favor. Damn it, I really need more memories. What of the tools he did have though? Kimmy, what do you see? His soldiers were his tools too. Considering that the last powerful memory Sunny had found went to Kim, he hoped to get some results. There were just a dozen seconds left before they clashed with the enemy. The young woman lingered for a moment, and then said something that ignited a small flame in Sunny's heart. I see these beasts are vulnerable to sonic attacks. That Sunny had formed a similar suspicion after facing the eyeless abominations for the first time, but unsubstantiated suspicions were not something a good strategy could be built upon. Now, however, I bet it's their perception. Has to be. He summoned the flute carved out of a strange emerald femur. The Bone Singer. This ascended memory of the 3rd tier which he had gained in the Red Colosseum possessed 3 enchantments: Sonorous Silence and Sepulture Song. The first one allowed the flute to sing at various volumes. This was the enchantment Sunny had copied to the Silver Bell and the Ordinary Rock. The second allowed the flute to create a dome of silence around itself. The third one, Sunny had not been able to use it yet. It was supposed to raise the dead. However, one had to know how to actually play the flute to activate it, which Sunny did not. Additionally, the risen corpses would be murderous, wicked, and uncontrolled. The only way to command them and prevent them from attacking the summoner was to soothe them with the correct melody, which he had no way of knowing as well. In any case, Sunny was only interested in the sonorous enchantment right now. Commanding the flute to sing as loud as it could, he saturated it with his essence and then threw the bone instrument to luster. Play it. The young man caught the emerald flute and stared at it with a startled expression. But Captain, I have no idea how. Sunny was already turning back to the tide of abominations. Just below into the hole. Dan Luster hesitated for half a second, then obediently brought the Bone Singer to his lips. A moment later, a deafening, discordant, ear-piercing whistle exploded from the flute, spreading far and wide. And just a moment before the flood of eyeless abominations crashed against the Awakened, they suddenly stumbled and lost their momentum as if severely disoriented. Sunny grinned as the cruel sight reaped the life of his first victim. The Bone Singer had not produced a sonic attack per se. It was just terribly loud and hideously shrill. However, just like he had thought, that turned out to be enough. The beasts were blind after all. They had to perceive the world through some other means, and their hearing had turned out to be the dominant one of those. If Sonny had to guess, he would have said that the long spikes on their backs were meant to send sound waves spreading through the air, which the abominations were then able to interpret into a coherent picture of their surroundings. Subjecting them to the terrible song of the Bone Singer was akin to using a flashbang grenade. Without ever slowing down, Sonny cut into the horde of nightmare creatures. Driven into a murderous frenzy by the dying wish, hundreds of them rushed forward to tear him apart, only to die by his blade. Sonny had fully unleashed his powers. Dancing between the abominations like a dark deity, he slaughtered them without stop. Now that Sonny did not have to control the shape of the battlefield, he used shadow manifestation to enhance his own might. Dark tentacles rose from the ground to ensnare and rip his enemies apart. From time to time, 2 additional limbs appeared on his body, piercing the abominations or slicing their bodies with adamantine claws. The cruel sight shrieked like a banshee every time it cut the air. Over the years, Sonny had been subjected to all kinds of attacks and tortures. The dark mirror enchantment of the Somber Spear had long accumulated a vast library of elemental damage types. He had just never had a reason to use any except for divine flame and soul attacks. Things were different now. Soon piles of corpses and rivers of blood surrounded him. The more abominations attacked him, the more he was able to kill. The sight of the slaughter was both terrifying and eerily beautiful. The awakened detachment of the human division faced the onslaught of the nightmare creatures, shuddered, but managed to hold the horde off for a few precious minutes. Then the mundane soldiers of the First Evacuation Army joined the fray. Supported by the destructive might of their high-tech armaments, the awakened changed their tactic and went on the offensive. Sonny led one of the charges, with his cohort serving as the tip of the spear. Almost 100 warriors cut deep into the horde and moved to where the gate guardian was hiding. It was another fallen devil similar to the one Sonny had killed a few hours before. This one, however, seemed slightly smaller and yet more powerful. It was a female. Stay back. As the distance to the dreadful abomination grew shorter, Sonny commanded his soldiers to keep away and dove through the shadows, appearing near the gate guardian. Once again the creature's eyelids trembled as if about to open. Somehow he knew that he would be in terrible danger if he ever looked into those eyes. Trusting his intuition, Sonny closed his own and dashed forward while relying entirely on shadow sense. A small lantern hanging from his belt suddenly came to life, and a flood of darkness shrouded everything around. In the embrace of shadows, Sonny suddenly felt a mortifying chill assault his senses. The defiled witness was looking at him. A moment later, a bright flash tore the darkness apart. Imbued with divine flame, the blade of the cruel sight drew a line across the abomination's neck, beheading it. As the decapitated corpse fell to its knees, the bestial head flew away, enveloped in white flames. Not long after that, the battle was finally over. Chapter 854. Perfect alibi. What a day. Sonny tiredly dragged his body back to the rhino, wincing in disgust at all the bodies littering the ground. Why did nightmare creatures have to be so ugly? Why do you prefer to be surrounded by pretty corpses? That would probably be even worse. War was ugly, and maybe, just maybe, it was actually a redeeming quality. His soldiers followed him just as exhausted. No one was seriously wounded, which was the best result Sonny could have hoped for. However, they were in no mood to speak. Other fighters of the First Army, however, felt differently. A buzz of voices surrounded them. The division was in the process of regrouping after the unexpectedly strenuous confrontation with not one, but 2 entire hordes of abominations. The logistics of the whole process were pure hell, which was only made worse by the strong interference produced by the gates. The gates in the immediate area around the human force separated merely by a few kilometers each. There were now 15 of them. 7 had opened at some point in the past, and 8 more opened simultaneously just a few hours ago. The idea of something like that happening would have seemed preposterous before, but with the chain of nightmares descending upon the southern quadrant, nothing was impossible anymore. Sonny shook his head. At least he collected plenty of fragments today, as well as earning himself some reputation. Anyone who had seen him fight had to be impressed. And why wouldn't they be? Sonny had personally slain 3 gate guardians today. There was one problem, though. As he walked through the battlefield, he couldn't help but overhear bits and pieces of various conversations. Damn, these irregulars are no joke. Have you seen their captain? The man is a demon. I heard. No, I saw him tear the head off a fallen devil's body with his bare hands. Wait, really? Although now that I look at him, it's easy to believe. That giant guy with the sledgehammer, right? No, you idiot. The pale kid, you know, the one who looks like a haunted vintage doll man who cares about some captain. Haven't you heard? Heard what? That gate behind us, do you know who cleared it? It was Mongrel, Lord Mongrel himself. No way, he's in Antarctica. Sonny blinked. What? The more he listened to what the soldiers were talking about, the more he heard the damned nickname. Mongrel, 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 are they all insane? Sure, Saint's armor looked somewhat similar to the mantle of the underworld, but everything else was different. Firstly, and most importantly, she was clearly a woman while he was obviously a man. Secondly, his shadow wore her closed helmet instead of Weaver's mask, who could mistake one for another. After thinking about it for a bit, however, Sonny came to a disturbing conclusion. He knew what Weaver's mask could do and why he wore it. People, however, did not. Additionally, he doubted that anyone had gotten a good look at Saint. She was moving incredibly fast while galloping to the rear of the human formation and then dove into a mass of nightmare creatures without ever slowing down. Whatever recording remained had to be of terrible quality considering the disrupting effect of the gates. And speaking of recordings, as soon as they reached the Rhino, Sonny connected his communicator to the vehicle's powerful communication suite and accessed the network. Almost immediately, the sensational titles of several recent articles attracted his attention. A humble hero, after eschewing the allure of fame and avoiding the limelight for almost 2 years, renowned swordsman Mongrel appears in Antarctica to save 15,000 soldiers from certain doom. Guardian angel of humanity. True to his word, Mongrel, who once proclaimed that he was just a human, courageously puts his life at risk to protect the human race. Exclusive footage of Lord Mongrel vanquishing a fallen tyrant. Lord Mongrel, confirmed to be a lady. Sonny silently covered his face with a hand. Gods, that was fast. The government propaganda machine must have decided that Lord Mongrel, whoever he might be, was a good tool to prop up the current recruitment efforts. A somewhat hot celebrity appearing on the battlefield was a good tool to inspire more people to enlist. His face turned a little bitter. I killed 3 whole gate guardians, damn it. 3 Saint only killed 1, and even then it was with the help of Nightmare. Why is no one speaking about me? Even the soldiers of his division seemed to have completely forgotten about Sonny's contributions once the news of Mongrel appearing during the battle spread. Not that Sonny wanted to be recognized for anything, in fact he vastly preferred being a complete unknown. But still, with a sigh, he looked up the recordings uploaded to the network. Just as he had expected, the quality was terrible. Saint looked like a blurry black silhouette with no definable features. What little the government allowed to be shown did not paint a clear picture of her clash against the nightmare creatures. It just looked like a mess of movement accompanied by a litany of bestial howls. However, that only added fuel to the collective imagination of people who had watched the video. He read a few of the discussions and closed his eyes for a moment, holding back a groan. What is this crap? From what people were saying, it seemed as if Mongrel single-handedly eradicated several thousands of nightmare creatures while actual soldiers helplessly stood back and applauded. Suddenly, Sonny let out a small laugh. Before unleashing Saint, he had been worried that people would connect the dots and realize that he was Mongrel. Reality, however, turned out to be the exact opposite. Thousands of humans had witnessed him fight at the front of the formation, while at the same time thousands more had seen someone who they mistakenly assumed to be Mongrel fight at the back. The two couldn't possibly be the same. The action that could have potentially revealed his secret had become a perfect alibi instead. Sonny sighed and then shook his head in bewilderment. Well, that's something, I guess. Chapter 855. Snow and ash. There were a lot of things to do before the division resumed its march. Soul's shards had to be extracted from the carcasses of the nightmare creatures. The carcasses themselves had to be piled into mounds to clear the way for the vehicles. Usually each would have been dressed to harvest useful materials. The hides and bones of the abominations were a precious resource, especially that of the fallen ones. However, no one had time to properly process the remains of the fearsome hordes, so the corpses were simply discarded by the side of the road, doused in incendiary liquid and burned. The transports and artillery vehicles, damaged war platforms, and powered suits of mechanized infantry had to be checked and repaired. Spent ammunition had to be replaced, wounded had to be healed. Soldiers, both mundane and awakened, needed time to rest and recover. Aboard the Rhino, members of the cohort slept in shifts. 3 entered the dream realm while the other 3 remained on guard. As soon as the first shift returned, the second shift took their place inside the sleeping pod. Sunny remained awake, meditating silently at the back of the vehicle. In the morning, the division had to perform one final task. In a solemn silence, the bodies of the fallen soldiers, about 100 or so, were covered by pristine white flags. The general in command of the division gave a short speech and then lowered his head. After that, several war platforms towering above him activated powerful flamethrowers attached to their mechanical arms, unleashing long streams of furious fire to consume the bodies. In the harsh conditions of the Antarctic campaign, the First Army could not give its fallen a better burial. Even if the division could spare time to dig graves in the frozen soil, the risk of a stray nightmare creature disturbing them in the future was too high. And with so many living people waiting for their turn to board the evacuation ships, sacrificing precious space to send the bodies back home was a luxury that no one could afford. Looking at the funeral pyre in silence, Sunny couldn't help but fall into a somber mood. Although the ritual itself was beautiful and dignified, in truth, the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives were treated not much different from the nightmare creatures that had killed them. In the end, both were consumed by flames. For some reason, the image of countless candles burning in front of the academy gates appeared in his mind. With a sigh, Sunny turned away and spoke to his subordinates. "Let's go. At least the losses weren't too terrible. If Saint had not struck down the guardian of the northernmost gate so swiftly, things could have been much worse." Soon the division moved forward. All that was left behind was a landscape decimated by the battle, with snow and ash mixing as they swirled in the air. Sunny remained at the back of the Rhino with a contemplative expression on his face. Soon, however, he was distracted from his thoughts by an incoming communication. Master Jet's alabaster face appeared on the screen. "Sunny, I have a new mission for you." The field army dispatched to the Antarctic Center had a straightforward objective: turn a small number of cities into impregnable strongholds, relocate all human population of the region to these strongholds, and then entrench themselves for as long as it was going to take to evacuate everyone. At some point, reinforcements were supposed to arrive and make the task of withstanding the siege of nightmare creatures easier. Before that happened, however, the First Army had to complete the most perilous stage of the operation alone. Siege capitals had to be built, evacuation corridors had to be established, and millions of people had to be moved through them in a timely fashion. All of that demanded the human forces to be split into numerous smaller detachments, which posed a significant risk. Additionally, there were too many moving parts to this plan, and each of them could fail and end in disaster. Right now, the division Sunny was assigned to was swiftly moving toward a large city that was going to become an entrenched stronghold. In the process, they were also laying the groundwork to establish transportation connections to smaller settlements, either by bolstering the existing civilian infrastructure or creating their own. After yesterday's battle, there seemed to be no serious obstacles in the division's path. Some of the other divisions, however, were not faring that well. Soul Reaper seemed a bit tired as she spoke from the screen. "A bit of a problem. There is a Category 3 gate blocking their way, guarded by a powerful corrupted creature. From the initial observation, it is at least a devil, however it could also be a tyrant. Winter can't handle it alone. You and I are the closest, so buckle up. Separate from your division, and move southeast at full speed until you reach the rendezvous point. It's about 70 kilometers away from your current position." Sunny briefly studied the map, then said hesitantly, "A corrupted tyrant? Are you sure that the 3 of us can manage killing it?" All corrupted abominations were frightening, but a tyrant, the thought of facing one in battle made Sunny feel ill at ease. He had only ever fought one creature of that rank, the Wormvine. Even then, he had only killed the vile monster by slaying its host with the Hater's wooden knife. Of course, Sunny had been a mere awakened back then. He was much more powerful now. But what truly disturbed him was the lack of information. Fighting an enemy after studying it for a while was completely different from going in blind. He probably had a slim chance against a corrupted tyrant if there was ample time to prepare. As it stood, though, Master Jet did not seem to share his concerns. She grinned darkly and then shook her head. "The 3 of us is enough. However, this time we won't be fighting alone. Someone else will be joining the fun." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" Soul Reaper leaned forward a little. "I'll say." Chapter 856: Alien Landscape. The first evacuation army was accompanied by 3 saints. One was loyal to the government, while the other two had been sent by the great clans. Unofficially, Valor and Song had refused to participate in the Southern Quadrant campaign. Officially, however, they still had to keep up appearances. For that reason, each had provided a token force to support the evacuation effort, and the two saints in question were in charge of these forces. Sunny did not know who these transcendents were. All he knew was that the government had wisely chosen to separate them, sending one to East Antarctica while the other ended up in the Antarctic Center. And now apparently that latter was coming to aid the irregulars in vanquishing a powerful, corrupted abomination. He was not sure how to feel about that. On one hand, the help of a saint was more than welcomed. On the other hand, one of the reasons he had decided to participate in the Antarctica campaign was to get away from the great clans and their machinations. Now it seemed that he just couldn't escape coming in contact with the sovereigns and their forces. Curse it all, with a sigh, Sunny sent Luster the coordinates of the rendezvous point and walked over to the pilot's cabin. "We have new orders. Get to this location as fast as possible." The young man yawned, studied the coordinates for a bit, and then nodded. "Aye, sir." He lingered for a moment. "Oh, by the way, what's there?" Sunny shrugged with a nonchalant expression. "A corrupted tyrant? Something like that." Luster paled, stared at him with wide eyes, and suddenly grew very quiet. Rhino left the marching formation of the division and accelerated forward quickly, overtaking slower vehicles. Then it made a sharp turn, left the wide highway entirely, and entered uneven terrain. Its massive wheels easily rolled through mud and rocks. Thanks to the high-tech suspension system, the members of the cohort barely felt any disturbance. In the next several hours, the armored vehicle briskly traversed the wild expanse of the Antarctic Center. Powerful spotlights installed on the Rhino's roof flooded the landscape in front of it with stark light, cutting the dimness with wide beams. Various sensors supplied Luster with additional information to better steer the heavy carrier. The Antarctic Center was very different from the wilderness of Asia that Sunny had seen during his brief train ride. It was just as lifeless, but in a different manner. There were fewer signs of past wars and disasters here, but at the same time the land somehow seemed even more desolate. It was much more uneven and mountainous too. Basically, most of the landmass was covered by a vast mountain chain. Because of that, the horizon was obscured most of the time, and it was hard to notice any approaching threats. More than that, the landscape itself looked strange and alien. Well, no surprise. After all, Antarctica had been covered by ice for millions of years and only recently shrugged off its heavy veil. The passing of monumental glaciers had left many strange things behind. The Rhino was doing an amazing job of navigating the complicated terrain. It moved toward the rendezvous point with sufficient speed, sometimes making use of existing roads, sometimes cutting through untouched wilderness. It climbed or descended tall hills and mountain outcroppings, traversed stretches of frozen marshlands, and waded through labyrinths of giant boulders with equal ease. If there was one thing that kept Sunny tense, it was that he rarely had an opportunity to see far ahead. These days, the Southern Quadrant was not as lifeless as it had used to be. The life that was spreading through its reaches, however, was not the kind anyone in the waking world would welcome. Eventually, he sighed and climbed on the Rhino's roof through one of the upper hatches. Since Samara was yet to return from the dream realm, Sunny was the only member of the cohort with decent means of ranged attack. Using the open lid of the hatch to shield himself from the cold wind, Sunny summoned Morgan's warbow and peered into the dimness that surrounded the moving vehicle. In the next few hours, he had to use his bow 3 times. Several stray abominations wandered into the Rhino's path, only to be slain by a swift black arrow before having the chance to approach it. Luckily, none of them turned out to be too powerful or laid a dangerous ambush. For now, by noon, which of course looked the same as morning, evening, and night, the Rhino reached the ruins of a small outpost where 2 similar carriers were parked in the shadow of a broken wall. A handful of people could be seen gathered around a fire having a cozy meal. As Luster stopped the vehicle, Sunny jumped off the roof and walked toward the fire. Orange light gleamed, reflecting from the bleak metal of his armor. "What are you guys drinking?" The members of Queens and Soul Reaper's cohort looked at him with wistful expressions. "That just hot water, sir. The cargo capacity of our carriers is limited, so we couldn't bring anything better." He shook his head, then summoned the covetous coffer. As the large chest manifested itself into reality and opened its toothy maw, Sunny thrust his hand inside and then threw a can of instant coffee and an expensive chocolate bar to the startled awaken. "Oh, sir, thank you, sir." The bunch of irregulars did not look like people who were about to fight a corrupted abomination of a high class. They seemed relaxed and nonchalant about the whole ordeal and paid more attention to the can of coffee than to a menacing mountain that loomed above them. The Category 3 gate was situated on its peak. As the grateful awakened brewed coffee for themselves and Sunny soldiers who emerged from the Rhino and joined them, he looked around and noticed Master Jet and Winter. The two were standing some distance away discussing something between themselves in low voices. He headed toward them and caught the tail end of their conversation. "Is definitely a woman. Hot as hell too, I am telling you, idiot. I saw that mongrel guy myself once. He is definitely a man. Everyone knows that you're blind in both eyes when it comes to these things, Reaper. I mean, remember the time when that handsome saint tried to hit on you? What are you talking about? He was just hoping to cooperate with us to claim a new citadel. Thou, you are hopeless, you know that?" All men. At that moment, Sunny approached them, glanced at Master Jet, and then cleared his throat. Winter stared at him for a moment. "The case in point, what is that supposed to mean?" As Sunny pondered what she alluded to, Master Jet smiled and waved at him. "Ah, Sunny, you're just on time. The saint should be arriving any moment now, too." He couldn't help but frown. Who exactly is at that moment? A vaguely familiar feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. Sunny sensed a massive shadow covering the ruined outpost and then heard a sound that resembled the rustle of 1,000 wings. Suddenly, a fourth figure was standing among them. Sunny blinked, momentarily lost for words. "Then, Saint Tyrus, what are you doing here?" In front of him stood none other than Sky Tide of the White Feather Clan. Chapter 857. Jade Beetle. The woman standing in front of Sunny was tall and slender, with long hair that fell down in a gentle cascade of pale gold. Her posture was perfectly straight and her cold face was dazzlingly beautiful. Sky Tide was wearing a suit of light steel armor with pauldrons and greaves decorated with stylized feathers. The gaze of her stern amber eyes was piercing and heavy, while her strange vertical pupils resembled that of a bird of prey. Snowflakes swirled and danced in the air as if trying to get closer to her. Sunny was rather startled to see the familiar transcendent. "Saint Tyrus, what are you doing here?" Sky Tide glanced at him. "Master Sunless, it is good to see you again. I am glad to find you in good health. As for why I am here, isn't it obvious? I have come to hunt the beast." He shifted awkwardly. "No, I meant, why are you here in Antarctica?" She stared at him expressionlessly. White Feather Clan has been tasked with supporting the evacuation effort in the southern quadrant. Suddenly, a few things clicked into place. Back when Sky Tide had killed Saint Cormac to protect Sunny and Cassie, she told them that she would be punished by the great clan Valor. She had also told them that they would not dare to penalize her too severely. It seemed that having the Chain Isles taken away was not enough of a punishment for the willful saint. Valor had to make a gesture by sending a token force to Antarctica, and so the White Feather Clan had drawn the short straw. It seemed that they had lost their idyllic destiny and were banished to the cold reaches of the war-torn continent, at least for the time being. Looking around, Sunny suppressed a sad sigh. The dark and inhospitable land surrounding them was a far cry from the Epian beauty of the sanctuary of Noctis. He felt a bit guilty about the whole thing. Sky Tide did not seem to mind though, or at least hid her displeasure perfectly. Master Jet meanwhile looked at them with curiosity. I have forgotten that the two of you know each other. In any case, we are grateful for your assistance, Saint Tyrus." Sky Tide simply nodded. Soon the gaze of her striking amber eyes drifted to the tall mountain looming above the ruined outpost. "What do we know about the enemy?" Soul Reaper shook her head slightly. "Not much." Then she smiled and looked at the youngest member of the group. "Yeah, Sunny, do your thing, do your thing." "Do your thing? What kind of request is that?" As Sunny grumbled silently, his shadows nimbly scaled the slopes of the mountain. By now the range of shadow control had exceeded a dozen kilometers, so it was not impossible for them to reach the peak. There was hardly anyone better suited to spy on the corrupted abomination. However, Sunny grimaced as the call of the nightmare assaulted his mind. Now that he was observing a Category 3 gate, its subtle influence grew much stronger and harder to ignore. There was a wide crack that had almost split the peak of the mountain in two. The dark rift of the gate pulsed inside the cavernous schism, and there was stone debris littering the immediate area around it. Many shards had rolled down the steep slopes, while a few giant boulders had even reached all the way down, smashing large parts of the outpost the irregulars were currently hiding in and decimating the road that led to it. Strangely, he did not notice the nightmare creatures immediately. It was only after the creepy shadow, true to its name, crept closer that a sudden shiver ran through his body. Sunny noticed hundreds of shapes resting between the rocks. The abominations were easy to miss because their carapaces were as white as the snow covering the top of the mountain and had a texture that resembled rock. They looked like giant insects that were as large as adult humans. Some of them were awake and some were fallen, and a few larger ones were even corrupted. None of them could compare to the enormous abomination hiding in the shadow of the shattered peak, however. With its smooth milky white chitin and unmoving black eyes, the jade creature resembled an oversized, appalling, monstrous beetle. It was easily 3 times the size of the rhino, with 6 mighty legs and terrifying mandibles that seemed powerful enough to crush heavily armored war platforms. Looking at the motionless abomination, Sunny suddenly felt an eerie sense of foreboding. He glanced at St. Tyrus, Master Jet, and Winter with a dark expression. It's a tyrant, all right. Large, thick armor. Resembles an insect. There are around 500 drones under its command, many of them fallen. I've noticed at least 24 corrupted lieutenants as well. He lingered for a moment, and then called out. Kimmy, the seer of his cohort, activated her aspect ability, allowing him to see the swarm of stone beetles in a new light. Studying their tough carapaces, Sunny slowly listed a few vulnerable points, then shifted his gaze to the tyrant. Unlike its minions, the giant white beetle did not seem to possess any pronounced weak spots. Sunny did not know whether the armor of the powerful creature was that good or whether Kim simply could not peer through the defenses of an enemy that outranked and outclassed her so much, but the result was the same. Killing the tyrant was not going to be easy. He shared what little information he had been able to gather and glanced at the other officers with doubt. "Duh, what do we do now?" St. Tyrus remained silent, but Master Jet smiled. Her smile was dark and vicious. "What else? We kill it." Sunny blinked. "Huh?" Soul Reaper waited for a few moments, then looked at Sky Tide. The Transcendent crossed her arms. "I will handle the tyrant. As long as it's bound to the ground, I can attack the creature with impunity. If 1 attack doesn't crack its shell, 10 will. If 10 attacks fail, 100 will do the job." She looked at the irregulars and frowned. "However, you will have to deal with its retinue." "At desk? Isn't it going to be easy?" Winter snorted and then suddenly laughed. "Yet, what's that?" Chapter 858. Aerial superiority. They did not spend too much time trying to come up with a detailed plan. Firstly, because the nightmare creatures could have discovered the irregulars at any moment. Secondly, because no plan they could come up with would have been reliable. There was just too little information at their disposal. Without knowing what the tyrant, the few devils serving it, and the lesser soldiers of the Stone Hive were capable of, what was the point of creating rigid strategies? The battle ahead was going to be decided by raw power, resolve, and ability to swiftly adapt to changing circumstances. Luckily, the irregulars had more than enough power at their disposal. With 3 elite masters and an actual Sate leading them, there was hardly a more fearsome human force in the Antarctic center. Would that power be enough, though? They were going to find out soon. How did I end up here? Creeping up the slope of the mountain with a morose expression, Sunny bitterly remembered his dreams of becoming a rich, decadent, cowardly shop owner. What was he doing on a continent drowning in nightmare gates, preparing to battle a corrupted tyrant and its army? He could have been relaxing in the hot springs of a luxurious spa with a bunch of beauties right now. That was what rich people did, right? Instead, Sunny hid behind a tall boulder, shivered in the cold, and glanced at the handful of people pressing against rocks around him. Sure, there were plenty of beauties among them as well. But it wasn't the same. It couldn't be more different, really. Damn, there was still a good stretch of the mountain slope remaining until the peak. That high, the air was not devoid of oxygen yet, but it surely tasted different. None of the awakened would be hindered by the slight hypoxia or suffer from the high-altitude illness, of course, but it still required some adjustment. Sunny sighed and watched as St. Tyrus calmly walked forward. A swarm of sparks surrounded her hand and then coalesced into a long javelin. At the same time, Winter summoned a strange silver bow and 2 arrows. She knocked one on the string of the bow and waited. A shadow hiding at the peak of the mountain watched as one of the hideous insects wandered to the edge of a protruding rock outcropping and froze, its long antennae twitching in the wind. Sunny frowned. I think we're noticed before he could warn anyone. However, Sky Tide took one last step, raised her javelin, and silently threw it into the dark sky. Her throw caused the snow around St. Tyrus to be cleared away by the gale of crushing wind. The rocks beneath her feet cracked. In the next moment, a thunderous roar of a sonic boom rolled across the mountains as the javelin accelerated toward the peak with terrifying speed. It streaked across the sky like a radiant star and then collided against the tyrant's carapace with devastating force. The milky white chitin did not shatter though. The javelin shattered instead. As Saint Tyrus tilted her head, a little Winter shot an arrow almost straight up. It flew into the sky and then exploded with brilliant radiance, flooding the gloomy slope with bright light. Illuminated by it, the nightmare creatures hiding behind the rocks moved. They ran forward with surprising agility and then jumped, twisting their bodies into tight spheres. Hundreds of these spheres then rolled down, approaching the hiding irregulars like with terrible speed. Sonny felt his heart growing heavy. Because of how similar the carapaces of the Stone Hive soldiers were to actual rock, it seemed as if the mountain itself was falling on them. And that wasn't all. The tyrant moved forward and opened its maw, disgorging a cloud of darkness from it. The cloud flowed down like an avalanche of volcanic ash, swallowing the figures of rolling drones as it overtook them. Bad Sonny did not know what the black avalanche consisted of, but his intuition was screaming that inhaling or even being touched by the black ash was deadly to humans. At that moment, Sky Tide suddenly disappeared and a massive shape shot forward from their formation. A giant bird of prey with white feathers and talons forged of lustrous steel appeared above the mountain, gaining speed as it flew into the sky. Her body was wreathed in a radiant mantle of dancing lightning bolts. As Saint Tyrus moved her enormous wings, the cloud of black ash was torn apart by the hurricane winds and dissipated long before reaching the irregulars. She soared high into the dim sky and then plummeted down, aiming to savage the jade beetle with her terrifying beak. The two monstrous creatures collided and the tyrant jumped back with an ear-piercing screech. A beam of darkness escaped from its maw, but Sky Tide was already rising into the sky as she circled to deliver another devastating attack. The bolts of lightning gathered on her body and then shot forward, colliding with the dark beam. It seemed to weaken considerably and missed the swift saint, disappearing into the somber expanse of cold heavens. A net of lightning descended from above and bit into the milky white jade chitin of the tyrant. A devastating thunderclap battered it like a physical attack. Tyrus folded her wings and fell down again, leaving deep grooves on the enemy's armor with her talons. The whole mountain shook from the ferocious force of their clash. Comparatively uninjured but hopelessly outmatched by the flying opponent, the jade beetle seemed almost aggrieved. Its black eyes stared at the silhouette of the colossal bird with an indescribable inhuman emotion. And then the tyrant straightened. Its carapace suddenly seemed to split in the middle and move aside like a giant gate. From beneath it, four long translucent wings emerged and then blurred, causing the massive creature to rise into the air. It would have been an eerily beautiful image if it wasn't so dreadful. Looking from below, Sonny gritted his teeth. Well, Chapter 859. Summit. The corrupted tyrant and Sky Tide were of the same rank, but there was an abyss of 4 entire classes separating them. Nevertheless, Saint Tyrus had been confident in her ability of defeating the perverse creature, as long as it was bound to the ground. That was what she had told them. Watching the giant insect spread its 4 translucent wings and soar into the summer sky, both grotesque and eerily beautiful at the same time, Sonny froze for a moment. Then he looked back down. Nothing ever went according to plan. That was just the reality of things, and the irregulars had been prepared to face unforeseen circumstances from the very start. Saint Tyrus was going to have to manage somehow on her own. The rest of them had their own trial to face. He couldn't spare attention to the titanic battle happening above. Hundreds of nightmare creatures were bearing down upon the 3 cohorts of irregulars like an avalanche. Contracted into balls of white chitin, the soldiers of the Stone Hive were rolling down the mountain slope with tremendous speed, all their vulnerable spots safely protected. Their advance could be easily seen in the light of Winter's radiant arrow. Among them were awakened, fallen, and even corrupted abominations, beasts, monsters, demons, and even devils. The air this close to the summit of the mountain was cold and thin, and unlike the previous battle, humans held an unfavorable position below the enemy. Worse still, Sonny had yet to recover from yesterday's exertion. He had barely half of his essence left. Saint and Nightmare were mending themselves in the dark flames of his soul after the clash with the powerful Gate Guardian. Things weren't looking good. Whatever. More fragments for me. As he thought that, Winter sent a second arrow into the sky. It disappeared into the darkness and then seemed to explode into 1,000 brilliant shards. Her aspect was a strange one. From what Sonny knew, it combined some sort of powerful combat augmentation with an affinity to revelation. Winter was both a warrior and a seer. As a result, she never missed. That was not an exaggeration, just a frightening and bizarre fact. She had literally never missed a shot since becoming an awakened. It did not matter what weapon Winter used, be it a bow, a sling, a throwing dagger, or simply a rock. They always struck true. Of course, simply being able to hit the target did not always mean victory. What made her truly formidable was an extensive arsenal of enchanted arrows that she had accumulated over the years. Master Winter was basically a walking artillery unit. As the 1,000 brilliant shards rained from the sky, each revealed itself to look like a small silver arrow. They bit into the mass of rolling abominations, shredding their carapaces and finding their way through the smallest cracks in the chitin armor. Instantly, fetid blue limb flowed onto the snow-covered rocks. A moment later, another arrow was already knocked on the string of Winter's bow, with several more already manifesting themselves from a whirlwind of sparks. Each appeared exactly as the previous one was sent flying. Shooting the bow with unnatural speed, she unleashed a squall of death on the mass of descending nightmare creatures. Every arrow was unique but absolutely deadly. Studying the nimble, calculated, and lethal movements of the older master, Sunny couldn't help but sigh. So that's what a professional looks like. He had a long way to go if he hoped to reach this realm of archery. Soon the other ranged fighters among the irregulars joined the fray. Almost all members of Winter's own cohort were sharpshooters of some kind, so it easily outshone the rest in this phase of the battle, reaping dozens of abominable lives. Often the awakened marksman aimed at the breaches in the white carapaces that the rain of arrows summoned by Winter had created. As blue runes ignited on the silver limbs of her bow, she grinned. Show them hell, whoever kills the most gets a hug, haha. The information about the weak spots of the stone hive soldiers that Kim and Sunny had provided also helped. Soon he heard a familiar electric whine and saw a powerful explosion bloom among the abominations, ripping a few of them apart. Samara was adding her prodigal firepower to the deadly onslaught of the ranged specialists. Sunny, however, restrained himself from using a bow. In this battle, he needed to conserve his essence as much as possible. Plus, he was meant to play a different role. The tide of abominations was almost upon them. Sunny, he turned around and saw Master Jet running at him. Her short, raven black hair was dancing in the wind and her eyes were burning with chilling blue light. There was a light armor of black leather wrapped tightly around her body and a familiar dark glaive trailing behind her. Lowering himself slightly, he interlocked his fingers and offered his hands to her as a step. As soon as Soul Reaper's foot landed in this cradle, he strained his muscles and threw her into the air. Augmented by 3 shadows, his strength was nothing short of monstrous. Boosted by Sunny, Jet flew forward as if she was an arrow herself. The somber glaive flashed, cutting, no passing through the body of one of the corrupted abominations before it could even react. The creature rolled forward with tremendous speed for a few more moments, but then suddenly convulsed, unfurled its massive body, and came to a shuddering stop. Its white carapace was perfectly whole with not even a smallest crack on it. And yet the massive beast was dead. As Soul Reaper landed, slid on the icy rocks, hundreds of abominations attacked the line of irregulars and the swift human who had managed to kill one of their leaders. The massive balls of white chitin instantly unfurled into terrifying insect-like abominations and lunged at their victims, their sharp mandibles clicking and their segmented legs scraping against the stones. Master Jet was already moving, dodging numerous attacks as she dashed toward the next corrupted target. Looking at her, Sunny blinked. Past? Then he had no more time to think. Chapter 860. Stone Hive. Even though the archers managed to kill and wound a lot of nightmare creatures, there were still enough of them left to bury the irregulars under a mass of chitinous bodies. Master Jet's sudden advance divided their attention and lessened the pressure on the rest of the human force, but that was not her primary goal. In this battle, Soul Reaper was tasked with the most important objective: eliminating the corrupted abominations that threatened to wipe out the awakened soldiers. Awakened were supposed to fight nightmare creatures of their own rank. Facing a fallen abomination was usually a recipe for disaster, and only a small amount of human warriors could be confident in defeating an overbearing foe like that. Killing a creature of a higher rank was a rare enough accomplishment that it could substantially change one's reputation. Still, it was not impossible. Sunny himself, as well as every other survivor of the Forgotten Shore, had slain plenty of bees that they had no business fighting. That was what made them so abnormal. In the terrible crucible of the Forgotten Shore, only the strongest of the strongest survived. Of course, there were plenty of equal talents among the rest of the Awakened, and the elites chosen to become irregulars were among them, but they stood no chance against the corrupted. The power gap of 2 ranks was just too insurmountable. In the rarest of circumstances, a victory could still be possible, but usually Awaken would not even be able to leave a scratch on the bodies of these monsters. No conventional weapon could harm them either. That was why the corrupted lieutenants of the Stone Hive had to die first, considering that these revolting insects possessed immensely durable armor. Soul Reaper had been chosen to strike them down. Her dreadful aspect, after all, allowed her to ignore all forms of physical protection. That did not mean that the rest of the irregulars were going to get it easy. Even without the strongest abominations, the rest of the hive was more than capable of tearing the few humans apart, unless humans destroyed them first. This time, the terrain they had to fight on did not give the irregulars any advantages. They could not create a layered formation where melee fighters held the enemies off in the front while the archers pelted them with arrows from the back. The small human force was destined to be instantly surrounded. That was where Sunny came in. Most of the irregulars created a defensive line slightly higher up the slope, while the ranged specialists continued to shoot arrows and other projectiles over their heads. Their line bent like a crescent moon so that the abominations could not attack them from the sides. He alone stood behind the formation, holding the cruel sight and breathing deeply. Sunny's task was simple. Did not let even a single nightmare creature attack the human force from the back. Let's go! The tide of Stone Hive soldiers broke against the single blade of Soul Reaper's glaive, collided against the defensive line of irregulars and spilled over it. He saw a mass of abominations slide past him from the side, slow down, then turn around and scurry back up the slope. His fourth shadow had just returned and wrapped itself around the blade of the cruel sight, and at the same time the dying wish called the enemy's force. Sunny dashed forward with stunning speed. At the same time, the shadows around him seethed and then exploded forward with 4 long and powerful tentacles. Each tentacle pierced the carapace of the night-nourished insect and tore its body apart. A moment later, the cruel sight shone with furious white light and slid into a thin crack between the thorax and the head of a fallen abomination, turning its soft innards and brain into ash. Sunny twisted his spear, decapitating the appalling creature. To his surprise, even without its head, the insect continued forward, trying to skewer him with 2 of its long, segmented legs. With a startled snarl, Sunny crashed into it with his shoulder and sent the heavy monster flying back like a cannonball. At the same time, his shadow tentacles twisted and shot forward, breaking the legs of several more abominations. Bastards! Do you really think you can touch me? Pathetic bugs like you can never hope to kill a noble cockroach like me. Suddenly a mad smile appeared on his face, grinning like a lunatic. Sunny spun in the growing tide of Stone Hive soldiers, killing them one after another. After the Red Colosseum, it was not hard for him to shadow nightmare creatures. Even though bestial abominations like these did not possess sentience, let alone refined battle techniques, they still had unique instincts, behavioral patterns, and character. As such, he could mirror and predict their attacks just as well as that of humans. In fact, it was much easier, but also much harder. It was not difficult to peer into the essence of their ferocious combat instincts and adopt them, but doing so put him in terrible peril. It was hard to not lose himself. It was hard to remain human. Luckily, there was an anchor that held that which made Sunny a person together. His true name, lost from light. With its help, he could always return from the formless depths of shadow dance, no matter how far he dove into its strange embrace. Stone-like chitin cracked and shattered. The low limbs shot into the air. Broken mandibles and segmented limbs rolled away, severed by the ruthless blade of the cruel sight. For now, Sunny managed to prevent any nightmare creatures from getting past him. Most fell into a murderous frenzy because of the dying wish and aimed to kill him and no one else, and the few that managed to shrug the effect off were dragged back and killed by the long and malleable shadow tentacles. There were more and more abominations attacking him though, and among them much more powerful creatures suddenly appeared. An ominous feeling brushed against Sunny's mind. What the hell? He could have sworn that an especially large insect had been barreling toward him just a moment ago. 4 tumorous growths of darkness within its body revealed that the giant abomination was a fallen devil, but now it was gone. Where is it? Before Sunny could find an answer, the mountain slope beneath his feet suddenly split open, and from it a hungry maw appeared, too close and swift for him to escape. Chapter 861. Entombed. The ground split open and the head of a massive insect appeared from beneath. Sunny was thrown off balance, and much worse, there was no time for him to dodge the sudden attack. He could not even use Shadow Step. Crap, before he could do anything, the maw of the fallen devil closed around one of his legs. Sharp mandibles scraped against his greaves, smearing revolting mucus all over the bleak steel of the undying chain. The good news was that his transcendent armor turned out to be too tough to be bitten through by the damned abomination. No matter how hard the creature pressed with its jaws, the armored greave refused to bend or be pierced. It also withstood the corrosive effect of the liquid oozing from the insect's maw. Perhaps things would have been different if Sunny did not possess such a high divine affinity, but with the brilliant will enchantment reinforcing his armor, it reached a stupendous level of durability. The bad news, however, was that Sunny was completely immobilized. Even if the fallen devil could not bite off his leg, there were countless other abominations that were already dashing forward to press the attack and rip him apart. Every arrow had its cracks, and the undying chain was no different. "Let go, you filthy bug!" Sunny reversed his grip on the cruel sight and thrust it down. His strike was so powerful that the incandescent blade pierced all the way through the impregnable chitin of the insect, cracking the thick plate protecting its forehead and melting parts of it away. Despite the terrible wound, the devil refused to die. Even with its listless black eyes turning into liquid and evaporating, it rose from the ground and then viciously jerked the upper part of his torso, swinging Sunny into the ground. No matter how tough his armor was at this point, human bones would have shaped and shattered. However, bone weave stubbornly held his femur and tibia together. It hurt like hell though. Arg slamming into the rocks, Sunny stubbornly thrust his spear deeper into the devil's head and then briefly glanced at the approaching soldiers of the stone hive. Following his command, the shadow tentacles shot forward and crushed a few closest ones. At the same time, two dark hands appeared from his lower torso and grabbed the devil's jaws, trying to pry them apart. It was of no use. The creature was just too strong. The fallen devil possessed a wicked intelligence too. Seeing that neither its bite nor its slam managed to damage the thorny opponent, it decided to change tactics. Instead of trying to savage the enemy, the glant insect simply clenched its jaw tighter, and then dove into the ground, pulling Sunny with it. The solid stone parted around them like liquid. Not good. Like every human, Sunny harbored a deeply rooted fear of being buried alive, and this was exactly what was happening. Pulled dozens of meters into the solid stone, he was going to be buried under its crushing weight if the devil let go. Perhaps that was exactly the bastard's plan. Before that could happen, however, Sunny snarled and thrust the cruel sight even deeper, pushing it into the body of the devil as far as he could. At the same time, he commanded the spear to assume its maximum length, and then sent all four of his shadows from his body onto the somber blade. Augmented by them, the divine flame summoned by the dark mirror enhancement suddenly grew even hotter. For a moment, it seemed as though the giant insect became illuminated from within. A blinding light escaped from the cracks of its carapace, and then the devil contorted in a terrible convulsion. Just a few seconds later, it was immolated from within, turning into nothing but an empty, blackened shell. "You have slain a fallen devil, stone titan flea. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny shuddered, feeling his heart turn cold. "That's great, but..." The devil was dead, and so its unnatural power dissipated. The stone surrounding them turned back into its solid state, encasing Sunny in a cold, inescapable coffin. There was no light, no room to move, no air to breathe. Even with the master's prodigious might, digging himself out was impossible. A creeping horror entered Sunny's mind. Luckily, he was not just any master. Stretching his shadow sense upward, Sunny simply used Shadow Step and emerged from a stretch of darkness above ground. The cold air of Antarctica had never felt so sweet. The inhospitable dim sky had never looked so beautiful. Suppressing the desire to fall to his knees and take a gasping breath, Sunny swiftly looked around to evaluate the situation. He had only been absent from the battlefield for a dozen heartbeats, but in a clash like this one, just a few seconds was an eternity. Just as he had suspected, things were not looking great. His absence left the rear of the human formation wide open, and a tide of stone hive soldiers was already flowing up the slope, approaching it. Most were already well outside the range of effect of the dying wish. That was really bad. Sunny's eyes widened. "I have to come up with something fast." Since there was no time to think, only a single idea came to mind. It could lead to a lot of unforeseen circumstances, but forced to act immediately, he did not see any other choice. Commanding the extraordinary rock to relay his command, Sunny barked. Samara Kimi turned around and opened fire. At the same time, he dismissed his armor, as both of his soldiers unleashed a haul of bullets at the flood of abominations advancing from the back. The undying chain disappeared into a swarm of sparks. At the same time, wisps of dark fog swirled around his body. For a few seconds, Sunny was left without any protection. Ignoring that chilling fact, he dove into the mass of nightmare creatures rampaging between them as the dark fog slowly coalesced into a different suit of armor. Luckily, or rather due to his panicked effort, no attack managed to land on his body in that time. Glossy onyx, ominous lines, intricate and ancient design. Finally, the mantle of the underworld wove itself into existence. His shadows slid onto its black surface. Merged with it, the dying wish was suddenly augmented by the underworld armament enchantment. The nightmare creatures advancing on the rear of the human formation slowed down and stalled. Then they froze in place. And then one after another they slowly turned around and peered at Sunny. Subjected to an almost palpable pressure of immense hatred and bloodlust, he smiled nervously. Come eat me, bastards. Look, I am very tasty, with fervor and frenzy that made him shudder. The mass of nightmare creatures obliged. Chapter 862. Soul Reaper. The Death Wish enchantment worked. In fact, it worked a little bit too well. Damn, Sunny was drowning in the tide of nightmare creatures. No matter how strong he was, no matter how fast he was, no matter how well he understood the attack patterns of the Stone Hive's soldiers, there were just too many of them for him to handle without paying the price. The mantle of the underworld sustained more and more hits. The onyx armor mostly held for now, and what little damage it did sustain was swiftly mended by the living stone enchantment. His body beneath it, however, was hurting. There were no holes in him yet, but it was just a matter of time. If there was one good thing about the situation, however, it was that the irregulars were completely safe from being attacked from the back. Sunny was holding the mass of abominations advancing from the rear, single-handedly killing more and more of them as he desperately tried to survive. By now all the snow around him had melted and the rocks were covered by the viscous blue lymph. Savage carcasses of nightmare creatures littered the ground, and 3 shadow tentacles were rampaging among those that remained. The 4th had been destroyed by another fallen abomination, whom Sunny then finished off with the shining blade of the cruel sight. The twilight enveloping the summit of the mountain was long gone. High above, a constant stream of lightning tore the darkness of the cold sky, and on the mountain slope itself, chaotic flashes of light produced by winter and other awakened ensnared in a bloody battle with the Stone Hive created a strange and beautiful illumination. Sunny himself was surrounded by nothing except for darkness, however, since the shadow lantern devoured any light that reached him. I can't go on like this for much longer. His only solace was that he did not need to. Soon help would arrive. Sunny just had to hold on long enough for Master Jet to finish off the corrupted lieutenants of the Hive and join the battle against the lesser abominations. Slaying a score of corrupted was not something an Ascended was supposed to be able to do, but he had faith in Soul Reaper's ability. After all, even saints were wary of fighting her. Speaking of Colonel Jet, killing a frenzied fallen beast with a devastating slash of the cruel sight, and at the same time piercing the head of an awakened monster with the ghostly blade of the moonlight shard, Sunny used the carcass of the dead creatures to buy himself a moment of respite and glanced higher up the slope where Soul Reaper was in a similar position as him, drowning in abominations as she was trying to hunt down the strongest among them before they could hunt her. Master Jet was moving with murderous purpose and terrifying speed, dodging the storm of attacks as she descended upon one corrupted after another, the blade of her glaive ignoring all physical armor as it viciously struck directly at their darkness-infested soul cores. All of it was very bizarre, and also gave him a better understanding of why Soul Reaper was so feared by other awakened. Very few humans possessed powerful means of defending themselves from soul attacks. However, she was not even delivering blows infused with soul damage. Instead, her glaive was somehow able to deliver physical damage directly to the souls of her enemies. More than that, it could bypass all forms of armor and strike at the vulnerable cores. Scary, but there was more strangeness about how Master Jet fought. She was just too fast, too strong, too deadly. Even knowing that her cohort was assembled based on their ability to augment the combat performance of their commanding officer, Sunny could not explain how Soul Reaper was so frighteningly powerful. Just her physical prowess alone was almost on par with his own, which was not supposed to be possible. Not only did Sunny possess more cores, he also enjoyed the enhancement of shadows, and yet he couldn't deny what he saw. Her battle style, meanwhile, was brutal and domineering, honed and perfectly sharpened to achieve a single purpose: deliver swift death and utter devastation to her enemies. While it lacked flair and refinement, when Sunny looked at how Soul Reaper fought, he felt something that he had never felt before. It was the lethal weight of thousands and thousands of deathly battles. He did not think he had ever encountered a human fighter that seemed to possess quite as much combat experience. Her technique possessed a dark depth to it that he had yet to sense from anyone else. Not even Pierce and Wealth, two high-ranking Knights of Valor, could compare to Soul Reaper let. Not even the Saints he had met. It made sense in hindsight. Saints serving legacy clans might have been more powerful, but they led a very different life than someone like Master Jet. The government was always short on personnel and resources, and so every capable fighter serving them had to do more. Considering that Soul Reaper was possibly the most capable of them, she had to also be one of the most active government operatives. What it meant was that while Master and Saints of the legacy clans only undertook the most important combat missions and enjoyed sufficient rest between each battle, she had been sent to deal with emerging gates, rampaging nightmare creatures, awakened criminals, and other dangerous issues almost every single day. No wonder Master Jet always seemed a bit sleep-deprived. Battle after battle, day after day. Considering that she had entered government service more than a decade ago, that would indeed make Soul Reaper the most seasoned human fighter Sunny had ever met, at least in terms of pure number of combat encounters and confirmed kills. Strangely, not even the other irregular captains seemed as accomplished in battle and slaughtered despite being older than Jet. Suddenly he was overcome by burning curiosity. I wonder if I can shadow her combat technique. At the level of masters, a battle style was more than just a set of moves combined with a special mental framework. Due to how intricate their control of essence was, a style also included unique patterns of essence reinforcement. Knowing that he only had a split second left before his own battle would continue, Sunny strained his eyes and peered beneath the surface of Master Jet's mortal shell. After reaching the third step of Shadow Dance, his ability to observe and understand the flow of essence had vastly improved, and so, however, what he saw left him shaken and disturbed. Chapter 863: Fracture. Chapter 863: Fractured. Sunny had seen souls that were radiant and full of light, and he had seen souls that were being consumed by a spreading corruption. However, he had never seen a soul like Jet's. It was lightless and shrouded in darkness, almost like his own. A single powerful core burned in its depths, superposed against her heart. The core itself was strange, bizarre, and filled him with an eerie sense of profound unease. The ethereal orb was irregularly shaped and much larger than it was supposed to be, grossly overshadowing the size of other ascended cores he had witnessed. Its surface was covered by a net of deep, twisting cracks. No, not quite. It was more like the whole core was assembled from numerous shards, as if it had been shattered once and then crudely assembled back into an uneven sphere. Some shards seemed to match each other while others did not fit well, bringing a sense of chaos to an already flawed and fractured, disfigured construct of Soul Reaper's core. However, there was also a certain order and beauty to the ugly disharmony of it. The patchwork sphere of broken shards shone with furious radiant light. It was brimming with a stunning amount of soul essence, which was much more than an ascended should have possessed. However, unlike most cores, this one's radiance was not uniform. Instead, most of the light was concentrated in its depths, while the outer edges were dark and dull. More than that, thin streams of light were constantly flowing through the cracks of the shattered core and dissipating into nothingness. They were like water slowly seeping out of a cracked vessel. Despite that, Master Jet's essence did not seem to be diminishing. Instead, as Sunny watched, the strange soul core only grew brighter. What the? At that moment, Soul Reaper had just slaughtered another corrupted abomination. This one had taken her longer to put down, since as a monster it possessed two cores. Each had to be destroyed with separate strikes. As soon as both perished, however, the creature twitched and collapsed to the ground. Then something strange happened. When the corrupted insect died, a flood of tainted essence seemed to rush into Master Jet's fractured core. The remnants of the fetid darkness permeating it were then burned away by the furious light, and soon a stream of pure radiance flowed into the brilliant center of the shining sphere. Sunny was left very puzzled by what he had just seen, and a little bit troubled as well. I guess there really are all kinds of bizarre aspects. He was one to talk. His own soul was not exactly the picture of normalcy. In any case, distracted by the unusual nature of Master Jet's soul core, Sunny had missed his chance to study her battle technique. All he managed to notice was that her flesh was saturated by essence to a much larger degree than usual. It was as if, unlike all the other awakened Soul Reaper's ability to reinforce herself with essence was not limited by a modest capacity of human flesh, or at least had a limit so high that it put the rest of them to shame. That would partially explain why she was so strong and fast despite possessing only a single core. This just went to show that having multiple cores was not an absolute advantage. There were a lot of strange and unimaginable powers out there, many of which could achieve the same result through different means. However, they wouldn't be as versatile. Would I be able to win against her in a fight? Sunny was not sure. He was reasonably confident in his ability, but then again, as someone who often achieved victory through being underestimated, he did not want to fall into the same trap. Even if he won, what would be the cost? Losing 1 or 2 cores was not going to kill him most likely, but being left with a crippled soul was small consolation for victory. Maybe that was why saints were reluctant to fight Soul Reaper despite being much more powerful than her, and why many people treated her with fear and resentment. Sunny would have loved to ponder on these issues, but sadly his time was up. The Stone Hive soldiers were already jumping over the carcasses he had used to hide behind, and their frenzy was just as murderous as before. Gripping the cruel Psyche lunged forward and pushed it into the tough carapace of another enemy. Hundreds of nightmare creatures descended upon the 3 cohorts of the Irregulars, with Soul Reaper diving into their tide alone to hunt down the most dangerous foes. The initial clash was not as obliterating as it could have been. Supported by Queen and her sharpshooters, the melee fighters held but were instantly surrounded. Behind them, Master Sunless, the youngest of the first company captains, was somehow holding off the entire flanking force of abominations by himself. Even if Irregulars had time to look back, they wouldn't see much except for a veil of strange darkness that refused to dissipate despite the constant flashes of bright light produced by the battle. All they could perceive were the deafening shrieks of dying nightmare creatures and the crashing noises of parting chitin that resounded from the depths of unnatural darkness, as well as smell the sickening stench of burning flesh. One of the soldiers staggered back after killing another bug and briefly looked back. At that exact moment, a disfigured body of a massive fallen beast flew out of the darkness and crashed onto the rocks, splattering fetid blue lymph all over the mountain slope. It was more or less torn into 2 halves. Not cut, tore. The soldier shuddered. Not. What kind of monster is that, kid? Suddenly, a blinding flash momentarily turned the world white. High above them, 2 gargantuan forms clashed furiously, producing a deafening thunderclap. The whole mountain shook from the violent force of their impact. Cursing his luck, the Irregular tried to throw all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind and lunged back into the deadly melee. There were still hundreds of the damned bugs for them to kill. By his side, other soldiers of the first Irregular company fought for their lives. No one faltered, no one allowed despair to poison their mind. Each of them gave it their all, full of determination and resolve worthy of the government's best. And yet things weren't going too well. The enemy was just too numerous, vicious, and overwhelming. Worse than that, the cursed bugs were wickedly smart and coordinated. Something had to change soon. Chapter 864: Breaking the Balance. Chapter 864: Breaking the Balance. Stuck in the middle of a never-ending massacre, barely holding on and sensing a ruinous hint of exhaustion already seeping into his muscles, Sunny knew that the battle was entering its decisive stage. For now it seemed to remain in a fragile equilibrium. The Jade Beetle and Saint Tyrus were clashing somewhere high above, neither of them capable of striking down the adversary yet. On the ground, Master Jet were fighting alone in the tide of nightmare creatures, seeking out the most powerful foes. She had already killed many, but her task was far from being accomplished. The Irregulars held, pushing back against the rabid onslaught of the Stone Hive. They had managed to avoid being overwhelmed, but could not throw the enemy back and go on the offensive. Even with Winter and her sharpshooters taking out the most deadly fallen abominations, the situation was extremely precarious. And finally, Sunny was protecting the rear of the formation. He was containing his share of nightmare creatures as well, but was not anywhere near prevailing against them. For every hive soldier he killed, 2 immediately took its place. Neither side could wipe out the other. This balance, however, could be destroyed at any moment. Time was working against the Irregulars for the most part, since their soul essence and endurance were not infinite. The soldiers were not going to be able to keep up with the ruthless tempo of the furious battle for much longer. Their only hope was that Soul Reaper would finish off the last of the corrupted abominations and join the fight against the mass of lesser soldiers soon. However, from a few glimpses that Sunny had caught, things weren't going too well for the commander of the first irregular company. Master Jet had quickly dealt with the comparatively weak corrupted, but now only the most powerful of them remained. More than that, the Stone Hive seemed to have understood how much of a threat this single human represented. With each second, it was getting harder and harder for Soul Reaper to move and attack her targets. She would probably be able to kill them all eventually, but was that going to be fast enough? Currently, Sunny was not sure. I need to do something. He had extinguished the divine flames burning within the blade of the cruel sight to conserve essence, and was now fighting against the frenzied abominations with nothing but its somber silver steel. Mounds of corpses surrounded him, and more creatures were jumping over their fallen brethren every second to lunge at the hateful human. But what can I do? How was he supposed to break the balance of the battle in favor of the human force? He had already done his best to gain the upper hand in his own section of the battlefield, and failed. Preventing the soldiers of the Stone Hive from advancing at the rest of the irregulars was all that he could achieve here. Changing the scales of the main front line was also outside his ability. If Sunny chose to join the awakened fires, they would gain a boost of inspiration from the dying wish. However, they would also be forced to split their focus and defend against attacks from two directions. Whatever benefit he could bring would be invalidated by the increased pressure. Assisting Master Jet was out of the question, although Sunny was more than capable of slaying a corrupted abomination or several. It would take him some time, not to mention that to achieve real results he was going to have to abandon his position behind the formation of the irregulars. So then, only one component of the battle remained. Dodging an especially fierce attack of a bloodthirsty bug, he used one of the shadow tentacles to suddenly pull himself away from the advancing enemies and pierce the body of a somewhat startled abomination a dozen meters further down the slope instead. Then he briefly looked up. Two giant shapes were entangled with each other high in the dark skies. Arcs of lightning danced between them, and rivers of caustic black ash were flowing through the air like clouds. His face turned grim. It's too strong. I can't kill it. Can't kill it fast enough. But then again, did he need to? Deciding something, Sunny sighed and threw the cruel sight into the maw of a lunging abomination. Then he closed his eyes and tried to forget about the fact that he was surrounded by a swarm of nightmare creatures, each of them driven crazy by the desire to tear him apart. The shadows unleashed from the small lantern that was tied to his belt suddenly surged forward and formed a barrier around him. Even the tentacles that had been slaughtering Hive soldiers dissipated and merged into its dark walls. Within the barrier, Sunny summoned Morgan's warbow. As a swarm of scarlet sparks appeared in the air, a heavy blow shook the shadow cage he had constructed around himself. Then another and another and another. Soon countless strikes were raining on it, making the surface of the barrier shake and crack. Sunny had made the cage as durable as he could. Infused with his ascended essence, it was much more resilient than the armored hull of the mighty battleship he had once helped preserve. And yet, just a few breaths later, it was already crumbling. Wide cracks appeared on its surface, and then a sharp chitin blade shot through one of them, scraping against the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld and throwing Sunny back. However, it was enough. As the black bow appeared in his hand, Sunny commanded the shadow cage to transform itself. Immediately, it lost solidity and substance. Instead, long and sharp spikes shot forward from the barrier in all directions. A few abominations were skewered by them, but most were only stalled for a moment as deep scratches appeared on their carapaces. Not paying them any attention, Sunny looked up and drew his bow. Soul arrow, death dealer. This time, a lustrous arrow that appeared to be made out of pale gold appeared on the string. Its wide broadhead, which was perfect for slicing flesh and dealing devastating wounds, was radiating a soft golden radiance. As time seemed to slow down, Sunny took aim, wrapped his shadows around the arrow, and then sent it soaring into the sky. Flying through the darkness, the arrow reached its target almost instantly. The target, of course, was the corrupted tyrant. However, Sunny was not aiming to kill it. He knew all too well that a creature like that would not be destroyed by a single strike, no matter how much essence he poured into it. The golden arrow did not strike the milky white chitin or pierce the creature's eye. Instead, it hit one of its translucent wing, tore through it, and then bit deep into the base of another one. At the same time, Sunny activated a third enchantment. Burden of Peace enchantment description. After soul arrows pierce the flesh of an enemy, their weight can be drastically increased. Lodged deep into the jade beetle's flesh, the golden arrow suddenly grew as heavy as a ship's anchor, far below the monstrous tyrant. Sunny smiled in satisfaction. Try and fly away now, bastard. Chapter 865 : Lucky Shot. Chapter 865 : Lucky Shot. Sunny was not powerful enough to casually slay a corrupted tyrant. Defeating one was not outside the realm of possibility for him anymore, but it would require a good amount of meticulous study and preparation. Even then, challenging a nightmare creature of such immense power meant dire risk to his life. However, Sunny did not really need to kill the Jade Beetle. All he really needed to do was to break the balance of power between the monstrous tyrant and Sky Tide. Something like that was more easily said than done, but Sunny had several advantages that very few people possessed. He had a bow created by the best forge masters of the great clan Valor, or maybe even King Anvil himself. That bow demanded immense strength to be drawn, but was capable of sending arrows much further and imbued them with much greater force. He had the Death Dealer enchantment, a rare divine affinity that translated into highly destructive soul arrows, and the ability to see through the darkness, devouring the cold sky of Antarctica. More importantly, he had enough power and ability to buy himself enough time to make a good shot. As a result, the divine arrow he had sent tore through one of the tyrant's wings and dealt modest damage to another. Just like that, 2 of the 4 wings of the Jade Beetle were wounded. That alone might have not robbed it of the ability to fly, but combined with the weight of the burden of peace, the results severely reduced the creature's mobility in the air. Sadly, it did not plummet to the earth as Sunny had hoped, but it was enough to give St. Tyrus a crucial advantage. Using the window of opportunity created for her by Sunny's arrow, she lunged into a recklessly committed attack without wasting a single moment. Slashed at the 2 untouched wings of the Jade Beetle with her steel talons, Sky Tide finally managed to break them. Then she delivered a terrible blow with her beak and threw the abomination down. Wounded and barely able to keep its weight in the air, the corrupted tyrant was ruthlessly sent into a perilous fall. The Jade Beetle tried to slow down the speed of it, but failed. A few moments later, the massive body hit the slope of the mountain with a thunderous crash. However, Sunny was too busy to see any of this, because while his arrow had managed to turn the tables of the titanic clash in the skies, he had to survive the consequences of that success. Somehow, Sunny had to burn through a lot of essence to have a hope of dealing serious damage to the corrupted tyrant, and so his reserves were now very close to being empty. He had discarded the cruel sight to summon Morgan's warbow and buy himself enough time to create the shadow cage, and so he was now more or less unarmed in front of the swarm of nightmare creatures. He had wrapped the soul arrow in 3 of his 4 shadows, and so they needed time to return. Ever worse, making the fateful shot left him open to enemy attacks for far too long. Even before Sky Tide delivered her vicious strike, Sunny was already dearly regretting his actions. Dismissing both the warbow and the distant cruel sight, he then summoned the latter back. However, the somber spear would only appear after several precious seconds, leaving him not much choice but to face the avalanche of chitin and sharp mandibles with his bare hands, or the short and thin blade of the moonlight shard at best. Instead of using the ghostly stiletto, those Sunny simply commanded one of the wild shadows surrounding him to flow into his hands and turn into a dark odachi. Manipulating the shape of shadows was not a straightforward task. Forming a simple tentacle was the easiest, since it was not too far removed from the natural state of the shadows. However, the more precise, specific, and compressed the shape was, the more concentration and essence it took to achieve it. A sword hard enough to withstand the rigors of battle and sharp enough to cut through the flesh of the enemies was not easy to create. Usually, it would have taken Sunny some time and a lot of mental exertion to make one from a formless shadow. However, the black odachi appeared in his hands almost instantly. That was because Sunny had methodically trained several applications of shadow manifestation during the 6 calm months after the second nightmare. He had come up with a small number of forms that could serve his basic needs in battle, such as a barrier, a spike, a chain, a sword, and created them over and over again, day after day, until manifesting them became an instinct. That was why it only took a split second for the shadow sword to manifest when he needed it. Of course, as a blade created from ascended essence, it was comparable to an ascended weapon in terms of sharpness and lethality. Sunny was just not sure how long he would be able to maintain the dark odachi, considering that keeping it tangible was slowly eating through the scarce remains of his essence. Crappy barely managed to meet the first foe with a strike, neatly cutting its body in 2 halves. Although Sunny had long grown accustomed to using a spear, holding a sword still felt the most familiar to him. Fighting with an Odachi again felt like meeting an old friend. He would have smiled if there was not a crushing wave of abominations falling down on him. Sharp blades of chitin struck at the mantle of the underworld, throwing Sunny off balance. Using the residual momentum of his previous strike, he slashed with the Odachi and severed the legs of a fallen beast attacking him, then thrust his sword forward, piercing the head of another. Something crashed into him from the side, causing Sunny to stagger. Sunny paled as he realized that a moment later he would fall and become buried under a mass of abominations. Luckily, at that moment, something massive and dreadfully heavy crashed into the mountain with terrible speed. The impact caused the whole slope to tremble as if from a powerful earthquake. As a result, not only Sunny, but also every other irregular as well as every soldier of the stone hive were suddenly thrown to the ground. Chapter 866: White Stone. Chapter 866: White Stone. A huge cloud of snow and stone debris rose into the air. Hitting the ground with a muffled yelp, Sunny rolled and tried to maintain the shape of his Odachi. Luckily, his training had not been in vain. Even after being startled by the earth-splitting fall of the tyrant and jolted by the sudden collision with the slope of the mountain, he did not allow the shadow sword to unravel. Slightly disoriented, Sunny sat up and looked around, expecting to see monstrous insects rushing to finish him off. To his relief, the soldiers of the stone hive were in a similar position as him. Despite possessing 6 legs and a center of gravity that was much lower to the ground relative to their height, they were all sprawled on the cold rocks trying to get up. Actually, there were surprisingly few of them around him, those that were alive at least. Crushed corpses littered this particular stretch of the slope, flattened so thoroughly that it was hard to recognize the shape of the chitin-clad abominations. Sunny strained to regain his wits and frowned. Did I do that? The damage seemed too exaggerated to be done by Sunny or his shadow tentacles. He couldn't see very far either because a wall of white stone was blocking his view. Where did this crag come from? If he remembered correctly, there were no large boulders or tall outcroppings near where he had fought. Had he rolled that far down the slope? As Sunny was trying to understand why a wall of rock suddenly appeared in front of him, a stream of inky black liquid flowed down its smooth white surface. Then the wall of stone slightly moved. His eyes widened. Crap! Craning his neck, Sunny managed to get a better look at the thing that he had assumed to be a stone cliff. Of course it was not. Instead, it was the carapace of the corrupted tyrant that had been thrown into the mountain by Sky Tide's vicious attack. The creature seemed battered, with its milky white chitin cracked in several places and leaking viscous black blood, but very much alive. In fact, at the same time as Sunny looked up at it, the jade beetle's expressionless black eyes shifted and peered directly at him. Its terrifying mandibles moved slightly. Oh crap! Sunny jumped back at the same time as one of Tyrant's legs came down, shattering the mountain slope and sending another tremor running through it. He was only saved by his quick reaction and a bit of luck. The shadow Odachi whistled through the air and struck the white chitin, only to bounce off of it without dealing any damage. The jade beetle stared at him with its unfathomable black eyes and moved slowly, rising. It opened its maw where a cloud of black ash was already swirling, ready to be spat out. Sunny knew that if that ash enveloped him, something very bad was going to happen. For a split second he was paralyzed by fear. Then the familiar weight of the cruel sight calmed Sunny down. The summer spear finally finished manifesting itself into reality, and he instinctively caught it by letting go of the hilt of the shadow Odachi with one hand. What difference does it make? Sunny stared at the domineering tyrant in horror and then did the only thing he could think of, infusing some of his last drops of essence into the cruel sight to imbue it with an elemental property. He threw the spear again only a moment after being reunited with it. He did have enough presence of mind to put some thought into what type of elemental damage to choose, though neither divine flame nor soul damage would do much in this situation, so that might work. I think. The summer spear disappeared into the cloud of darkness wreathing in the creature's maw without a trace. A moment later, the tyrant suddenly shuddered and let out a shrill, deafening shriek. Its movements slowed down for a second or two. That was more than enough time to give Sunny a chance to run away. Turning around, he dashed up the slope with as much speed as he could muster. The cloud of ash shot to chase him but quickly dissipated due to the fact that the jade beetle was distracted by torturous pain. The element Sunny had chosen was not the most destructive, but it was insidious, persistent, and extremely painful. That element was corrosion. To be more precise, it was a special kind of wicked corrosion that the Dark Mirror had memorized after Sunny inhaled a lungful of Wormbine's poisonous miasma back on the shipwreck island. Bloodweave had overcome it without any trouble, so he did not expect to deal much damage to the tyrant. However, it had hurt like hell to deal with it, so Sunny hoped that the damned monstrosity would be distracted for a few seconds, giving him a chance to retreat. That's right, retreat with dignity, not run away in panic as he swiftly retreated. Sunny felt a cold shiver running down his spine. The Jade Beetle had to be preparing another attack. At that moment, a shadow fell from the sky. Saint Iris, in her human form and wielding a saber that seemed sharp enough to cut the fabric of the world itself, flashed through the air and collided with the corrupted tyrant somewhere behind his back. Sunny, meanwhile, finally saw the battlefield through the cloud of snow that had been thrown up by the Jade Beetle's fall. The irregulars were slowly rising to their feet, and so were the soldiers of the stone hive. Only one figure appeared to have withstood the earthquake and used the shock of it to her advantage. Some distance away, Master Jet landed on the swaying body of the last corrupted abomination and thrust her glaive deep into its flesh. A vicious smile appeared on her face as the creature shuddered and fell down. The battle formation of awakened warriors was broken, but Soul Reaper was finally finished with her dreadful task. Despite how much she must have exerted herself to slay a score of corrupted beasts and monsters as well as a couple demons, she seemed to be still brimming with essence. Master Jet would be able to join the main line of the first irregular company soon. The flanking force that Sunny had been holding back meanwhile seemed to be all but destroyed by his own efforts and the devastating fall of the tyrant. What little remained of it was currently being torn to pieces by the furious confrontation of the Jade Beetle and Sky Tide. All in all, the situation was not too terrible. The scales definitely tilted in the favor of humans now. They just had to capitalize on that advantage. Running terribly low on essence, battered and exhausted, Sunny let out a silent groan. Now that, damnation, this is just day 2. Chapter 867, Tooth and Nail. Chapter 867, Tooth and Nail. The tide of the battle had turned. The terrifying confrontation between the tyrant of the Stone Hive and Sky Tide of the White Feather Clan went on, but now the eerily beautiful Jade Beetle was clearly losing. On the battlefield itself, the force of abominations trying to attack the irregulars from the rear had been decimated under the cover of unnatural darkness. The corrupted lieutenants leading the main assault had been dealt with by Soul Reaper, although human soldiers had been feeling hints of despair just a few minutes ago. Now a new strength filled their bodies. Fight, we can do this, crush the bugs. The irregulars knew that the moments when hope finally shined from the distance were often the most dangerous, so they did not allow themselves to relax and fought with fierce determination. Then something strange happened. The veil of darkness enveloping the lower part of the slope suddenly flowed forward and drowned a large swath of nightmare creatures assaulting their defensive line from the flank. Immediately, frenzied shrieks of the abominations resounded from it, only to stop abruptly in the cracking noise of splitting chitin. At the same time, Soul Reaper Jet broke through the ranks of the hive and joined a crescent battle formation. Suddenly reassured, the humans fought with doubled ferocity. The effect was even more pronounced for the members of one of the cohorts who could actually see through the unnatural darkness thanks to Kim's unique aspect. Luster, who had lost count of the number of repulsive bugs he had killed or wounded with his halberd, threw a quick glance to the flank of the defensive line and almost stumbled. What? Out there in the darkness, their captain was dancing between the abominations, slaying one after another with graceful strikes of a long and somber blade. His swordsmanship was elegant and exquisite. However, what stunned the young man was not the battle skill of their commanding officer, but the armor Captain Sunless was wearing, as well as the shape and color of his odachi. That's Monoro's armor and sword. Luster's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Suddenly a lot of things made sense. Influenced by the death wish enchantment that spread to those who witnessed Sunny fight, an intense fire ignited in Luster's heart. His eyes gleamed and he threw himself into the battle with burning determination. More. I need to kill more. After learning their captain's true identity, Luster was extremely inspired. He had given up on his goal not long after the clash with the Stone Hive started, but now it did not seem as impossible anymore. I must vanquish these abominable bugs if I kill enough. I might get a hug from Master Winter. Oh, I can't wait. Similarly, although of course in a different manner, the other members of the cohort experienced the bolstering effect of the dying wish as well. All of them fought like devils, earning themselves a fearsome reputation among the irregulars, and the man who had made it all possible was currently cursing his fate. Damn crap curse it all. Surrounded by a swarm of nightmare creatures, Sunny fought while feeling extremely aggrieved. Things were not going great for him. He was extremely tired, bruised and battered, and worst of all, his essence was running dry. Keeping the shadow sword tangible was eating through what little he had left with frightening speed, but the worst offender was the shadow lantern. A divine memory was as gluttonous as one would think. On top of that, there were the dying wish and the mantle of the underworld. Pretty soon he would be completely spent. Sadly, he could not dismiss the veil of shadows, since doing that would reveal his identity as mongrel to a lot of strangers. The members of his own cohort had already seen enough most likely, but he somewhat trusted them to keep his secret. Due to the fact that Sunny had kept them alive through several dire battles, the bonds of loyalty were already forming between the 6 soldiers and their captain. He had to dismiss something though. The first thing to go was the dying wish. Although it brought benefit to his soldiers and to a lesser degree to all irregulars, he simply could not allow the expenditure of essence that both the death wish and the underworld armament required. The next memory to go was the mantle of the underworld itself. Sunny was reluctant and more than a little scared to continue his fight without a suit of armor, but there was little he could do. Without sufficient essence to feed the living stone, many cracks appeared on the stone-like onyx surface of the mantle. Not only had it lost some of its protective quality, but there was a risk that the ancient armor would receive too much damage and succumb entirely. It was also growing heavy without the effects of the Feather of Truth enchantment. He just had to fight carefully and concentrate on dodging the enemy attacks from now on. Even if he made a mistake or two, a couple wounds were not going to kill him. Thankfully, there were not as many enemies left around him as at the start of the battle. Once the most damning evidence was gone, Sunny had no reason to keep the shadow lantern active, so he dismissed it as well. With no enchantments to keep powered and a small amount of essence he received back by dismissing these memories, he could maintain the shape of his sword for a bit longer. Sunny killed a few more enemies, barely avoided a stream of acid that one of the monstrous insects spat and retaliated by neatly severing its body in half. When is this going to end? Damn it. A few seconds later, his odachi turned hazy and then dissipated into a shadow. Sunny was at his limit. Please gods, let it stop. Let it stop. Let it stop. Our damnation, this is such crap. What the hell? What kind of damned situation is this? With nothing better to do, he grabbed a severed chitin blade of one of the abominations and used it as a makeshift sword. At that moment, the veil of shadows created by the shadow lantern finally dissipated. The irregulars saw a stunning image. Wearing no armor and only clad in a torn black bodysuit, Captain Sunless hammered a severed limb of an enemy into the carapace of a fallen abomination. The white chitin split and the creature let out a painful shriek. With indescribable fury and resentment burning in his eyes, the young master bared his teeth and punched the beast with his naked fist, crushing its head. The veteran soldiers shuddered. Such righteous wrath. Master Sunless must really hate nightmare creatures, huh? Sunny meanwhile kicked the fallen beast away and let out a trembling breath. Phew, that was close. How did I even survive that last attack? At that moment, something imperceptible changed on the battlefield. The stone hive, which had been unified and deviously intelligent before, suddenly seemed to lose much of its coordination. At the same time, the spell suddenly whispered into Sunny's ear, "You have slain a corrupted tyrant remnant of the Jade Queen. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." He blinked. What had just happened? It seemed that the persistent corrosion which the cruel sight had learned to reflect thanks to the wormbine's miasma turned out to be more powerful than Sunny had thought. Much more likely than that those that just happened to finish off the mighty abomination after it had been brought to the very edge of death by Sky Tide, but before she could deal the killing blow. What were the chances of that? 1 in a million? Standing above the dead fallen beast, Sunny grinned. I guess I'm lucky today. Chapter 868 : Reputation. Chapter 868 : Reputation. After the death of the tyrant, the battle did not last long. The Stonehive had already lost many soldiers as well as its most powerful champions. Without the guiding sentience of its ruler, the lesser creatures seemed to lack most of their intelligence and coordination. Feeling this weakness, the exhausted irregulars advanced and slaughtered them without a hint of hesitation. With Soul Reaper rampaging at the front of the formation, the number of the monstrous insects quickly dwindled. Then Saint Tyrus joined the battle and more or less wiped out the remaining abominations single-handedly. Sky Tide seemed to have received several wounds in her fight with the remnant of the Jade Queen, but it did now slow her much. Moving between the giant insects like wind, almost too swift to be seen with a naked eye, she disposed of all the remaining nightmare creatures in mere seconds. Her saber cut through their impregnable white carapaces as if they were made out of water. Just like that, suddenly silence settled over the summit of the mountain. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, struggling to believe that that bloody battle ended so abruptly. Then when the sweet understanding dawned on them, the irregulars lowered themselves to the ground with relieved sighs, drained of all strength. Everyone was too exhausted to move and needed a few minutes to rest and collect their thoughts. Tired smiles appeared on their faces. Sunny found a patch of rock that was not covered by fetid blue lymph and plopped on it as well. He was utterly spent. As the excitement of the battle died down, his thoughts turned slow and lazy. I'm hurt all over. He felt a pleasant satisfaction. Not only had they won a hard fight, but he also received a fair share of shadow fragments. Better yet, there was a transcendent memory of the fifth tier. He was yet to take a look yet. For a moment he wanted to summon the runes immediately, but then gave up on that idea. He was too tired to think properly right now. The memory could wait until the cohort was safely back aboard the Rhino. For now, Sunny was content to just sit on the ground and rest. As he did, his shadow naturally took a look around. The summit of the mountain had been transformed. The snow had melted or turned into blue sludge. The slope itself was littered with hundreds of dead nightmare creatures and deep cracks. The gate still pulsed with darkness at the very peak, but one side of the deep schism it filled had collapsed and crumbled down. Further down the slope, the massive carcass of the jade beetle lay on the cold stones. It seemed that the final stage of its battle with Saint Tyrus had taken them away from the battlefield. As a result, it was now pretty far from the stretch of the slope where Sunny had fought with the flanking force of the hive. Only corpses of awakened and fallen creatures remained. Some were cut apart, some were torn apart by the shadow tentacles, and many were utterly crushed by the fall of their ruler. Of course, the irregulars did not know that since the area had been covered by the veil of darkness summoned by the shadow lantern, to them it all looked like Sunny's doing. Their whispers entered his ears. Nod. Look over there. Is that where Master Sunless fought? So many dead bugs. Wait, what the hell? Why are these corpses so mangled? It's like they were put through a meat grinder. I mean, it does not even look like they were cut by a blade. It's more like he ripped them apart and crushed them with his bare hands. Did you not see him at the end? His weapon and armor must have been destroyed in the fight, so he just tore a leg off a fallen abomination and then beat the bastard to death with it. And then, I swear to the gods, I saw it myself. He stood there and smiled as though someone gave him the best present in the world. I think he really hates nightmare creatures. His expression before that. So much anger, so much resentment. It looked, I don't know, personal. Maybe there's a tragic story there. No wonder Soul Reaper went into trouble to personally recruit him. What kind of devil is that kid? Sunny blinked. Had he really smiled? Oh, that must have been the moment when he received the transcendent memory. He had indeed lost composure and grinned like an idiot for a few moments there. In any case, none of these soldiers seemed to have connected him to Mongrel. They just thought that he was some kind of monster with a personal grudge against nightmare creatures. His own cohort, meanwhile. Sunny turned slightly and caught sight of Luster, who was staring at him with an intense expression. The young man's eyes seemed extremely bitter for some reason. What's up with that clown? At that moment, someone approached and sat down near him. Sunny turned around and saw Winter, who stared at him with a nonchalant expression. What? Before he could finish the thought, she suddenly grinned and pulled him into a very tight hug. You did great, little devil, let's be friends. Soon the irregulars caught their breaths and started moving. Saint Tyrus departed after approaching Sunny to thank him for his contribution in slaying the tyrant, her voice cordial and stern as usual. This time, however, it almost sounded partial. Since the threat of the stone hive had been eliminated, a signal was sent to the First Army that the path was clear. Not too long after that, a long column of vehicles appeared on the road that stretched far below on the other side of the mountain. One of the divisions was proceeding with haste to its next destination. The irregulars themselves were busy with collecting soul shards from the stain abominations. A dozen heavy loaders arrived to drag the carcass of the remnant of the Jade Queen away. Even in death, a corrupted tyrant was extremely valuable. Its impenetrable carapace and other parts had a lot of uses for advanced spell tech applications. Sunny would not be surprised if some of the Jade Beetle ended up being used to bolster the defenses of one of the siege capitals, most likely Falcon Scott itself. After some time, Master Jet left for the base camp where the APCs were parked in order to contact the army command. Since there was nothing for Sunny to do at the summit of the mountain, he followed her and climbed into the rhino to rest. There, sitting on his comfortable bed, Sunny finally summoned the runes. A transcendent memory. Let's see. Soon his eyes gleamed. Chapter 869: Sin of Solace. Chapter 869: Sin of Solace. The runes shimmered in the air. Memory. Sin of Solace. Memory rank, Transcendent. Memory tier, V. Memory type, Weapon. Looking at ethereal weave of symbols, Sunny felt a cold shiver running down his spine. A weapon! The Sin of Solace was the third transcendent memory he had received. However, it was of a higher tier than both the Undying Chain and the Dying Wish combined. More than that, it was a weapon, something that could express its power much more directly than an armor or a charm. Something that he desperately needed here in the cold expanse of Antarctica. A weapon bestowed by the slaying of a corrupted tyrant. Had to be truly powerful. Holding his breath, he continued to study the runes. Memory description. This blade is a whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, who turned a beautiful monster into a queen and gave her a sinister gift of forbidden knowledge. Sunny tilted his head, suddenly excited. The demon of dread. Another demon? There are 5 of them I know of now. Demon of fate, demon of hope, demon of choice, demon of dread. Wait, who was the 5th one? He strained his memory for a while and then scratched the back of his head. Oh right, the demon of oblivion. How did I forget? Sunny pondered about the fact that the demon of oblivion was so forgettable for a bit. Then he slightly shook his head. In any case, if this memory was connected to a demon, it had to be immensely powerful. His heart started to beat faster. Memory enchantments. Sinister whisper, perfect jade, omen of dread, hideous truth, cursed. Sunny blinked. What? Tars? What did that mean, cursed? Somewhat disturbed, he decided to read the description of the last enchantment first. Soon an ugly expression appeared on his face. Cursed enchantment description. This blade slowly drives its wielder mad. What the hell? His new shiny transcendent weapon had come with side effects? What kind of crap is this? Since when do memories have flaws? It wants to drive me mad. We'll see who goes mad first, damn it. Glancing at the runes with resentment, Sunny decided to study the other enchantments before coming to conclusions. Sinister whisper enchantment description. This blade can deal both physical damage and mental damage to those that it cuts, destroying not only their bodies but also their minds. The mental damage persists like a curse even after a single cut. He grunted. How insidious! Mental attacks were almost as rare as soul attacks and equally as hard to defend against. There was something terrifying about them too, especially to those beings that were very hard to kill or nearly immortal. After all, what was the point of living if one's sanity was gone? A blade like that. Truly it would have been a bane of someone like the Eternal Chain Lords of the Kingdom of Hope. If only the damned memory did not deal the same mental damage to the wielder. Sunny grimaced and then continued to read the runes. Perfect jade enchantment description. This blade is carved from a piece of sublime jade and as such is sharp and durable beyond logic and reason. Straightforward. Omen of dread enchantment description. A faint remnant of Ariel's presence lingers on this blade, striking terror into the hearts of all beings. Sunny frowned. Another mental attack enchantment, but this one is passive and affects an area. Not bad. Should work wonders when Nightmare is around too. Finally, the last one made him frown. Hideous truth enchantment description. The more the wielder's sanity is shattered, the more powerful this blade becomes. It bestows revelations of madness on those who give in to its will. Sunny sighed. Damnation. So basically, this already formidable weapon could grow many times more terrifying, but only if the person wielding it went completely insane. Conveniently, the Sin of Solace also drove anyone who wielded it to madness, thus providing an easy solution to unlocking the potential of the hideous truth. What am I supposed to do with this thing? And what does that mean, given to its will? Does this cursed sword have a will of its own? While Sunny liked to joke that he was a bit crazy, he did not really want to turn into a raving lunatic. He lingered for a few minutes, then took a deep breath and summoned his new memory into existence. Soon a beautiful Shuenshu giant appeared in his hands. It was a straight, thin, double-edged greatsword with a narrow guard and a graceful blade that gradually tapered to a sharp tip. Despite the fact that it was almost as long as Sunny was tall, the Sin of Solace surprisingly did not weigh much. In fact, it was as light as a feather. Its hilt was carved out of black obsidian and the blade itself was stark white with beautiful patterns etched on it. Despite the description of the perfect jade enchantment, it did not seem rigid as stone. Instead, it was both hard and flexible in perfect proportion. A sword such as this was nimble and swift, but also capable of dealing devastating damage. Despite its breathtaking beauty, however, as soon as Sunny touched the cool obsidian hilt, it was as though someone whispered into his ear. He shivered and turned around only to find that there was nothing behind him. The whisper, however, did not disappear. It continued to flow from somewhere just out of reach, too quiet to discern any words. For now, Sunny felt that if he just concentrated hard enough, he would be able to understand what the rustling voice was saying. And it was important, very important, to understand it. There was a meaning to them that he just had to know. Before Sunny noticed, his body was covered in cold sweat. He stared at the Sin of Solace with a complicated expression and then summoned the undying chain. As soon as the bleak armor wrapped itself around his body, the insidious whisper seemed to grow weaker. Sunny was only slightly obsessed with listening to it now. The chains of longing enchantment of the transcendent armor provided him with a high protection against mind attacks, and the cursed attribute of the beautiful giant seemed to be just that. A strange and sinister mind attack aimed at the sword's own wielder, which meant that Saint, who was completely immune to mind attacks, would be able to use the jade sword without any problem. Sunny was sufficiently certain what he would be able to withstand the tantalizing whispers if need be as well. It was a small price to pay for being able to wield such a frightening transcendent weapon. If push comes to shove, I can afford to lose a bit of sanity too. I mean, what's wrong with going a little mad? Been there, done that. Chapter 870: To-Do Lists. Chapter 870: To-Do List. Dismissing the beautiful sword, Sunny breathed a sigh of relief. The insidious whispers assaulting his mind disappeared, leaving only a lingering sense of chill and unease behind. The pressure of the call was already enough to drive a person insane. Adding the curse of the Sin of Solace to this burden was not for the weak of heart. Well, whatever. I'll just let Saint use it for now. He was impressed by the cursed blade, though. Its fundamental properties were already fearsome enough, considering that this transcendent weapon's sharpness and durability were further enhanced by the perfect jade enchantment. It also synergizes well with Nightmare's Dreadlord attribute and the Mantle of Fear ability. What made it so alluring to Sunny was the mental damage it dealt, though. Mind attacks were an insidious thing. While not as obviously destructive as more straightforward elemental damage types and not as universally deadly and hard to defend against as soul attacks, they possessed one frightening quality. The more sentience a being possessed, the more that being stood to be damaged by a mind attack. What it meant was that while lesser nightmare creatures, beasts, and monsters would not be as susceptible to the sinister whisper, the truly dangerous foes, demons, devils, tyrants, terrors, and humans would suffer terribly from it. And since those were the enemies Sunny was wary of the most, the Sin of Solace was a perfect tool to satisfy his needs. I just have to be careful not to suffer terribly myself, but even if he did, at least he would be reaping the benefits of the hideous truth. Sunny felt that the cursed sword would become truly terrifying if its wielder managed to unlock that strange enchantment. At its full force, maybe the Sin of Solace would be powerful enough to strike down even great nightmare creatures, or supreme humans. With a wistful sigh, Sunny decided to check his progress in other areas since he already had the runes summoned. Shadow Fragments, 870/4000. Not bad. After being stuck at 744/4000 for half a year, he had gained more than 100 fragments in just 2 days. If this continued, Sunny would become a tyrant in a not-so-distant future. Of course, if he continued to fight at that intensity every day, he would also probably be dead by then. Somewhat reassured, he shifted his gaze to the metal of the underworld. Vanquished foes, 4,555/6000. The monumental task of satisfying the requirement of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment was nearing its final stage. With how many nightmare creatures ran rampant in Antarctica, Sunny would certainly be able to complete it soon. Now that his identity as mongrel was most likely known to the members of his cohort, there should be no problem wearing the mantle more often. He still did not know how the onyx armor would grow after the limit was reached, but hoped to see something incredible. Then Sunny concentrated on his shadows, starting with Saint. Shadow fragments, 101/200. Saint was already halfway to becoming a Set, or a transcendent demon to be more precise. He could not even imagine how powerful she would be once he collected enough memories or echoes to feed to his loyal knight. Still, 100 or so ascended memories was not a small amount. Luckily, he could also use memories of lesser ranks, although the process would be much slower in that case. Finally, he read the runes describing nightmare. Shadow fragments, 14/600. He sighed. To be honest, Sunny had not been very diligent about feeding his steed. For some reason, the black courser required much more fragments to ascend than Saint had needed. Maybe because he was already a terror, or maybe because Saint had come from a race created by Nether, the prince of the underworld. In any case, Sunny felt that helping her become transcendent was more important than elevating Nightmare to an ascended terror, especially considering that his terror ability Dream Curse was still locked. And speaking about that ability, at least there had been more progress on that front. Nightmares required 112/1000. His steed had already subjugated more than 100 nightmares, both making himself stronger and growing closer to unlocking the Dream Curse. Of course, that task was still far from being over, but Sunny had a feeling that there would be a lot of progress soon. Antarctica was in the throes of a cataclysm that had become known as the Chain of Nightmares. After all, it was bound to breed a lot of them. Better yet, up until now the Black Steed had been limited to only subjugating nightmares of masters simply because awakened humans did not dream. Awakened nightmare creatures did, however, which meant that Nightmare would be able to plant seeds of fear into their souls and then visit the dreams of those abominations that had survived the encounter to harvest them. Maybe I should let him lose more often, and that was that, more or less. His own shadow fragments, that of Saint and Nightmare, the prince of the underworld, enchantment, and the Dream Curse. These were the things he needed to concentrate on. Then there were other things: his arsenal of memories, the power of his cohort, and the equipment of its members. Oh, and he also had to survive somehow. Sunny had made a lot of progress, but there was a lot more progress still to be made. Luckily, Antarctica was just the place to make it. It had an inexhaustible reserve of nightmare creatures of all kinds, with numerous new ones soon to arrive. As long as one could stay alive, there were countless opportunities for growth. Master Jet had been right. This campaign was going to shift the balance of power across all of humanity. Many new champions would emerge, many renowned warriors would become even stronger, many would die. Thinking about that, Sunny suddenly felt somber. Now he was even more convinced that the great clans would not be able to stay away from the Chain of Nightmares for long. He just had to make the best of it before they arrived then. Chapter 871: Wild Imaginations. Chapter 871: Wild Imaginations. 1,000 duels undefeated. He even went against Morgan of Valor before ascending. No way. What do you mean, no way? The recordings are all over the network, dude. No, Luster is right. I don't know much about the dreamscape, but it's a fact that he contained a manifesting gate as an awakened. Alone. I also heard that he is a bastard son of a saint from a house of night, maybe even of Nightwalker himself. Actually, some say that he was created in a secret government laboratory from the DNA of powerful nightmare creatures, but the research was abandoned with all records destroyed because he was the only test subject who did not go completely mad. I've heard that he is a woman though. Does he look like a woman, you idiot? Well, now that you say it, he is strangely petite. Has anyone seen Captain undressed? Well, did you get hit in the head during the last battle? Keep your voices down, you'll wake him up. Already awake, Sunny was laying on his comfortable bed and listening to his subordinates gossip at the front of the steadily moving rhino. His expression was hard to describe. These fools! He had expected that much from Luster, but Kimmy, not to mention Belle. Belle was supposed to be their reasonable senior. Damn it. With a sigh, Sunny rose, threw a neutral glance at the suddenly quiet trio, and then went to the kitchen to make some coffee. He poured himself a cup of the fragrant drink, added some synthetic sugar to it, then sat down in the lounge area of the APC and took a delighted sip. Throughout all of it, 3 pairs of eyes were following his every move. Sunny shifted slightly, then looked at them in return. What? Is there something on my suit? His black bodysuit had already repaired the tears it received in the battle against the stone hive. Its smart fabric was truly something else. The more Sunny wore it, the more he understood how well designed this unusual uniform was. One could argue whether it was dapper or not, but overall he was extremely satisfied with his new equipment. Hearing his question, Kim and Luster suddenly looked away with furtive expressions. No, it's nothing. You look great today, Captain. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Belle meanwhile continued to stare at him with a strange expression. For some reason, Sunny suddenly felt an impulse to cover his chest with an arm. He frowned. Anything you want to ask? The swordsman simply nodded and smiled. Yo, Captain, are you mongrel? Luster and Kim flinched and looked at him with horror. Sunny meanwhile scowled. Who are you calling a mongrel bastard? Belle shook his head. No, I mean, are you Lord Mongrel? You know that guy? As expected. Truth be told, the moment the question had been asked, he had no choice but to answer. Sunny just stalled a little to collect his thoughts. He shrugged. Oh, yeah, that's me. Then Sunny took a sip of his coffee with an absolutely nonchalant expression. Luster and Kimmy meanwhile were staring at him in shock. Their eyes were as wide as saucers. For a few long moments there was nothing but dead silence. Sunny enjoyed his drink for a bit and then scratched the back of his head. But don't tell anyone. It's a secret. I wasn't really supposed to become known to the public. Their expressions slowly changed. A hint of grave understanding appeared in their eyes. The three looked at each other and then Kim resolutely nodded. Of course, Captain, we will keep silent about Ilya. We'll tell Samara, Quentin, and Dorn too. Don't worry, Sunny nodded with satisfaction. Isn't it great to have such understanding minions? Of course, he had no idea what it was that they thought they understood, but that was the beauty of it. He did not need to. The best and most convincing lies were those that people built in their heads themselves. Human imagination was a wild thing. Whatever idiotic theory his soldiers decided to believe, be it that their captain was a secret love child of a famous saint or a product of a forbidden government experiment, it was all good with him. The point was that they would keep it to themselves. Just like that, a few more people learned that he was mongrel. Sunny felt a bit sad about that fact. On the bright side, it seemed that he would have no problem summoning the mantle of the underworld in the future, at least not when the cohort acted independently of other human forces. Luster too was looking at him with a newfound reverence. If there was one inconvenient thing about the revelation that Captain Sunless was in fact the famous Lord Mongrel, it was that Belle kept throwing strange glances at Sunny. What the hell? With a friendly smile, Sunny took his cup of coffee and returned to the back of the Rhino. Climbing back onto the bed, he then took out his communicator. There a new message was waiting for him. As his smile grew a little wider, Sunny concentrated on the lines of text. Rain, hey Sunny, how are you doing? Everyone is talking about the Southern Quadrant campaign. That is where you went right. Are you an officer now? Tell me so that I could brag about it in school. One of my classmates' sister is apparently an ace MWP pilot. She won't shut up. Stop talking about it. Anyway, are you doing well? The news says that everything is going great, but my dad seems very stressed. I don't think I've ever seen him so tense. Oh, I am doing well myself. A few kids in my class stopped coming to school, so I guess they are at the Awakened Academy now. But I am not showing any symptoms yet. I am practicing my archery and swordsmanship every day though. You'll be proud of your pupil. Sunny read the message a few times, then finished his coffee grin and started composing a response. Sunny, hey, an officer? Dodds, who do you think I am? Of course I am. Let me tell you, I am a captain of the most elite unit in the whole army. I have a bunch of powerful Awakened under me and a reputation so fearsome that other masters want to be my friends. The Devil of Antarctica, that's what they call me. Well, I'm sure someone does. Maybe. Just yesterday, an actual saint personally expressed gratitude to me. I will probably get a medal soon too. Oh, I am also in charge of a cutting-edge armored personnel carrier called the Rhino. You won't believe how amazing it is. Let me describe it first of all. Chapter 872, Spreading Nightmares. Chapter 872, Spreading Nightmares. The initial several weeks of the Antarctica campaign were the most intense. At least for now. The divisions of the First Army steadily moved south, fighting through the swiftly growing swarms of nightmare creatures and establishing strategic encampments along the way. These encampments were going to serve as the transit points of the evacuation networks soon. Moving through them, all the population of the Antarctic Center was going to be relocated to the siege capitals to await eventual salvation. The same thing, only on a much larger scale, was happening in East Antarctica, where most people of the southern quadrant lived. As days went by, the chain of nightmares grew more rampant. New gates manifested with increased frequency, disgorging more and more abominations into the waking world. Luckily, the burden pressing down on the First Army also grew lighter, since more and more divisions reached their destinations and entrenched themselves inside the cities that would become humanity's strongholds in the coming months. Without the need to brave the enemy-infested wilderness, the lives of the soldiers became less perilous. That was not to say that they were not terribly busy. Turning a populous city into a wartime fortress was a laborious task too. However, no one was as busy as the 1st Irregular Company. Just like Master Jet had promised, the Irregulars almost never rested. While other soldiers had specific tasks that sometimes forced them into battle with the nightmare creatures and sometimes did not, the 7 cohorts of Irregulars constantly moved between various flashpoints to douse their flames. Day after day, battle after battle. Soon the novelty of Antarctica's sobering reality dissipated, and the endless procession of combat engagements blurred into one continuous bloody ordeal. They were doing their job still. Not all battles were as large-scale or as dire as those in the first 2 days of the active operation. Some demanded more precision than all-out effort, others simply had to be fought because no one else could be spared to address the situation. Tempered in this terrible crucible, Sonny and his cohort were becoming accustomed to the trials of the chain of nightmares as well as each other. Their ability to fight as a single cohesive entity increased, finally reaching a satisfactory level. Their personal power grew too. Sonny was not the only one who had managed to enhance his arsenal of memories. For one, with so many nightmare creatures that needed to be slaughtered, each member of the cohort acquired new combat tools. Quentin, for example, had received a beautiful suit of plate armor for killing a fallen officer of the Stone Hive. Just like the carapaces of the monstrous insects, it was pure white and incredibly durable. Luster managed to acquire a charm that was supposed to increase his luck, even if no one could really tell whether it actually worked or not. Samara was now wearing a chameleon cape that blended into the environment and masked her position. Others were using new memories too. Armed with them, the cohort managed to survive these perilous weeks without suffering any casualties. The swiftly racked up kills and contribution points, as well as soul shards and reputation among the soldiers of the First Army. However, their fierce reputation paled in comparison to that of Mongrel, who was slowly turning into somewhat of an urban myth. Sonny had had no plans of unleashing his weird alter ego again so soon, but the circumstances forced him to make a different decision. There was just too much for him to do. Often several missions of utmost importance appeared simultaneously, and since he could not be in 2 places at the same time, he sent Nightmare and Saint to take care of the easier ones instead. This approach turned out to be surprisingly effective. Armed with the Sin of Solace, which synergized extremely well with both of them, his shadows had become a real menace on the battlefield. They were also able to traverse the mountainous terrain of the Antarctic Center with great speed, allowing Sonny to dispatch them to complete missions that required speed above all else. Of course, these missions had to be on the lower spectrum of hardship. A transcendent weapon or not, Saint and Nightmare could not compare to the power of the cohort itself, especially since he led it personally. So while Sonny and his soldiers dealt with the most dangerous tasks, Mongrel popped up here and there without any discernible pattern, appearing from nowhere and disappearing without a trace after dealing devastating damage to the nightmare creatures and leaving only severed corpses behind. Suffice it to say, Saint's popularity among the rank and file of the First Army grew explosively. The Guardian Angel of Antarctica. That title, coined by random network journalists, was spoken by them more and more often, jokingly at first, but then a bit less so. Sonny, meanwhile, finally earned his own nickname. Unsurprisingly, he was being called Devil now, or infuriatingly Little Devil. The latter one, however, was only used by the other captains of the Irregulars. No one else dared to speak it to his face or behind his back, really, considering that the rumor that he, young master, was always watching and listening quickly spread through the army. Of course, not everything went well for the human force. The First Army experienced several painful setbacks. More soldiers fell and more were critically wounded. The technical equipment was starting to grow less and less reliable as time went by, even if the most critical pieces worked as intended due to expensive spell tech countermeasures. It was getting harder and harder for the awakened to find a safe place to sleep without being whisked away by the call. Worst of all, however, was the effect that the chain of nightmares exerted on mundane humans. Nephi's had once told Sunny that each person infected by the spell carried a small seed of nightmare in their soul, and that those of them who failed to pass the first trial became a Category 1 gate themselves. The chain of nightmares increased the rate of gate manifestations manifold, and that rate terribly spread to mundane humans as well. Not only was there an anomalously high amount of young people falling prey to the spell in Antarctica, but also for the first time in half a century people outside the usual age of infestation started to succumb to the first nightmares en masse as well. Which meant that just like during the emergence of the first generation, no one was safe. Anyone could become infected, fail the trial of the spell, and turn into a murderous nightmare creature. The people locked inside the siege capitals, those be relocated through the evacuation corridors. Even the soldiers themselves. A tense and fearful atmosphere slowly settled over Antarctica. Chapter 873: and Full of Terrors. Chapter 873: and Full of Terrors. Chilling darkness veiled Antarctica like a burial shroud. The twilight of the dusk had finally succumbed to the inevitable advent of the cruelly lasting absence of light, and the long night had come to the southern quadrant pregnant with countless horrors. This night was going to last for many months, and by the end of it, who knew if any of the humans it embraced would still be alive? How many of them would be lucky enough to see the light of day again? Sunny had never experienced a night quite like that. The sun was gone, and the empty sky was full of brilliant stars. The pale visage of the moon lingered among them from time to time, coming and going as it pleased. Despite how dark and cold the world had become, it was strangely beautiful. Back in the alloy jungle of the northern quadrant siege capital, stars were rare guests. Light pollution kept them away. Similarly, there were no stars shining upon the cursed expanse of the forgotten shore. Antarctica was different. Despite the coming of the night, it only grew more dazzling. The stars, the moon, and the breathtaking tapestry of the aurora australis that shimmered above them as ethereal shades of green, blue, purple, and red flowed into each other. All of it was very beautiful. However, that beauty hid oppressive horror. Dread, that's the word to describe it. This is a land of dread. Sunny and his cohort were walking through the encampment of the first evacuation army, their armor covered in dents and painted by the blood of the nightmare creatures they had recently killed. The tense and tired soldiers hurried to get out of their way, throwing intense looks at the irregulars. Look, it's the devils, they're here. Thank the gods. Recently they had become a comforting sight for the rank and file of the First Army. Wherever irregulars appeared, problems seemed to disappear and the number of casualties drastically fell. Of course, these victories had a cost. It's just that the soldiers weren't the ones paying it. With a grim expression on his face, Sunny glanced at Dorn, who was limping and seemed barely able to walk. The giant man's face was pale and covered in cold sweat. He had received a severe wound in the last battle. Even with Quentin's help, Dorn was going to be out of commission for at least several days, which meant that they would be short a man should a new mission arrive. The campaign was still on track, but it was getting more dire with each day. The air in the encampment was full of fear and tension. More and more nightmare creatures poured into the waking world, and now that darkness reigned, Antarctica unopposed, any area that was not illuminated by powerful spotlights could be hiding a deadly threat. Even then, the spotlights tended to flicker and break down spontaneously, which made even artificial light unreliable. People were constantly on edge and afraid of every shadow. After all, almost couldn't see through them like Sunny. Even worse, danger lurked not only in the darkness outside, but also inside the fortified encampments. The spell was spreading through the ranks of mundane humans like a plague, and anyone could turn into a rampaging monster if left alone for too long. There was no real safety anywhere. If things are like that after just 1 month, how are we going to last the whole year? Shaking his head, Sunny looked ahead and caught a glimpse of the rhino. His eyelids suddenly grew heavy. He really needed rest. Despite the glum atmosphere in the camp, objectively things were going reasonably well for the field army dispatched to the Antarctic Center. It had already advanced almost all the way to the southern edge of the narrow landmass. All but one division, the one Sunny and his cohort were assigned to, had already reached their destinations and were in the process of converting them into siege capitals. Evacuation networks had been established with fortified transit outposts placed near the strategic points. Constant patrols maintained protected corridors for the armored convoys to ferry the civilians from smaller settlements into the handful of human strongholds. Up north, the relocation was already in full swing. Here in the south, however, it was only starting. Still, the first phase of the operation was well on its way. Maybe we'll get to relax behind a thick wall of a siege capital soon too. Climbing into the Rhino, Sunny glanced at Kim. Status? She studied her military communicator. Army Command designated this camp as a green zone. Last check was 13 minutes ago. He nodded. A green zone was one with no gates close enough to affect the dream realm anchors of the awakened. People could sleep safely within its confines. Okay. Quentin 10 to Dorn. Kimmy, Luster, Samara, and Belle enjoy the first sleep shift. I'll stay and watch until you guys return. They nodded and soon disappeared inside the sleeping pods. Quentin got busy dealing with Dorn's injury using both his aspect and an extensive medkit. Sunny meanwhile walked over to the command and communications suite and sat behind a console. He lingered for a moment and then summoned his runes. Shadow fragments 1332/4000. Shadow fragments 133/200. Nightmares required 209/1000. And finally, vanquished foes 5523/6000. He had achieved a lot in the past month. So much in fact that exhaustion had seeped into his very bones. Sunny had long lost count of how many nightmare creatures he had slain, but it had to be a couple of thousands at least. Even more if he counted those that Saint and Nightmare had hunted down. Metal of the Underworld will probably be first, even though he could not wed the Onyx armor in every battle. Its counter was swiftly approaching the limit. Sunny sighed and then dismissed the runes. Almost simultaneously, the symbol of an incoming communication appeared on the console's screen. He closed his eyes for a moment. Looks like a new mission is here after all. Chapter 874: One Last Mission. Chapter 874: One Last Mission. A moment later, a familiar face appeared on the screen. Despite the pressure of leading the first irregular company into the meat grinder of the Southern Quadrant campaign, Master Jet looked relaxed and at ease. Like she always did. No, actually, she almost seemed to look better than how she had back in the safe haven of the NQSC. It was as though the exhaustion that everyone in Antarctica felt could not touch her. The perpetual dark circles under her eyes were gone and her whole presence appeared strangely invigorated. Sunny had a suspicion of why. Soul Reaper flashed him a bright smile. Hey Sunny, how is it going? He simply nodded. We cleared that fallen nest. Dorn was wounded though. He'll need a few days to recover. In the past month, his relationship with Master Jet had gradually changed. They grew a bit closer and more familiar with each other. That sense of camaraderie could only be forged by fighting side by side in numerous battles and was only enhanced by the exceedingly rare background they shared. Wasn't it funny to see two outskirt rats leading the elite government awakened into battle? However, at the same time, after observing Soul Reaper in combat more, Sunny felt that he had come to understand the nature of her flaw. And it was a grim one for sure. A long time ago, in a different lifetime almost. Before even the Forgotten Shore, Sunny had heard from teacher Julius that Master Jet was feared by many awakened. As the old man had put it, her problematic personality destroyed any chance she might have had of ever becoming a saint. Actually, the exact words he had used were, "Who would want to help a psychopathic killer become a saint?" Later, Sunny had learned more about the unspoken rules of the awakened society and came to believe that these rumors were just a pretense to justify the suppression of the sovereigns. A product of the contempt proud legacies felt toward a clanless nobody from the outskirts who dared to become stronger than them and refused to bend the knee to their power. But now, he was not so sure. Sunny had seen that Jet possessed a bizarre ability to absorb the soul essence of those that she killed. He had also witnessed her powerful but fractured core that constantly leaked essence like a broken vessel. Later, he also observed that she seemed to lack the ability to naturally regenerate essence as all awakened could. And so he now suspected that Soul Reaper's flaw forced her to constantly pursue murder. It seemed that killing was the only way for her to prevent her fractured core from becoming lifeless and empty. That would actually explain a lot of things, from the true reason she had chosen to come to Antarctica to why a girl from the outskirts, someone who had never been treated like a human by the government, would decide to become a dedicated government operative. Working for the authorities might not have been the most glamorous job, but if there was one thing it did not lack, it was an endless amount of targets that had to be killed. So, maybe those who treated Soul Reaper Jet like a person obsessed with killing were not wrong. They were just mistaken about the reason for her morbid obsession, which posed a question. Could he really trust her? What would happen if Soul Reaper's essence was running low and Sunny was the only one around? If he was correct in his suspicion, of course. While Sunny was thinking about that, Master Jet grinned and waved her hand in front of the camera. And it was a strange charm. No, actually, it was just a mundane piece of jewelry. The thing looked like a golden circle with 4 stars engraved on it, beautiful filigree surrounding them, and a purple ribbon attached to the top. What the hell is that? Noticing his confusion, she shook her head. Nod, Sonny. Don't you know what that thing is? This is the Transcendent Star of Valor, the highest military decoration one can receive. It's your metal fool. I finally managed to get the Army Command to issue it. Sonny blinked. Oh, that's great. Master Jet let out an exasperated sigh. It comes with a very sizable contribution point reward too. Instantly his expression lightened. Oh, that's great. Finally satisfied, Soul Reaper nodded. It took some convincing to make happen. Anyway, I'll hold on to it until we meet in person. About that, plans changed a little, so you'll have to complete one more mission before that happens. Ah, but don't worry. This one is a calm one, so your man will have plenty of time to recover. Sunny stared at her with a dubious expression. Master Jet summoned the map of the Antarctic Center and highlighted several points on it. The division you're with is not going to proceed further south since there are no big population centers there. However, there is a very important research installation at the southernmost point of the landmass. It's about 400 kilometers away from your current position. Sunny studied the map. The Antarctic Center resembled a gargantuan snake that sprawled across the ocean, and the installation Jet mentioned was situated at the very tip of its tail. What about it? She shrugged. Your mission is to reach the installation, secure the VIP currently residing there, and bring him back to the nearest siege capital. There is a garrison of local awakened commanded by a master at the installation too. They will be responsible for evacuating the regular staff and scientists. You can choose to go back on your own, but that would be a jerk move considering that they are expecting reinforcements to help them make the journey. Sunny thought for a bit, then nodded. Sounds easy. Yeah, no way. Something bad is definitely going to happen. Master Jet smiled. It doesn't it? In any case, after that is done, we will probably remain within the walls of siege capitals for a long time and finally have time to rest. Good luck! Chapter 875: Old Roads. Chapter 875: Old Roads. The next day, Sunny and his cohorts separated from the battered division. The mass of vehicles and soldiers marched down the broad highway heading to a large city that was situated behind the mountain peaks to the cast. The Rhino, meanwhile, continued south. 400 kilometers. How long do you think it will take us to reach the research installation? Sunny was currently in the cabin of the APC, leaning on a bulkhead as he looked ahead. Luster glanced at him from the pilot's seat and shrugged hesitantly. Hard to say, sir. The terrain here is really rough and we'll need to climb over many mountains before reaching the coastal plain. There are some old roads here and there with tunnels that can serve as convenient shortcuts, but since no one took care of them for half a century, it's mostly a stone labyrinth. Several days at the least, maybe even a week if we want to be really careful and lower the risk of stumbling into a horde of nightmare creatures. He hesitated for a few moments and then added, of course I can get us there in a day if we leave the mountains and drive along the coastal thoroughfare. Since most of the Antarctic Center was mountainous in nature, moving across its expanse with speed was somewhat of a problem. It would have been much faster by air, but no one was suicidal enough to use an aircraft in these circumstances. The reason was very simple. It was impossible to load enough armor on a flying vehicle. Not only would its electronics and navigation be swiftly fried by the interference of the gates, but even worse than that, countless nightmare creatures in a 100-kilometer radius would be able to see and take the aircraft down. Since very few awakened could fight effectively in the air, being swarmed by winged abominations or taken down by a hail of ranged attacks from the ground was their worst nightmare. Still, that did not mean that there were no means of traversing the Antarctic Center quickly. Since the terrain was much more flat near the coast, there was a convenient highway running along the shore of the cold ocean. It's just that traveling by it was not exactly safe, especially these days. The ocean, too, was overflowing with nightmare creatures. All kinds of horrors hid beneath its restless surface. Sunny sighed. No, let's not go anywhere near the coast. Avoid those old tunnels too. Just take your time and take us over the mountains, Luster. Dorn needs time to recover anyway. The young man smiled. Yes, sir, will do, sir. Sonny gave him a bleak look and shook his head. Ever since the revelation of his identity as mongrel, Luster had been acting as an overly enthusiastic sycophant. It was honestly a bit bothersome. Well, all right then. He walked back to the back of the Rhino and sat down to meditate. In the past month, the importance of replenishing one's essence had become painfully clear to all awakened in Antarctica. There were just too many nightmares creatures around and too many battles that had to be fought. Maintaining one's reserves was often the difference between life and death. It was also an inescapable restriction that defined how often and how well one could fight. Sonny's essence capacity was roughly 4 times as vast as that of almost any other master, but the rate at which his soul restored it was only twice as fast. As a result, he needed 3 to 4 days to fully replenish it. Sleep, rest, and meditation helped. But who had time to rest in Antarctica? All of them had to get accustomed to fighting while suffering from a dire deficit of essence. That was another reason why the campaign grew harder as days went by and why everyone was exhausted. His cohort was in a much better spot than most thanks to Luster, but Sonny himself had not been able to make use of the young man's extraordinary aspect. Luckily, they were not supposed to fight any serious battles in the next few days. That was already a blessing. Keeping his eyes closed, Sonny rested as his shadows scouted the route ahead. The Rhino climbed the steep slopes of the mountain chain with agility that was surprising for a machine of that size. The Aurora Australis shimmered with ethereal lights in the black sky above it, but the mountains themselves were shrouded in darkness. Driving a heavy APC up and down the treacherous slopes at night was not for the faint of heart, since one small mistake could send it plummeting down from a deadly height. Still, Luster seemed to be doing fine. He even had his lucky charm summoned, rubbing it from time to time with a nervous look. Everything seemed calm. Slowly but surely they were moving toward their destination. Sonny made an effort to memorize as much of the landscape as he could, knowing that they might be coming back the same way after picking up the VIP at the research installation. The southern edge of the Transantarctic Mountains was indeed a real labyrinth. Tall peaks rose into the sky with remnants of broken roads clinging to their slopes. Dark maws of tunnels that had been burrowed through the mass of stone appeared from time to time, filling him with a sense of alarm. The roads as well as the tunnels had been constructed long before he was born, during the dark times. Back then, humanity had been busy destroying itself in a series of devastating wars as the world fell apart around it. Then the nightmare spell came, and many things changed. The old roads were now abandoned and in a state of disrepair, but the Rhino could still make use of them. The progress was slow, however, and it was only made slower by the need to avoid active gates and prowling swarms of nightmare creatures. In the end, it took them almost 4 days to traverse the mountains and descend to the coastal plain at the southern edge of the Antarctic center. From here they could proceed to the destination at full speed. As the Rhino accelerated and flew across the plain, a powerful blizzard enveloped it, reducing the visibility almost to zero. That was when things started to go wrong. Chapter 876:49. Chapter 876:LO49. Sonny woke up with a start. The familiar sounds and vibrations of the Rhino told him that everything was okay and that the vehicle was moving at high speed toward its destination. No one seemed to be attacking them, and yet for some reason he felt a sense of deep unease. Sonny frowned and rose from his bed, then went over to the pilot's cabin. On his way, he passed Kim, who was running diagnostics on the secondary control panel, and Samara, who was tinkering with her rifle on the workstation in the cargo bay. Reaching the front of the Rhino, Sonny silently looked through the armored windshield at the white wall of the blizzard that enveloped the world. Of course, he could have just accessed the feeds of external cameras from the command suite, but he trusted his own eyes much more. Nothing seemed out of place. He hesitated for a few moments, then spoke to Luster. "Did something happen just now?" The young man glanced at him in confusion. Oh, there was a tiny spike of seismic activity a few minutes ago, but that's nothing unusual. Happens all the time. Don't worry, sir. We'll reach the installation in about half an hour. Sonny scowled. What? He returned to the lounge area, poured himself a cup of coffee, and then walked over to the command suite. Kimmy, contact the research facility. Tell them we'll be arriving soon. She paused. The diagnostic software activated the transmitter and sent a communication request to the installation they were approaching. For a few minutes there was only static on the channel. Kim frowned, then repeated the call, this time extending the antennae of the rhino to their full length. Still nothing. Sunny took a sip of coffee. What, no one's responding? She studied the monitors, then said in a tentative tone, "No, it's not that. It's just our signal doesn't seem to be coming through for some reason." He scratched the back of his back. "Contact Army Command, then ask them for an update on the installation's status." Kim did as she was told, but there was still no result. Her face grew a little dim. I can't contact Army Command either, sir. All communications seem to be down." Sunny remained silent for a few moments. "So we're completely cut off from everyone? Is it because of the blizzard?" Establishing a stable connection had grown a bit hard lately, but they were yet to experience a complete communication blackout. After all, Sunny had spent a ton of contribution points to upgrade the Rhino's comms array. Kim hesitated. "I can't say, sir. A simple blizzard is not supposed to mess with the signal so much." Sunny rubbed his face. "That doesn't sound good." He sighed, then sent his shadows out into the snowstorm. They spread around the speeding rhino, searching for any sign of danger that could have been hiding in the white haze. However, no matter how hard the shadows looked, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Sunny remained on guard throughout the remainder of their journey. Minutes passed by without anything happening. Soon there was a soft sound and some movement in the lounge area. Belle, Quentin, and Dorn returned from the dream realm and climbed out of the sleeping nooks looking rested and refreshed. Even though the big man still showed some discomfort, his injury was well on its way to being healed. Just like that, half an hour flew by. Sunny caught sight of the research installation long before the powerful projectors of the Rhino flooded its gates with light. The facility looked more like a small fortress settlement than a scientific base. It was perched dangerously close to the ocean shore and had a thick wall surrounding it with powerful turrets aiming at the dark waves. There was a large dome-like structure towering above the formidable fortress, painted white on the backdrop of the black sky. It resembled a giant, perfectly smooth egg. The facility had no official name and was known simply as LO-49. Sunny had no idea what kind of research was being done on its premises, but considering that there was a sizable garrison of Awakened guarding the installation, complete with an ascended commander, it had to be pretty important. The best evidence that the scientists living here were doing very valuable work, though, was the fact that Sunny and his soldiers had been sent to retrieve them. Luster slowed down. "We're near." The Rhino gradually reduced its speed and approached the settlement. Beams of light soon illuminated a small fleet of transport vehicles parked in front of it, seemingly waiting to take the staff away as soon as the reinforcements arrived. For a moment, Sunny felt a pang of fear. It was as though the whole facility was empty, with only ghosts populating its streets. Then, however, the turrets above the gates moved, taking aim at the approaching APC. Powerful spotlights ignited on the wall, cutting through the snow and flooding the immediate area with stark light. The Rhino drove to the fleet of transport vehicles and parked nearby. At the same time, the heavy gates of the fortress opened and a lone human figure walked into the blizzard. With a sigh, Sunny opened the hatch of the Rhino and climbed out into the cold. He walked forward and studied the stranger. The man was tall, strong, and looked to be around 40. He was dressed in a black bodysuit similar to one Sunny wore, with an unzipped parka resting on top of it. He had dark hair and calm, intelligent eyes. There was a composed expression on his stern and weary face. Overall, everything about the stranger spoke of experience and discipline. Sunny stopped a few steps away and gave him a nod. "I am Ascended Sunless, Captain of the 1st Irregular Company of the Evacuation Army. You should have been informed of our arrival." The tall man lingered for a few moments, studying him, then returned his nod. "I am Ascended Vern." He offered his hand to Sunny and said in a steady voice, "Welcome to LO-49, Master Sunless."